Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
Welcome to day 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring. The first day was chaotic. It was crazy and it was tons of fun. We're expecting much of the same today. My name is Sam, also known as Tekel. I'm going to be your host, and joining me, Avenger and Saga are ready to take you through all of the action. One of the things that comes up a lot, you see it all over Reddit and in the chats, is people don't understand what the analyst desk is here for. Obviously, it's to analyze the gameplay you see, to keep you going through the show, and also hopefully to educate you. So we thought today we would start the show with some really good educational material from the self-proclaimed best coach in the world, Scrooms. I don't actually know if he's called himself that, but there you go. And there it is, Avenger, how to win, because Mad Bulls dominated yesterday.
Yeah.
These are the steps you need to follow.
Yeah, I love that Scooms he was able to, you know, put a little himself out there, because he's a funny guy, and I think some of this content that he's able to do is also both showing himself how funny he is and also put an extra fat line under him being the world's best coach right now, because if you can be #1 in EMEA, I don't know, you are one of the best in the world.
Well, this is the thing, right, Saga? You just need to basically click heads and don't get knocked. That's how you win the championship.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure yesterday you asked, like, the teams that aren't doing so great, like, what can they do to improve? I'm like, just read that tweet. Especially point 3 and 4, it's like, don't get knocked and hit your shots. That's basically what I said. I did miss out Nixie drive good, though, so we'll definitely keep an eye out to see whether Nixie does, in fact, drive good today.
Yeah, they would have been out 100 points, Sam, if Nixie did drive good. Yesterday, he didn't drive good in 2 games, and they lost those games.
I was about to say, this is why Saga and I are on pro players, because we didn't get that point, but there you go. Let's get into it. Here's what you can expect today. Of course, you know how we've got you. We went through the group stages, the last chance qualifiers, and it is the grand finals. 3 days, 16 teams. At the end of this, we will be crowning a new PEC Spring champion. You know how it goes by now if you're a PUBG fan, exactly how you get points on the board, and what you need to do is get as many points as possible. We mentioned yesterday some of the teams collecting a lot of points, moving to the top of the leaderboard. We'll have to see if they can keep that momentum going. It's $50,000 on the line, Avenger, all to play for.
Yeah, it's obviously everything's on the board here. We're in the second day. This is where you establish yourself. This is where you solidify your place in the leaderboard and potentially put your name in the hat to go to those PGSs, because of course there's also PGC points on the line, but right now their big focus is that PGS 3 and 4, which is going to be our first globals of the year, where big money is also on the line, and of course the big PGS points to make you go through.
Obviously, Saga, the more global competitions you can play in, the better you're going to be in PGC, right?
It definitely makes sense. I mean, the tournaments this year are relatively spread out, and the fact that, you know, we have this regional that feeds into 2 global events means that if you don't make it, there will be a decent gap in your resume when it comes down to the next event, which may be another qualifier or perhaps a third-party tournament, but it's just not going to be at quite the same level as that international global 3 and 4 PGS this year. So you've got to be making sure those top 2 spots are definitely in the sightlines, and Mad Bulls have made a fantastic start towards securing one of them.
Well, this is the thing. Mad Bulls yesterday, pretty much what we saw in the group stages. So in the group stages, they dominated at the top of the leaderboard. They've done the same on day 1. Saga and I had a chat about it yesterday towards the end of the show. Avenger, I'd love to get your opinion on this. Can they continue? Is this going to be the Mad Bulls magic run?
I hope so, honestly, because this is a case for them where they've now set themselves up to a situation where confidence, morale, and, you know, nervousness is off the board. Now it's all about what are you doing, what are your decisions throughout the game, right? And they don't need to win every game and do it, but once they do, they're able to put themselves into a fantastic situation. The other thing is that it's going to be hard, because you can see how fast teams like BB Team and FaZe Clan yesterday, they were able to just with a few games pop up and really put themselves deep into the top 6 from yesterday, right? And once those two teams are turned on, we know what they can do as well, and we've seen that in the group stage, of course. So let's see if BB Team and FaZe, they're able to kind of pop off and get some of those, you know, not only wins, but also all the kills they're able to kind of accrue throughout the games.
Let's take a look at all the action that happened yesterday, because we might have missed some of the teams. Here's what went down.
Distance, LolW have managed to get in towards the barns, and some more poking. Crossberg is going.
Where is the
focus? I don't know what just happened. They're now running into the blue to try and get it. This is risky. This is unnecessarily risky. Example, what are you doing? Going down the cliffs, yeah, was definitely unexpected in terms of an approach. Oh, T-bone! We will take it here. Currently in 5th place, so doing enough. But Iroh will reply in kind and get plenty of damage done. But still following suit for quite a bit of the journey in the meantime, though. And a few more smokes to try and kind of get them advancing a little bit further. But Sloy Jacket takes down 2 Kiliakai as well. And Sloy Jacket goes big. Stranger swinging out wide on this Phil first. Oh, he gets Phil, and the correction gets the doozy as well. Players falling down. That Nate could have Spiral Snake on it, and it does.
Coming up on your screen right now is the leaderboard from day number 1, and as we mentioned, it is still very, very close. You just need 1 or 2 good games to push yourself right up the leaderboard. Any surprises for you yesterday, Avenger?
Surprise was that we didn't see BB Team pop up from the get-go. They waited until Wrangle to really let things go. And I said yesterday, this is all a marketing trick. They just want to put themselves in a situation where we kind of forget about them. Then we're like, oh, BB Team, look at that. That's crazy, because all the focus was on Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds for the first couple of games, right? So yeah, I'm just excited to see what our top 4, top 5 guys can do here, but everything is still super, super tight from the 3rd place down. With 1 good game, you can literally put yourself really, really deep into the top 6, potentially put yourself as one of those 2 that could go to PGS 3 and 4.
For you, Saga, I mean, what was your favorite moment from yesterday, if you have to think back?
Ooh, boy. My favorite moment, I mean, we saw a little hint of, or at least we saw the start of it in the highlight clips, but the compound north of Monte Nuevo, the doubles where we had Ascend going for the breach on LOLW, and then 6 other teams coming in, and every single one of them died. That was just peak game 6, but it happened in game 2. So hopefully we do get a little bit of controlled gameplay, but sometimes the zone just forces those kind of chaotic engagements. And yeah, sure, it might not be the peak level of competitive PUBG, but it sure as hell is fun to watch.
Is anyone else feeling the way that I'm feeling about FaZe at the moment, where yesterday they start off so slow, and then when they do eventually come to the party, it is so aggressive and it is so impressive, Avenger. But I'm trying to understand why we're not seeing a continuation of that performance from them. It feels like it's very up and down at the moment. Do you agree, or do you think that's just how FaZe does?
I think it's every time that you start cheering a little bit for them, Sam, then they gotta disappoint you a little bit, because you're often been on Gustav's team, and you had him on your fantasies and stuff like that, and then you're a little bit disappointing, and then you take him off, and then they start popping off and being number 1 in damage and so forth. Now, it's also down to how hard the lobby is. Like, we have some absolute top contenders, and you can see that's also why we have some of these kind of newer teams coming in, because they have so much experience on their rosters, and it's just making it hard. We have so many teams that are literally grinding for hours and hours and hours, playing so many scrims. That's also why they're able to put themselves into these situations and win these fights against teams that we have such a high kind of namesake for, right? Because FaZe, you just think about how much legacy they have behind them in PUBG, right? But we still know what they're capable of. And then things like, a Diffix sitting, waiting for 2 guys to run past him, getting a double knock happens. And it's just something you really can't predict. And that's something that's really beautiful of PUBG for sure.
I can confirm I am in a toxic fantasy team relationship with FaZe, so fair play there, Avenger. And you know what I think is really awesome though? Toby actually had a chance to catch up with Gustav. Obviously, this is such a big tournament, and we've got 7 years of PUBG to celebrate, so he wanted to find out a little bit more about Gustav's competitive journey and what he thinks about the competition.
You've been playing since 2017, since the very start of competitive PUBG. It's been a long journey, a continue that hopefully will go on for much longer. But, competitive journey, ups and downs. What has been some of the tougher times for you in competitive PUBG?
Tougher times in competitive PUBG, I would say when I was 18, we had to move to Germany to play in
PL?
PL, yeah. That was pretty tough. Like you're 18, you have to move away from your home, live there for like a year. Not easy. Then also joining FaZe was very rough in the beginning, I'll say. I went from being like the big star player in TSM, kind of like had a lot to say, control most of it, and then suddenly you have legends like Fuzz, Uber, ITZY. It's like your ego suddenly like gets dropped a lot, and you don't have the same confidence because suddenly your teammates now are just like the best players in the world. So I'd say the first like 6 month period was hard to adapt to it.
How did you adapt then? What was your transition into filling those shoes?
We actually swapped to me being the IGL in FaZe at the time, and we won the very first tournament after that. So that gave me like a lot of confidence that like the others just believed enough in me to let me IGL. So then we had a period of like 6 to 9 months where we played really, really, really well in FaZe, and then like new season began and we struggled to keep up. But definitely a hard period in the beginning joining FaZe, I'll say.
The 2024 roadmap was released. A lot of exciting things in there, some which we know will happen, some which might happen will take more time. But I mean, we know Rondo is going to be added to the competitive map pool. We know that they're talking about destructible terrain, all these things. Where do you see moving forward the changes coming into PUBG impacting, I mean, you and your team?
I mean, we had 2 new maps in 2023. A lot of new stuff, Panzerfaust, like it changed everything. E-pickups as well. This is like, so I'm honestly used to it now. Like, I feel like it's fun. It's kind of fun as well. And some players are gonna hate me for saying it because like they just want it like to be simple and easy. But like I like new stuff. It makes me like more excited to practice. Also gives you like you need to practice, you know, because you need to learn Rondo. But like there's definitely some stuff about Rondo that don't like all I think terrain in the map is pretty decent, but there's like the hot drops in the middle of Rondo when you play like public games for fun is awful. Like it's one of the worst maps, I think. But I think it's gonna be fun to play in comp because like that it doesn't really matter the hot drops there, right? You're just playing for the terrain, and the terrain is really nice in that map.
Yeah. I'm nading up. Nade in front of you, Fake.
Flash.
He ran back from the rock into the smoke.
Yeah.
If you want to track, well, left attack.
Yeah, it's attack or something.
Left side.
Yeah.
Like.
The game has changed obviously a lot over the course of the years. Maps have been added, removed again, rules have changed here and there. Where would you say as a competitive player it's the hardest to keep up with all these changes?
That's a hard question, but I'll say there's been a lot of new weapons added to the game as well. It used to just be M4, Scar, and that's pretty much it. Over the last years you've had like maybe 4 or 5 new ARs, new DMRs, Panzerfaust, new maps, new cars. It's definitely like you need to, I say, grind the game more than you used to, just because there's a lot of new additions to the game. But also say like you definitely need to have a certain amount of skill, like level in terms of mechanics now. I think you used to be able to be like be very smart player and still get away with positioning very well. But I'd say you don't get away with that just having that anymore. You need a certain level of mechanical skill. You don't need to be like 18 years old correct mechanical players, but you do need a certain level to be at the top.
I think most people look at EMEA, at least these days, as a pretty wild region. There's a lot of lesser known teams that tend to come out on top in various tournaments. Do you think that goes into it as well, that the individual gameplay skill in EMEA is that high? Or where do you think we differentiate with other regions?
I don't know, I still say when I think of mechanical skill, I still say China and some certain teams in Korea is higher level than us, but there's definitely also a lot of like good players in EU, but it's not the strongest region, I would say. Maybe 1 or 2 years ago there was a peak where we were like with Navi winning PTC, but it feels like China and also APAC has gotten really, really, really strong. There's a lot of like new players, but that's the thing with EU, you don't that often see like new players. Like there is a few new upcoming, like you have like some of them like Mad Dogs now, like Nixie, but he's at the same time like you can say new player. He's kind of been in the scene for 3-4 years, you know.
Yeah.
So it's not really a new player, but definitely a talented one.
Look back to 2017, Gustav, and compare him to 2024, Gustav. What's changed? Is this the same player, the same guy, or how do you feel like you've evolved, both in the game, but as a person as well, with the game?
I'd say I used to have a very, very, very big ego. I used to speak pretty poorly to my teammates. I didn't really know how a team environment should be. I don't think like many of us did because we were all so new to everything. So like I've definitely grown to be like a better person or a teammate, I'd say.
Yeah.
Drop my ego sometimes a bit to like for the better of the team. Then also obviously became a way better player. Like one of the best EU teams right now. Playing in FaZe Clan is a lot better than playing in like a random team called Lumbermill, as I did back in the day. But yeah, definitely improved. I'd also say when you look back at the game, I feel like how are we so bad? You know, like the mistakes, but that's just the development of the game. Like everyone gets better, you need to get better all the time.
What an awesome way just to obviously go back, but also get that player inside. I feel like we need to send Toby around the whole of EMEA with a cameraman and probably a box because he's so tall, so that everyone can be the same height as him and do more of those because it's really interesting. What was that, Saga? Can confirm.
You need a box to stand next to Toby. Found that out in studio last year.
There we go. We'll have a little box for it. But Avenger, it's always great to get the insight from the players and straight from Gustav's mouth, talking a little bit about the progression of himself as a professional player.
Yeah, it's always cool to hear it from the players' own mouths, and I think Gustav's a good guy to be able to kind of explain a little bit what he's gone through, right? Because he's evolved so much as a person, like starting as playing as a 17, 18-year-old guy, and now in his mid-20s, right? And now he's understanding so much more himself, like of the game and the whole progression through these last 7 years, because he's played at the very highest level by playing IEM Oakland 2017 with Lumbermill, as he said, and now he's playing in one of the biggest teams and acknowledging players like Nixie. Yeah, he's been in the game for a long time, but now with Mad Bulls or Mad Dogs as he called them, I guess that's what they call them on FaZe Clan when they're doing too good, they call them Kill the Dogs or something like that. But yeah, acknowledging players like Nixie, like you could see how well he was able to do throughout the group stage. And yeah, sure, Nixie's been a top player and mechanically very, very skillful for a long time, but I think the composition that we see with Mad Bulls now, that's gonna elevate him also, and he's gonna have a progression throughout the next couple of years. And yeah, let's see what they're able to do, and let's see what FaZe is able to do, because they were able to turn on, especially the last game. I saw it, but the very last kill, my internet just died, and I was like, no, I couldn't be excited on behalf of FaZe, but luckily you were there, Sam, to fangirl them.
I was there to fangirl FaZe, of course. Now let's see what you can expect today. We're getting ready to head into the first games here at PEC Spring. Of course, you know how it goes. 6 matches, and we're starting on Erangel. Maybe you'll have a chance to see another FaZe chicken dinner, Avenger. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Especially if we get that kind of circle a little bit there. That'd be cool.
It will be interesting. Saga, of course, the players, they know what games are coming up. They're ready for it. But we definitely saw yesterday that there are some maps that are preferred by some of our teams, and we kind of expect them to do a little bit better. Do you think the mark of a good team is a team like Mad Bulls that has a little bit of a deeper map pool, if you like? They seem to adjust quite easily no matter where they are?
Yeah, I think the fact that the maximum amount of placement points you could get in a 6-game day is 60, and the fact they got more than half of that is insane consistency. They averaged better than 3rd place every single game, but there was the other side of the coin where some teams took the map changes, maybe a chance to reset. BB team and FaZe Clan notably had fantastic ends to the day on Erangel after struggling a little bit towards the start, so maybe starting on that, they can kind of continue with that mindset and then get the ball rolling for a good day 2.
Don't forget, of course, if you're in the chat, make sure that you're following PUBG_Battlegrounds, because we have some very, very sick PEC emotes that you get to spam away in chat. So make sure you hit that follow button and get your free emotes, because the emotes are cool. We are getting ready now to start day number 2. Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds at the top of the leaderboard. Toby, Kale, and Kale's box. Wait, he doesn't need a box. He just needs a high chair. Are ready to take you into game.
Well, if you're not careful, Sam, I'm going to throw my food at you from this high chair. Jeez Louise. But anyway, yeah, we've got the Mad Bulls, Mad Dogs, Mad Lions, whatever you want to call them. They're number 1 at the moment here, going into day number 2. And wait, is that Toby of fame of walking alongside a pier in Denmark?
Yeah, and a lot of bicycles in that shot too. I think that was a personal shout out to James and his preference of vehicles there. I loved it. No, it's a great time getting to meet some of the players face to face. You know, me and Gustav go way back to the starts of PUBG. So nice to catch up a little bit, and hope that all of you guys enjoyed the view of the content piece there. It was good.
Yeah, it was crazy because I was like, wow, how did they, get together to see each other and do this interview? But then I realized Denmark's about like a 5 kilometer square area and they all live next to each other anyway. So that's how it actually works out here. But yeah, as you say, great to hear from Gustav, getting those insights from FaZe. They obviously did fight back yesterday, which I think is important to look at here when it comes to, yes, we had Mad Bulls as well as Twisted Minds soaking up a lot of points yesterday. But BBT and FaZe were saying, okay, we can still be in the race here. We can still try and put on some pressure for day number 2 going into game 7.
And there was actually, as we see the first match of the day here start off, there was actually one question I asked Gustav, which didn't make the final cut, which is fine, but it was fun regardless, because by the time we recorded this, we didn't know when during this finals weekend it was going to be aired. So I asked him, what are your expectations for FaZe throughout the grand finals? And had they not won the final game yesterday, Gustav's prediction would have probably made the video, because what he said was, day 1, 16th place. Day 2, probably around 8th. Day 3, 2nd or 1st. So, had they not won the final game, they would have probably been 15th or 16th place, which would have made that content piece absolutely phenomenal, because he would have predicted the terrible day 1. But no, they did manage to swing it into a rather good performance, sitting now in 4th coming into day 2.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they would have been basically tied 16th, right? They got 24 points off that last game. It was a huge game to be able to make them rocket up the leaderboards into 4th place. Now they find themselves with a playing path that looks very similar to our Erangel playing paths from yesterday. And if we get those circles kind of focusing towards Milter, as well as that bridge on that east side, I know it's just a little bit more north than that. But there are similar transition paths that they'll be looking forward to in a circle like this. And not too concerned about anything going on at the bridge for now.
Yeah, as fair as can be when it comes to this phase 1. Everyone's going to have easy peasy entry points to it. I am curious to see, speaking of phase, how they're planning on doing this, because we saw them in the last chance qualifier have a very, very similar phase or a similar circle where James and Gustav instantly drove up to the Potato Mountain and got shut down on approach. Curious to see if they're opting to go for that very fast send up towards where Quedpa is currently playing this time around, or if they're going to play it slow this time.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. At the moment, the lobby leaders, whether you call them the Mad Bulls or the Mad Dogs, they are absolutely raging in this lobby right now. Let's hear from Ibby and see what he thinks coming into today.
But usually for our early game tactics, first of all, we talk about who's around us, so that we know, for example, in Erangel, when we loot Yasnaya, that we talk about who's looting Severny, who's Mansion Split, who's Lippo, so that we have a good idea of who's around us. Then we kind of try to create a line. We try to usually avoid early game fights because they can go really wrong. Even if you're super confident, a super good fighting team, they can go really wrong. We try to always get established spots so that I don't know, we go together, we work as a 3-1 usually. So I send 3 people somewhere and then we keep going further. And from there we start kind of talking about backfills, pre-drives, maybe a fight that we can take for some space. Yeah, just a very... usually our early game is pretty chill, I would say.
There'll be a lot of analysts from the other teams here looking at exactly what Mad Bulls did yesterday, and that gives you a bit more insight as to what they're doing in the early game and even in the mid to late game. You were talking to them before and them kind of explaining the fact that they think about what the worst circle could possibly be and start preparing for that. And I really like that mentality that they're bringing to the battleground here, Toby.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And also, especially with plane paths like these, they know they have all the space in the world to plane from the north. They're in such a good position. They're getting circles center with T-Bone north of them. Literally, of everyone, there's just one guy there. And this ain't even that far north of circle. So curious to see what Mad Bulls can do with this game. Of course, depending on where these next circles are going to take us.
Meanwhile, we're on with FaZe as Gustav's flexed over towards farm as they've got that farm mill to split going on. Kirexi currently number 1 when it comes to the overall kills for a long time. He used to be like one of my absolute go-to budget picks when it came to fantasy. Now, unfortunately, he's a little bit more known and everyone kind of realized, Kirexi's going to actually farm some numbers here. So he's not really budget anymore. But, as time goes on, who knows throughout the year here? Maybe he will be. We'll see. But they're doing very well at the moment.
Definitely are. And here is the rotation we were talking about coming into this first circle. Pop, they are headed up towards that potato-esque direction. But maybe thinking a little extra about it this time. They are rotating rather late, quite a bit later than they did in the last chance games. So it makes sense that they're stopping here, expecting that with the minute and a half delay they had on this rotation, the spots they wanted to get to initially are most likely going to be taken already.
Well, they sacrificed someone in the last chance, right? Like, if you recall from a rotation like this, they tried to head over towards here, maybe strayed a little bit too close towards... which compound was it? The compound just north of where they are now?
Yeah, the yellows up on the north side of Potato.
Yeah, and then from there, of course, caused it a little bit commotion, a little bit of mayhem. So, meanwhile, Lil W, 6th place at the moment, 34 points. Again, if it wasn't for Mad Balls and Twisted Minds looking insane yesterday, we'd have been saying, hey, this is an extremely good performance by this team so far in a lobby like this. And they did well in the group stage as well. It's just a shame that so much spamping has happened at the top.
Thank you for bringing that amazing word back to what is now official PUBG terminology. In the meantime, now early fights happening. And if you wonder what compound we were talking about with FaZe earlier, well, this is exactly it. And this might be the reason why they wanted to avoid this place altogether. Orcless Bumble Squad, head-on fight here. 2 casualties, make that 3 on the side of Orcless as they have just Global Army left alive. And here comes FaZe. Mention them, and they will bring it up.
Yeah, this time they've actually been able to adjust exactly how they were going to approach this and came a little bit later to be able to clean things up. That's a great little time to strike here for FaZe and really shows the dynamic approach to them changing tactics from one stage of this tournament to another stage. In a previous stage, we saw them, as you say, sacrifice someone on their approach to something like this. Be a little bit overeager, but this was a bit more calculated and a good cleanup.
I mean, it couldn't be any better for them. Not only do they get the spot they were hoping for from the beginning, but they're also getting it with 8 crates of loot. So should the circles keep going here, we normally talk about how the teams that get center early on have a hard time getting more utility because they've been sat in the same position for quite a while. These guys have, unlimited ammunition, unlimited utility, and there's your MG3. Speaking of unlimited ammo, you're gonna need that if you want to use this weapon.
Why? Why in game 1 do we give Nixie the bloody big gun? What's going on here?
He only has 37 bullets, so maybe maybe that's how we make it fair. He only has a half mag for it.
Well, I'm sure he'll be looking for more, and that's a scary gun to put in the hands of, again, somebody who performed extremely well alongside Mad Balls throughout the rest of yesterday. As we now are on board with Ascend, they're coming in late, as to be expected. Luke Novo coming across the bridge here. They don't want to be coming in super early because they know that FaZe will be lingering about for a little bit, but they know as well that by the time that they've moved over, they've probably departed. So all is safe.
What's actually really interesting about it, if you look back at the map from just before, they didn't move because they know FaZe has been, for sometimes they've been setting up bridge camps and whatnot. They only accelerated across the bridge when they saw FaZe in the kill feed taking out the last Bumble Squad player. That's when they knew, great, they're not in Milta anymore. We can now cross safely. We don't have to sit and scout. They have moved out already. So smart little read on the kill feed from Ascent, giving them the info that they were safe to cross over.
That's a good detail. I like that. Considering that there's no way those teams would have just rocked up to Milta and suddenly that fight would have been going on there, right? It must have been further towards the center. But for now, BB team here, the recovery is very much on for these guys. I think that the last 2 games will have reinvigorated them from yesterday. They've never really been a team to let kind of slights or slips in performance kind of affect them, as it were. People like Aduzi and Bestov always come back, always been able to frag back, and they were able to show that in the last 2 yesterday.
Interesting area of the map to try and set up camp in, though. Here for BB team, obviously scouting their way further forward, but now aware that win or die are kind of creeping in on their west side. I like the fact that the three of them are getting to the compounds quickly, just because you want to have somewhere to fall back to should the fight get out of hand early. And as EP said as well, it can be very dangerous to fight in the early game. You just do not have all the intel yet in where exactly teams are around you. So smart of them to take a few shots, say, you know what, nah, not really worth it. Let's get to the circle. Let's get a spot to play from for phase 2.
And we're chilling in school, chilling in apartments here for Twisted Minds. No real pressure to be moving at the moment here. I mean, aside from that, not even really too much pressure to be scouting out a lot of what's going on around you. You'll know that BBL's kind of rocked up alongside Garden, alongside the buildings a little bit further east of you. And from there, they're going to be happy with what they currently have with a circle like this. The only problem is that in these fields, for example, that Mad Balls has got a very big split. That kind of causes a little bit more problems in rotation. But Foot is pulling up to this. Quiz is going to have to bail. There's a lot of reinforcements coming.
There's no time for this, Bailey. And now he's going towards the car, but nope, it's too little too late. The smoke has bloomed. The teammates, you can see, are trying to get into position to help him out, but he's prone outside. Vard spots him, takes him down, and there shouldn't be, even with some shots at a distance, I'd be very surprised if Mad Bull's actually up to engage him. They're smart by T-Bone here to just run him over. Don't run into the open to try and get the kill. They lose one. They back off. They kind of just take it to the chin and see what they can do with this next circle pub.
Oh, the rest of the lobby is going to be absolutely loving the fact that they see Mad Balls lose one early.
Oh, yeah.
For this, and the circle does go hard west. So that school and app split that Twisted Minds is going for at the moment. We'll see how long they hold on to splitting across those two locations for. It could go awry a little bit as FaZe is now moving in south of the apartments.
I don't know if you guys can see it on the map right now, but they're all shooting. Look at Twisted Minds. They're shooting in all different directions, not necessarily at opponents. We talked about puffer fishing yesterday, making yourself seem a lot more scary than you necessarily are. What I would imagine them doing right now is swapping between guns and shooting like crazy, because they want to make it look like that Apps is one full team and School is one full team as well. They want to maintain this control for as long as they can. And right now, I mean, no one's opted to fully engage on it, so their bluff has kind of worked off as EP now goes down on rotation too.
Yeah, as mentioned, I think it was by Besto or someone in one of the kind of tips and tricks videos, double DMR switching to make it sound like you're shooting more DMRs than anything was really like a smart play. But don't just switch between them. We've got ourselves Hello My Bad and trying to do some damage towards Lil W, who will skirt on around that, moving away. You do not want to be crashing straight into that.
Sometimes it's a bluff. Sometimes there is indeed 4 players set over the hill waiting for you. And I'm not sure exactly how he managed to get out of there alive. But hey, I mean, sometimes you get to live with the scare.
Not too bad. I mean, technically speaking, with Potato Hill, you can coexist with another team on here for quite a while. It's actually hard to lock down Potato Hill. It's so much area. But for now, they will exist there as FaZe Clan still poking away. They've got quite the split going on themselves in the terms of the 2-2. They need like basically a linchpin to be able to potentially transition down towards those apartments if they continue to focus down there. And Gustav and James here a little bit more to the east.
And also, despite the fact that this circle actually hard shifted west pretty hard, a lot of the transitioning routes that you have around this area of Erangel cater to getting into this area. Once you're in, it's hard to get out though. Like if you're in school now, you can't just easily rotate into Rozhok, if your vehicles are most likely destroyed, as we saw with Fex popping tires. Right now, it's very compound-heavy kind of setups that most of these teams have going. So that's the reason why, despite a hard shift coming through, we didn't see a whole lot of chaos. Having said that, 12 minutes in, having lost 10 players already, that's of course quite a bit. But of course, that goes down to 2 teams eliminated on the hills early on.
And Pod Samlet hitting Rozhok here from this west side. So Laz is going to have to retreat away from Pera. This is, I mean, in terms of a commitment to Rozhok in a circle like this, I suppose Pod Samlet felt like they didn't have many options coming in from this west side. So we're just going to slowly start moving through the city here. But with a team in front of you, it's kind of slow pace usually, especially with the spread that they have and the potential angles.
Let's see, Rozhok, 2 teams for now. We have seen more teams get fit in there when need be. Obviously not this early in the game, but it can, I would say, house 3 teams that can coexist. But that's also with a kind of truce in between them all, where we don't shoot at one another. We just take everything that comes our way. And now let's see if teams will come their way. They might just with a swing like this.
Yeah, they might. Already Ascend is flying in. Actually, you can see them on the E pickup, so they might try and find themselves a little bit of a divot in the north side of Rozhok, or maybe even try and go for those bridges above, but it depends what they actually go for scouting. Looks like they're going towards school here, but that's quite an ambitious play.
You say that, but none of them were in position to shoot. Now they are 2 guys out already. Batulin spots 1 midair.
No.
Can't connect onto Chris. Brex will fall midair. He's going to get instantly taken down. But now they have landed. Now they've made their way towards the school grounds. And Twisted Mind's got to be quick about this, because we know it with school in particular. If teams kind of sniff that there's a fight going on and these 2 teams are occupied with one another, that's when a third, a fourth, sometimes even a 5th team tries crashing on in.
Reinforcements from Twisted Minds came from apartments, and now that they have kind of given away that position, FaZe moved in on the backside with all of it. Foldable shield into lie down, into stay on the hill, stay on the roof, and nades are coming up that way here, but it's Chris. He's laying low for now.
Tell me you're watching a player that's Chris without telling you're watching Chris. I mean, he comes up with all these very interesting plays every time. Whenever you look at a guy and there's a little giggle on your face, usually it's because you're watching Chris doing something funny. And that's one of them right there.
Yeah, no, he's got some unique plays, that's for sure. Yeah, but Howl is moving into the corner. This corner actually usually provides some decent cover in other circles. This time around, though, I'm not 100% sure. Because, of course, you've got teams like Mad Bulls up on the hill, on Rozhok, etc. But once they're gone, other teams could potentially move in there, and they would have great lines of sight on Howl. So they're kind of exploiting the fact that there's not much power on that Rozhok hill right now. I mean, technically, if there was power up there, you can either see them from the south or you can either see them from Rozhok proper.
I'm waiting for a BPL mortar shield to get a quad kill here. That's,
let's do that, yeah.
They've seen it. Smash are shooting at them right now alongside Voldemort. They should know where they are. Question, of course, being, do they even have a mortar to use? Because they're sat right out in the open with vehicles right next to them. Win or die, I should say, now crashing in as well. Perfectix from upstairs will be able to get one. Gets the second as well and able to swing back inside. Gets the third too. And down they go. What a hold from Twisted Minds. Helped by both FaZe and BP team, but what a nice stand. That's how fast you need to take out your opponents in these pushes.
Especially impressive because they know that there's a team still on top of their roof, and they know that there's a team north of them on that wall, trying to kind of hunker down, of course, so it's less of a threat. But there's so many threats that are currently occurring on them, and you can see how and why every single little bit of it. Oh, that's unfortunate there by Batulins, but you can see how and why they have always held on to school, how well they know how to hold school here currently. We're still 4 alive.
Yeah. Hagatori sat alone down in the compound just north of Pachinki. His teammates are all the way up in Boatyard, and Lil W have just come in. Now, if they didn't know before, they will definitely know now that he's in this exact position with the window being destroyed. Hagatori, what angles can you get here? How can you somehow get out of this position alive?
It's going to be tough. And a little bit of a spray then to Schengen. Start things off. Charging up the nade. Sloy Jacket is over on that right-hand side, a little bit further away. But Hagatori trying his best to get out of the bind, as you say, that he's put himself in. Seeing if he can get a little cheeky angle through some of these slit windows. But it is difficult. You're really playing with a lot less information. Maybe another charge up on this nade. Is Sloy Jacket vulnerable here?
Might be. We'll see how that nade bounces. 209 damage. Hagatori, not sure if you heard the footsteps there, if the reap was just on point, able to catch him in the window. Takes one down, spots the second as well, but can't quite connect.
Hagatori playing fantastically right now against this. And again, it's a player with a lot of kind of momentum behind him in terms of like the perception of this player. But unfortunately, will be taken down by Schengen. It's just a little bit too much pressure to deal with 3 players trying to push up on you.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do. In the meantime, the fight up in the north had to happen eventually, and now it will. Rozhok has been lit on fire as Pera and Patsamulet, it is, starting to take this one on. Yep, exactly. Trying to fight this one through foot. In the meantime, have been let into the eastern side of Rozhok, so we'll see if they opt to engage in this once the fight pops off proper.
At least Pero was able to reinforce on this side of the road. Both teams are trying to reinforce over there. But Samulet still trying to hold on against it here. Schofield maybe could hit some Dragunov shots as the blue zone nade will actually take down Pin. He'll crawl away. Should be recoverable here. Unless Lukarux takes a really cheeky angle on it. But don't think so. He's just going to be sitting pretty up at the top on that plateau.
See if that nade finds a target. It does, but not enough damage done. Pin able to get back on his feet, and this one's going to reset once more. They're all in the circle. They have what little, I mean, parts of what little hardcover there's remaining on the inside the circle if we exclude the northern side of Rostock here. But here comes BBL. FaZe are pulling up right behind them. If Lukarux isn't ready for this, he's going to go down instantly. And again, FaZe is right behind him here.
Yeah, big moves. These teams know they've got to do something considering they're going to be outside the circle here. Lukarux tries to hold on with the MG3. It's not going to be enough though. And Nade actually did a lot of damage. Pera also will actually finish off BBL. They rock up, unfortunately, in a sandwich situation and get blasted upon entry. And FaZe just says, okay, I guess we'll take it.
I mean, FaZe's ability to just see smoke and just run to the, like, kind of just join the party at the exact perfect time. They haven't really gotten kills from where they had to risk a whole lot. Yes, Corexi does get taken out of the vehicle on that rotation, but by the time they got to the position of the fight, they hop out, they get 2 kills, boom, boom, and there you go, 2 points, good position taken over. Now they've done it twice this game. Great understanding of where to be and when to be there in this game so far.
School continues. It is in session here as we've got ourselves Twisted Minds still trying to dislodge Howl. The problem with them being on that corner for Twisted Minds is you can't move until they're gone. Yeah. And unfortunately, they will need to move now since School is being taken out of the equation. Ascend is still up on that high ground, though. Ooh. More nades, almost finishing them.
Yep, somehow Kurtban Marco able to stay alive. Their eardrums, probably not so much, but at least they're on their feet still. As I say that Marco gets taken out, these vehicles are great, but if you're prone on the other side, Lou will catch you underneath that vehicle. That's a molly. It's going to get them both. I'm not sure Kurtban can get out of there in time. Nope, that's going to be him down for, and that is Howl out in the 11th.
Twisted Minds is cooking some wolves over here on this wall, but they've got themselves 7 kills as well, so cooking in that sense. We've got ourselves FaZe still up the hill. Twisted Minds now. Yes, you've dislodged another team. How are you going to dislodge Ascend, who are still up on those roofs? And they will cause you problems in terms of eventually moving away from this. Meanwhile, Na'Vi moving on that west side here, trying to move towards Sosed.
I like the fact that Vex has gone down into the valley down below the Rostock Hill to kind of claim that. We talked yesterday as well about Achilles heel positions. You don't want to have teams waiting for you coming off that hill eventually. So Vex moving preemptively, getting down their circle before they maybe have to kind of set up a safe zone for them to go to should the next circle shift off the hillside is a very, very smart read that not a lot of teams dare to do. Just have one kind of go out in the open by himself. But Vex, he dares. He's a brave man. And he'll hold the fort down here and wait for his teammates to get to him eventually.
The Welsh Dragon. That's why he is so brave. Yes, he's the big boy. And, I mean, it's a good spot, right? Like, the hill covers it very nicely. Ferris and Diffex do shut down Lil W, trying to make their transition in. So that is not going to be successful for Lil W, unfortunately. Na'Vi still needs quite a few points, though. They've only got themselves a sub 30, only 29 right now. And they are one of the challenges that we're expecting for those top spots. And Vex does see Entropic in the distance. Once Entropic has to eventually move, though, from a circle like this, it's going to be very hard to make the transition to a north.
FaZe is making life a living hell for Entropic here. They're busy enough trying to hold off against BB team. As you can see now, at least FaZe is starting to shoot at both of them. So not picking sides as BB team are making the run for it. They've already set up the smoke wall. Now they swing around the side. The first player's down already. Let's see if Hawking can find something on the off angle.
Why not shoot everyone? Yeah, that's a great idea. Hawkey here. Nades will actually rain down once again here against this position. Entropic now in a lot of trouble. Grandis will end up falling as well. And it's only up to Hawkey to try and hold this off just behind that. He has very little room to work with here with the UAZ. And Spiro likewise has to throw down another smoke as well. Bullets just raining down on this.
I was gonna say clinic approach on this, but once again, FaZe being such a pain in the butt to these guys trying to take the fight straight on. They need to get it done with quickly. They need to set up and get ready for the fight against FaZe. Next circle will shift soon, but again, I mean, FaZe, they have all the ammo in the world, they have all the time in the world, now they have the circle as well.
Actually, reinforcements going to be coming down here from FaZe, realizing that they could put a lot of pressure on that south side. And if they do, then this dip becomes even stronger for them later on down the line, as long as they can eventually also deal with Na'Vi. Bestalosh, though, actually takes down Gustav as they try and make the entry point, but James will finish it off. Can he make the recovery? I mean, if he can take down Hawkey here, they are covering all of the south side. Brilliant stuff by James.
Huge play, giving up the center position, the king of the hill position in this circle to take out the team on the southern side. Yes, they lose one in doing so. Keep in mind, Corexi fell earlier. But they come down, they claim it to get a ton of kills to boot. And now, if he wants to, James can wrap back up to Fix. The only issue is now teams realize they're off the hill. And now there's something there to fight for. Na'Vi, quick as they are, instantly goes up to try and claim the ridge themselves.
There's two major constrictions for these teams. Still the Twisted Mind and Ascend situation, and still the Rozhok situation here. In Foot might actually have a great opportunity to exploit a lot of this by taking eventually that hill, which FaZe gave up, and maybe just avoiding both constriction locations completely during all of this. Likewise, Navi's trying to do the same. Ascend is now making the move, trying their very best to wiggle on through this and avoid some of the shots here, but Vard has found himself in a spot of bother.
Yep, Foot. They are very good in up-close fighting, but again, I mean, when it comes to cities, when it comes to shotguns, all these, I don't want to say RNG impact, but things that can kind of be out of your control, it's very hard to maneuver through. Foot, though, here, I like the way they're approaching it. Keep them at bay. Again, they know there are two teams on the western side. Force them into each other. Let them kind of weaken one another before having to make a move eventually yourself. James will find Gillica in the end. Again, FaZe cleaning up here as they hit kill number 10.
Yeah, this is really good for them to try and make that catch-up happen against the teams that were sponging it all up yesterday. As at the same time here, Foot is not only pressuring in Rozhok, but is also pressuring Twisted Minds as well. The only team that is really getting away from not being on the prying eyes of Foot is Na'Vi. I'm not really including FaZe too much in this because they're not really posing a threat to them just yet. But Na'Vi here has got herself a little bit of room as well, and Fex is waiting in the wings to try and pounce.
Let's see if they come out successful or not. Fex, not a whole lot he can do other than try and look over towards James and kind of keep him safe. I'd be surprised if Na'Vi opts to aggress all the way over the hill right now. But maybe he can play spoiler. Maybe with info from James, should he opt to look towards the west, he can catch one off guard if they peek their nose a bit too far forward.
Very blue, very blue. We've got ourselves T-Bone just taking a cheeky shot or two over the way. Dragonov's in hand. Fantastic for these kinds of range fights. As Twisted Minds now is going to have to eventually make a move. The circle's about to pop, and where are we going to be going? James is sending it all the way through in a car here to try and find himself a little respite from some of the potential action that Twisted Minds was looking at. Twisted Minds is somehow still in the circle with this shift.
Yep. They sure are. Sitting tight down towards the southeast side here. They are very much nade bait, though, so keep your eyes on the kill feed. They might blink and they'll be done for. James, in the meantime, somehow able to hold back Diffix. He had a nice off angle, but only a smoke, a tree, and a blown up car for cover. James still manages to stay alive, and now is the time where Fex can somehow creep up just a bit. He might catch a player like Ferris off guard.
Maybe. Still being very cautious about the approach here. Sossad's actually focused on Pot Samulet as well. So now he realizes that Rozhok is a problem. Fex is going to peek on over. Gets a perfect opportunity on Ferris. Has to fall back, but the repeat here as Sossad turns around straight away to trade it.
So too many players on the other ridge line. In the end, James will fall as well, but damage has already been done. Pot Samulet able to disengage from the city itself. Now taking the fight to Na'Vi 4 versus 2. They have to be quick about it, though, because they still have Pero and Foot on the other side of this.
Maybe Diffx tries to go for more shots. A lot of nades still in the hands of Pod Samulet here. So how successful are these going to be? They're not really throwing them into big dips, but Pin actually gets a great little trade against them. And another nade comes forward from Presenti, taking down Na'Vi. That's a huge thorn out of their side to be able to give them room.
Not only that, but as you just said, then tons of room acquired. If they dare to cross on over, if they dare to go down into the same bowl that we saw Fex in earlier, they will have so much control. Yes, they can fight Foot for the hilltop side, but they have, I mean, the Foot is busy. They're preoccupied with Twisted Minds over on the other side. And they're holding them on one side, and Beamy is currently on Pero duty. So Pod Samulet, if they're daring enough, could claim a lot of space here.
Did that car just run him over?
It might have.
Anyway, as we continue on, that is very unfortunate, but regardless of the fact here, Foot is still trying to hold a lot of space. They've got themselves the hill. They've got a little bit of pressure still applied in Rozhok. However, I must say for Pera and Pot Samulet, they've done a great job of almost disengaging. I feel bad for Pera. I still think they're going to be really caught in the sandwich of all of this. But Pot Samulet has done brilliantly to find themselves some wiggle room after taking down Na'Vi and an MG3 in hand. Yes, baby.
I feel like if you're Twisted Minds right now, you're going, Foot, don't you have teams in Rozhok that you have to concern yourself with? Like, can't you just let us get out of this, like, crap position and take a fight? Now, finally, Pero will be eliminated, so a three-way 4v4v3 is on our hands. It's just the southern side of the hilltop that will be the center of what is the final circle, and I mean, Twisted Minds, you're the first to have to make a move, but how the hell do you get out of there?
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. They were fortunate in the previous circle, the fact that they were still in. Now, okay, it's crunch time. What are you going to do? Because there will be guns looking your way. As Twisted Minds, you're hoping that the fight starts above in the north, and then you get an opportunity. But I don't think that's going to occur.
8C down to 8 spare bullets. Hopefully he can get a few from his teammates on the other side. Many of them you can see rocking the 7.62. A lot of them decide of Beamy. Hopefully he can get some there. But now, we'll see if they make a run for it. I think it's Batulins, already sending it forward, trying to get further towards the west. He's inside the circle. Not only that, he's currently now the player closest to where this game will actually finish off. So if Pot Samulet eyes the hilltop fight rather than this, if Batulins just stays like kind of low for a while, this could be a very, very good outcome for Twisted Minds, just simply because of the position they currently find themselves in.
How have they been able to, get away with this? Did I just black out? This is ridiculous. I mean, the fact that they've just phantomed their way over here without taking any casualty from Foot's line of sight, that's brilliant. I suppose that the opportunity for Foot was a lot more small than I initially anticipated. As Pod Samulet... Okay, yeah. I mean, look at that line of sight. It's really not that much, but they do to hit Lou.
And the thing is, for Foot as well, they have to respect Pot Samulet. They're set just on the other side of the hillside, right? So you can see Beamy constantly looking west. T-Bone, for the most part, looks over there too. But then, of course, catching Lou in the open like that, you're gonna take shots eventually. And now, this is when they split it off there. I mean, Foot is trying to essentially set themselves up for a third-party opportunity, but they're trying to aggress on both the remaining teams at the same time.
Trying to apply the pressure. They do not want to be the third team to be the unfortunate victims of all of this. You want to force the engagement from your opponent or clean it up so fast that you're ready to deal with Pod Samulet. 8-0 obviously takes down Perfectix. They back off from it as well. They're not being super aggressive on toward Batulins, and that's the perfect way to play this out for the moment. You don't want to give your opponents the opportunity to just pounce.
Where is Pot Samulet in all of this? They're giving Foot space to breathe, allowing them to move out now, though the knock comes through just before the smokes bloom proper. It will find him through the edge if it presents. He's able to take one down. The rest should be possible, though. Vart should be able to get it, but I don't think they have all the intel on exactly where Twisted Minds currently are. That nade should have been seen, though. Presenti, you can see now wrapping around the ridge line. The way that he's looking, I don't think he knows that Batulins is down on his right side. He has no clue. Now he sees him.
Goes for it. Yeah, they're going to be cleaned up very, very quickly. The pocket aces, though, is that MG3 up on the high ground from Dante. How much does Foot know? They see the amount of people that are down towards the bottom here. They've got to be very careful about how they approach this little plateau towards the top, because Dante was peeking over there for a moment. He's trying to get information himself, and that is a dangerous weapon to be going up against on that plateau.
Sure is 4v4. A hell of a fight coming up. Here's Beamy is able to find Dante on the hillside.
Perfect stuff. Perfect stuff. Take that out of the equation. You're only really going up against the Orcs at the moment here. As now Dante down to the blue as well. That is a huge pickup for Foot. They've played it patiently, slowly from the east side here. Sprays come in, not able to connect with Pin too much, but a fall back here. And 8C hits Presenti.
Sick trade coming through from 8C. Had to peek over the exact right side, but the peek around the side comes through as well. 2v1 now, 8C. Beamy trying to creep forward. No vest on the side of 8C. Helps to help out his teammate as best as he can. There comes the headshot connected, but Rocks able to take him down in return. Now 8C. 43 HP to his name and no vest remaining. One bullet should do it. Does it seem? Yes, it does. And Rocks able to get the 1v2 for the win.
What a play! What a play by Rocks! The fact that he was able to clutch that out.
That was insane. No vest for 8C. I mean, that's the win in the end there. But sick 1v2 peeking over even takes out Beamy in the end, so he can't get the info across. Absolutely huge stand of his ground from Pot Samulet there. Wow.
At the end of Game 4 yesterday, I was saying, Pod Samulet, man, they're really performing very well. Next two games, an absolute nothing. It was a dud for them in the last two games. They've come out swinging, though. What a move out of Rozok, dealing with Na'Vi, being able to go toe-to-toe with Foot at the very end. That was fire. Let's head back to the desk here to break it all down.
It was fire, and I love to see everything burn. What a way to start day number 2 here at PEC Spring Avenger. What did you think about that final fight?
That was beautiful. You know, I love how Foot tries to make sure that they are 4 guys alive and still able to get so many kills, right? But they're trying to make sure the Twisted Minds kind of get herded towards the Pot Boys, but having that high ground, having that late game situation, and it all comes down to a 1 versus 1 for the win. That's just beautiful. I love it.
It was beautiful, Saga, and it was a great way to start the show.
Yeah, definitely almost as exciting an end game as hearing a guy in his mid-30s who paints Warhammer in the break describe something as fire. Very surprising on both ends between that and Rox coming out with such an impressive clutch against a team that, I mean, you said it yourself, it was so important for Foot to keep all 4 players alive as long as they did, and even getting the revive when there was an opportunity that Pod could have maybe capitalized on the one knock that did come through. Foot regrouped, but it still wasn't enough. Rox just huge endgame.
There obviously was a conversation that happened between last night and today, though, because we didn't really see a lot of Foot Avenger yesterday. They seemed to struggle to find their footing on day one.
Yeah, I see what you did there, and I enjoyed that third. No, I think you can definitely tell how their focus is, that they want to make sure that their 4 guys strong and they want to put themselves into these late game situations because they know that their firepower and the mechanical skill is going to shine through for sure. But here, 16 kills, 16 points, you know, and 5 teams on double digits.
This is the big thing for me, though, is the double-digit kills from Foot and FaZe, because I think that aggressive play makes all the difference, Saga, when you want to get points on the board and you want to make sure that even if you maybe don't finish in the top 4, that you're still going to be able to be up there, and we'll see how this affects the leaderboard in a little bit. This is what you now have to do. You have to be a little bit more aggressive and get those kills, right?
There was definitely 2 different methods on display on how to get to that point as well. FaZe, they had the option to sit back and play a little bit more passively, but dang, they went full speed in. I'm thinking back to that fight in the dips in the open field, sort of southwest, and just flying forwards in coupes when Fex spotted out that there was an opportunity to get some points, whereas Foot Esports, they played a classic Foot Esports game, a little bit slow, a little bit more wrapping, finding the space, and then claiming the hilltop that FaZe left alone, and a lot more of their kills came towards the late stage of the game on teams like Para when they tried to leave and just had no opportunity to do so. But end result is that they get the kill points, they get very good placements, but outdone in the end by an amazing clutch by Rox.
What I do love, Avenger, here is how close this competition still is, because you see there with Pod 7 that you do one big game and boom, you're right up to the top of the leaderboard. They're currently sitting in 3rd. That is the difference. It's just that one pop-off at the moment that seems to be able to get you there.
Yeah, you know, we have a little bit of sponges with Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds, of course. And then also the rest of it has been very spread out. It's not been 2 other teams that's really been doing it. But you can definitely see a little bit of a mid-pack forming in that, you know, 50s, top 40s. And I think we're going to continue to see that for sure. It's very consistent Foot, very consistent FaZe, very consistent BB teams. And then, of course, situations like Pod popping off, Na'Vi also being able to get kills here and there. Na'Vi, surprisingly, in a really rough situation on that western side, shrink away from them, but still managed to get kills, still managed to kind of end some of these fights here and there. And yeah, I think we're definitely going to see our, you know, top 6, top 7 teams form a little bit of our top kind of mid-pack alliance. And we're going to see that being gatekept from some of our lower teams, for sure.
So one of the teams in that top 6 obviously had double-digit kills here as well, was of course FaZe. Saga, walk me through their journey here in our first Erangel.
Well, we did hope coming into today that they could continue some of their big form that they found after that sort of mental reset coming into Erangel yesterday, and you can definitely see the signs of that already. This was a compound where Gustav lost his life in game 1 of the LCQs to Bumble Squad, and they've completely wiped that slate clean coming in third partying. A bit of a TDM on the hilltop, which probably didn't need to happen, but August was there, so of course it happened anyway. The timing that they managed to find here, though, was just ridiculous, and I'm not 100% certain that it was planned. So yes, they backfill onto Twisted Minds as they have to deal with the emergency parachute from Ascend, but it's the play where they get into their vehicles at the exact right time to convoy in behind BBL. I don't think they scouted this compound. That was great. Focused on the map stream to see if anyone was looking towards them, but everyone seemed to have their attention focused towards school. But the timing was so perfect to get in right behind BBL, capitalize on a couple of knocks, and just claim that spot for themselves.
Avenger, what did you think of FaZe's performance?
Yeah, I mean, this pull-up, kind of, as Saga pointed out, the caravanning coming in, like, if you can third party at a perfect time, and you could put it down into a dictionary, you would pull up this video here, because the commotion that it creates, having, you know, 4 or 5 cars drive in with more than 6-7 players, is just a huge, like, it's way too hard to deal with, right? And FaZe was by far the big winner of that. And then they continue of kind of rolling with the punches. They go out in third party on the southwestern dip, as we talked about here, especially with the Entropic BB fight that was perfectly executed. Then Fex gets over. He knows that Ferris is a little bit damaged here and manages to get out and get in and get a knock. And actually, because Navi was hurt, Pod pushed out and they managed to not Pod. Or was it Pod? Parapod?
Was Pod.
It was Pod. Pod managed to come in and they finished that, and Fex actually got that kill from that, right? So it was worth the investment. I was contemplating, okay, are we gonna see like a more slow playing phase once we have, you know, down to 2 players? But no, they continued. We saw James go off, take off Ascent, and you know, I like that, and that's kind of what you have to do, because if you can get 1 or 2 more points in these situations when you can win the game, and you have like a 50-50 fight with someone like Ascent, Killia Kai there on that eastern side teams, you're gonna try to do it, especially with the confidence that they're having coming into today.
First game is out of the way. There are 5 more to go here for day 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Keep an eye on flight radar, because Pot Samulet is on cruising altitude to be able to get themselves into a top 3 already after that game, and we've got ourselves one more Erangel to fly onto as well here, Toby. You liked that one? I saw your cheeky little smile.
That's
We've
good.
got our plane path good to go.
Yeah, as simple as they come, straight east to west. Pretty much at this point, we can guarantee this will not be a military ending. If it does happen, I'm all for it, but highly, highly doubtful.
Let's do it. As we now have ourselves game number 8. It will be our last Erangel for the day, and then we'll be getting the mix-up. We'll be going to take over Kendi, Miramar, for all of these teams to really test their mettle. It really keeps the teams on their toes, all of these map switches. But that's what BR's all about, really, because it's not just the fact that you're keeping your teams on your toes on the battlegrounds. It's also all of the shifted maps now, too.
Yeah, it's good, and we're only adding more. I mean, we got a quick glimpse of Gustav's thoughts on Rondo. I think his facial expression said the most in terms of, oh no, more maps to have to, concern yourselves with. But that's just part of it. It's an ever-evolving scene in an ever-evolving game that we're blessed, I should say, to have had for as long as we have, and hopefully we'll continue to have for many more years.
The first thing I saw when I saw that interview was push him in the water, but that's all I...
You did say that. Say that.
Yeah, there you go. And Toby can give you the glimpse behind the scenes.
I will admit that there were moments where I thought it could be fun content, but I also know the cost of those microphones we were wearing, and I don't feel like paying for one of them just because I wanted to make at least one person out of the 3 of us laugh, which would have been myself. Too. So, yeah, it was very cold. There was the clip where he sat with his feet in the water, and I thought he might fall in himself. So then it wouldn't be my fault, but didn't happen. So, Northern Circle, as straightforward as can be, a little bit of river play in the middle, which might cause some trouble down the line, but for now, it should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and getting up to a circle like this, you've got to make important decisions, of course, like which side of the river are you going to take? Ooh. In fact, before we actually do delve into this game and their important decisions that these teams are going to take, let's actually talk to them and see what important things they've got to approach on Erangel.
Я вважаю, що найважливіше у грі на Ерангелі – це при виборі транспорту надавати перевагу Вазіку, тому що він найбільш міцний, а також має багажник. Друге, це завжди знати, як відіграти сосновку, тому що для більшості команд це найскладніша зона.
I would say that it's very important for our team to manage our rotations well, make everything in time, and just play our best positions possible.
When you play from Sosnovka like us, it is important to take time when crossing the bridge, scouting, moving from point A to point B, because you never know when some team decides to camp the bridge. Right, Ascent?
Great response there from Entropic, playing from Sosnovka as they're in Severny, and it's a backup drop, so the circle's worked out for them at least.
It's rare that you get a little punch in the right Ascent, as in Hawky knows what's up. They know too. I mean, honestly, him mentioning Ascent in this clip is kudos to Ascent, because that's a great telling that their little effort, maybe camping them a couple of times, have gotten into his brain. This means every time they'll near a bridge where they know Ascent is anywhere nearby, they'll hesitate on the rotation. And thus, this is going to give Ascent more space. Even if they ain't there, they have effectively, with 1 or 2 games worth of camping a team, managed to always make more space for themselves whenever they go up against that team again. So good job, Ascent. You got into the mind of Hawky.
I mean, the butterfly effect in that regard is on everybody's minds, right? It's not even just the players. It's like in the previous game when we were talking about FaZe being at Milta, and what did you bring up? You straight away brought up the potential of them camping a bridge. They don't do it much now, but they used to every so often sprinkle it in, and then that causes that trickle effect of, oh, well, there's always that potential threat there. So all of these small moves, these small things you've got to consider are very much present.
Now, yesterday I came up with a syndrome called Severny syndrome. We saw it happen when a team lost a player. It was in Montenegro, but the point remained the same. And it actually was Tropic there too, where they get the good real estate early. It's Northern, but they right now have kind of picks and choices of whatever they want. And then when teams eventually do pull up on one of their 4 positions they've opted to claim, the player that is there doesn't get out of the compound fast enough, and they lose players in the early game despite having some of the best real estate in this circle presented. Curious to see now with Entropic currently spreading out to take all control if something like this happens again, because to me that's one of the things where it takes a very specific situation to not be inexcusable. You can hear those vehicles at a long distance. You're always aware of where pressure is coming from. You always should have your vehicles parked in the perfect position. For the teams that are fighting to make PGS, it's expected of you to know how to handle set situations, and losing players in the early game in these situations, to me, for the most part, is rather unacceptable. So curious to see now, if something like this happens, how teams will adapt.
I heard of another syndrome, actually, that some people have. It's called Zaki syndrome. Just joking. Nobody goes to Zaki.
That is the Zaki syndrome. That's making a joke, saying Zaki, and then laughing about your own joke.
That's stupid place. Wait, you're saying I have Zaki syndrome?
I mean, yeah, you've proven it 2 days in a row now. Once could be a coincidence. Second time, it's definitely diagnosed.
I'm going to get them tomorrow as well, and everybody's going to forget that I got Zaki 2 days in a row. I'm going to get them 3 days in a row. Stupid Zaki.
In before we get a Zaki ending tomorrow, and you can't make that joke anymore.
No, stop.
Someday, James, we'll have it. In the meantime, the main reason, I suppose, that we're allowed to jibber-jabber a bit here as the rotations come through, as we do see the beloved city, the only town in Erangel I have never casted a finish in. The reason we are allowed to talk a little bit of Mimi here for a while is because, as I said earlier, rotations are very straightforward here. Yes, you have to commit to whether you want to be north or south of the river and kind of flip that coin on where you expect it to go. Right now, it's maybe a bit more northern skewed than south. But again, right now, set yourself in a position. The closer to the river you can get, the better off you're going to be once the circle does swing to one on the other side.
I was timing how long they were showing Zaki for, and I was about to say this is 30 seconds too long that we're showing Zaki. But they're still here.
We can stay here for a while. Talk about Zaki, James. Keep going.
This is illegal.
It's amazing. What do you mean? I mean, the boys have committed all their 15 observers to just Zaki. They're just finding all the cool angles in Zaki. That's what's happening right now. Everyone's on Zaki hunt.
These observers. There's other teams to watch here. This is ridiculous.
Are there, though?
Not
we
right
can
now,
look
I
at
suppose.
Zaki? I mean, look at how cool it's going to be whenever the blue comes through Zaki. In the meantime, let's get serious for a moment. As Ascent, we mentioned them earlier, or at least Hawkey did. In trouble. Mika found earlier as Hakatori pops ahead of him. Will they find more Chris? Lower ground has a good off angle here, but can't quite find the knock.
Yeah, got to get himself a little bit of cover here. Throwing down the smokes, making sure he can try and recover this position. You do not want to just take the tree coverage yourself, because you know your opponent's trying to look for alternate angles and could quite easily open up one whilst you're actually making that heel go down. But smoke chain now, trying to get out of there, get a little bit of better cover with some of these rocks. Another shot comes in from Chris, will not connect with the MK12. I have to back off.
Yeah, everyone's pretty much inside the circle at this point. It's only BB team and one of the little W players that remain outside. So pretty calm, these rotations early on. Of course, we will have teams somewhat close to one another, but as long as you don't get the chaos of last game where two teams get eliminated within the first 10 minutes, teams should get closer, obviously, to one another. So as calm as it is right now, we're really just one hard shift in any given direction based on how well these teams are kind of placed within one another. We're really only one hard shift away from complete and utter chaos.
No, you're right. It's always difficult to make those transitions along this kind of river, and one of the positions that always becomes a bit of a focal point for me when it comes to how you're going to play this. It's places like Rozhok, and it's places like the bridges, actually, next to Rozhok, because actually they can house teams. They can exist there for a little bit. Of course, you know, getting coverage for your cars is a bit difficult, so you're kind of committing to that, but Tuster's going to commit to some shots going against James here. Does take him down. This... He's going to take Gustav as well if he's not careful.
The last bullet knocked, but here comes the rest of the beast nest. You have tricked them. They are going forward, and Crosby comes full speed forward, finds the first. Gustav gone down, and I mean, we talked about it coming into the previous game. Then the desk broke it down between the games. Bumble Squad and FaZe Clan, they have something for Potato Mountain, and they will fight for it until the end of days.
And we were praising FaZe for we're kind of really learning some from the mistakes from the last chance, right? But now this is just kind of a repeat of that, unfortunately, for them. Just a little bit aggressive on their approach throughout some of this terrain. And I, to a degree, can understand it because of the way the circle is. But we still have another fight actually brewing here. BB squad already lost themselves. BB team even lost one. Yes, Phil first does go down. They've actually all the way down to 1 now. This is a disaster for BB.
Definitely is. Best of luck, forced to think better of it, forced to rotate out again. I mean, BB team thought they were smart and slow on approach, but again, because nobody has opted to take dead center positions, it means more teams out on the edge. We're remaining with a solid 50-50. I mean, again, a little more space on the northern side, maybe, but this circle, how do you rotate into it with the north being so open and the majority, if not all teams coming in from the west side? This is going to take some casualties with it, definitely.
Go for the bridges.
Or don't.
I mean, it's a tough spot. It really is a tough spot. Up north of the river, though, we do have ourselves Pera. And been rocked up by Foot once again. They were kind of on their heels in the previous game, and now they're here again. That's a great flash to be able to go around there. Perfectly timed by Schofield.
Yeah, we saw yesterday how not to do it in one of the fights on the south side of the Wrangle. That one right there looked absolutely perfect. Laser sight SKS. This is a meta I didn't know was a thing. SKS been one thing, but laser sights, that's a whole other drill. In the meantime, now the remaining players of Foot Esports trying to come in and claim what little space there is to maneuver here. Vard pushes up, finds Lasser instantly. And now Schofield next on the chopping block, caught with nade in hand. Can't quite get it to where he wanted.
Yeah, very, very vulnerable at the moment here. If he's able to send a nade in and reinforcements come along, that could be the end of Schofield. But here come the reinforcements. Baron Peak takes a lot of damage upon entry. He is right next to Beamy at the moment. Tries to drop that nade around the corner here, kind of corralling him into Beamy almost at the moment if he doesn't actually want to step in towards that nade. And there is another member of Pera on the way to try and shut down Foot.
Using util to try to buy time for one another right now. You saw Beamy in the bathroom trying to get healed back on up. He has successfully done so, but with two players stuck inside that one-story building, it's not easy to really maneuver. 80 wants to get outside, wants to get an off angle, has the pan in hand. Not sure what the purpose of that was, but able to get his gun back out once more as he vaults back inside the building anew.
So much util being used. Stay on the toilets.
Floor is lava.
Oh, it's not the toilet, it's the bath. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, Beamy. Just made sure to look at the toilet just in case that was the case. But we got ourselves another nade going through. He actually retreats back into the bathroom. He's going for the attack on Baron Peak here. He takes a lot of damage back into the bathroom. Out into Baron Peak.
That was his own nade too. That might just have cost him his life. We'll see now if Beamy gets the angle. He does indeed. Can't find the knock initially, but second time around will successfully take down Baron Peak.
You heard some hit the pan there. That was all a bit of a comedic situation. Back into the bathroom. Stay in here. Safety in the bathroom.
I've never seen someone have so much comfort in just hiding in the bathroom in a fight. But you know what I mean? It does prevent quite a bit of nade damage. So far, it definitely has. This fight is prolonging quite a bit, though. These teams are both lucky that BB team went down earlier, because I think this would have very easily been a solid pull-up position for more teams coming in from the west. Double Bluestone nades lopped over, double Bluestone nades failed. Good thing is Beamy is here as well, and he can throw both of them inside the window.
Yeah, those were the saddest double BZ nades I've ever seen. And these ones, not bad. They're actually doing some damage against Schofield. Might be able to get the knock. Yes, he does. The double is so important. You have to do that. Otherwise, these pro players are just going to out-heal one of them. And Beamy swings around. What a great play from Beamy cleaning this up.
Not sure if there was a bit of delay on the feet there, what it was, but he practically headshot him before he came around the corner. That was an instant scope in and flick. Nice play there from Foot Esports. Yes, they lose T-Bone in an awkward engage initially. He was kind of alone there for a moment, but the fact that they're able to turn it around and then take out the four of them without taking more casualties and now get the circle too is huge for Foot.
And Beamy put a donk on that one. And now we've got ourselves a circle shift up towards the north of the river for the most part. So we're going to see a lot of these teams trying to transition. Twisted Mind's already moving across the bridge. Mad Bulls finds themselves in the midst of Win or Die, but actually BBL is also shooting in their direction as well. So Win or Die is going to feel a lot of pressure here, not only from Mad Bulls who are on their east side, but Hello My Bad already finds Lookerux overstepping the mark slightly.
Dangerous time to be out here in the open too. They know that many more teams are going to be coming this way, at least with the circle ship we saw just before Bumble Squad airplaning their way towards the north. Might just drop down on this exact position. They got to get out quickly, and here they are mid-air. They will go for the one story instead, though. Lewis nearby might catch some of the mid-air.
How are they getting away with this? Only Madsy's actually gone down. Maybe they can even recover him here, but Spread's going to be going on towards another member here. Tuster trying to hold on from the north side. Will we see any push from still Win or Die or Mad Bulls? They're kind of locked in it at the moment, and BBL is across the way, but not able to do anything about this.
Oh, Paris, those ain't your teammates. Might want to go the other direction as he rocks up on Dante. That bike ain't going to grant him a whole lot of shooting capabilities. Hard to really do seat swaps unless if you're playing with Scorpions or other pistols. So smart by him to disengage. And for Na'Vi now, I mean, with the Ascend on the other side too, where do you set up shop, guys?
Yeah, where do you go? They're going to have to thread the needle. Fairest is all the way up in the north here, whilst the other guys are trying to circumnavigate all of these teams that are all spread out in 2-1-1 splits, 2-2 splits, and a great couple of shots coming in here. Not from really Yanni. It will be Pod Samolet who's able to take down Sosed there. So as much as we're watching this POV, it's Pod Samolet still racking up those points.
Yeah. Fairest just kind of forced into Severny, forced to rethink the rotation. Of course, it is only phase 3, so you can't tank that blue for a little while. They're wrapping around in Tropic. I like this idea, but now if you look at the map, HC is currently a solo player up near the twin compound towards the north of where we saw Foot just before. He is tasked with holding off all of this, and right now, I was just going to say, here's one car that probably means more cars are coming, and he's going to back off. But that's also info to Hagatori now that there's enemies lingering nearby. Is this a bait? Did he drive off the hill to then cut the engine and stay?
Maybe.
Get away from the head so you don't know what's coming. Oh, no, never mind. They're committed to this.
Concerned.
Vard is coming up too.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi realizes exactly what's kind of going on across this, so he's just going to have to fall back here. HC realizes that, okay, maybe this is a little bit too fraught with danger. We'll run away. And Hagatori looking for Vard.
Look at the map, though. Face, the remaining 2 players of said team are making their way into this area as well. And once or if Foot hears these vehicles, so they're coming in slow, Correction Fix already out of the car. Beamy has just fired his DMR, so they have good intel. There's a player in this position. That might just be perfect timing for Face to pull up on this, unless if Beamy reads what's happening.
Yeah, FaZe has got to do something about it quick as well. Like, with the full shift north, they need to start using this as a checkpoint and then just get moving from here. So maybe locked in a fight for the moment. They're being very cautious about the approach on towards these buildings. I think they may have sniffed out the fact that there is that fight going on north of them, so they're keeping their eyes on it. Beamy's going to be falling back. They'll have seen him transitioning between these buildings, and Vard's coming in for the pickup.
Oh, and he has no clue whatsoever. And he's on a bike as well. Could not be any worse. The tires got popped earlier. The fact that the tire on that buggy got popped earlier might actually be the saving grace for Beamy. Now 80 is coming down here as well, going as slow as can be in a buggy. These guys are doing everything they can to bait FaZe to reveal their position. But 2 players hiding behind the same tree, they ain't about to reveal where they are.
Yeah, for FaZe, they don't fully know that it's not a 4-man at this point because they're working with a lack of information, so they're very cautious about how they're moving forwards here. Beamy looks out that way, and will continue to just still play it slow whilst the other guys daisy chain in towards the circle so that there's at least a bit of a route here for Foot to try and move along, as long as they're able to hold off the potential encroachment from FaZe here on the west.
Is Beamy just, casually changing in sense mid-game? Not that I know if he does, but he would strike me as one that would. Or is he... He must have heard footsteps. The way that he's checking this corner, he heard something. He heard them rock up in the building. This is where your mind starts playing with you, right? It's like, wait, did I just... Was this like ghost steps? Or did I actually hear someone? Like, boys, no comms. I need to double-check this.
Last time this happened to me, a couple of days ago, I got killed by a VSS. I couldn't believe it. Well... Going to be moving away for now, realizing that the blue's on the back here. Iroh's going to be charging up an A. Meanwhile, in the north, this circle, trying to do some damage to Lul W. Going for a spray, really doesn't connect with a whole lot of that. A little bit of damage here and there. But now, it looks like he stayed in the blue, baiting a move from Corexi here from Beamy. He's on fire in this game. Another one! Beamy!
What a second transfer! Catches him, swings back, takes him out, finds his kill number 5, and we're only in phase 4.
Sometimes this kid looks like a magician. He's like, poof, and the players are gone. That was some good stuff from Beamy in this game. Damn.
In before Beamy tweet 2,937. Oh, I didn't hit my shots today. Maybe I can play better tomorrow. No, Beamy, you're playing phenomenal right now.
Yeah, that was great stuff. Great stuff. And now it's completely shored up their back. Beamy can transition in and rendezvous with Vard and 8C to try and push through on this west side. It's not going to be easy, though, still, as we're on board with Nixie at the moment, as they're trying to come in from the east side. They had quite the split for all intents and purposes, but big nades going through here on towards Howl. Will Twisted Minds clean this up? Because this is all edge play right now. They need to clean this up and get another transition going themselves.
Twisted Minds are so good at forcing teams off their positions, and I mean, when teams don't remove themselves from their spots. Oh, nice shots from Example coming through. They take the fight straight to them, and they do so here as well. Finding themselves a double kill. It's going to set them at 2. And again, Mad Bulls backs off. They get to go back to the position they were in before, and now they have to eye down Bumble Squad.
Little BMX action going on as well, and as I always usually call example, the Cyborg. He shows it with that nice little spray in the distance. But anyway, BBL is reinforcing this spot. They know that a push is on the cards here against them. August as well. Foot is in such a bad position, considering that there's going to be such a barrier to entry.
It ain't gonna be easy. When you thought you were just fighting the split BBL, now they've regrouped on the position and you're getting shut at from the side. EMEA, I don't think he's able to get back on his feet. No, indeed, he won't. B80 falls as well, and that's Foot, despite getting a lot of kills, out in 12. But still, I mean, a game that wasn't going to go most likely their way regardless, able to claim 6 points of it is really as much as you could hope for.
A lovely flex out by Orgless. They're in the south, they could have ignored that. But anyway, we've got ourselves Na'Vi trying to take out Entropic. They do already take out Grinnis as well as Janny. And actually, one of them was to get stolen by Rocks. But once Pod Samulet comes in the back of this, maybe they can actually take this position completely, because Win or Die has also put in so much damage against Na'Vi.
Hitting all their shots from that off angle right now, down from below. As you see, as you said, 2 more teams coming in. Na'Vi don't want to have this happen 2 games in a row! Hakatori jumping headshot, what?
That was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. How on earth did he hit that? The stability is so lacking in all of that. But anyway, Rox is going to try and come up here on the drive-by. The Nun stands. He's dancing around. Is he actually going to be able to clean this up? Hakatori, you're going mental.
This is absolutely insane for those of you guys
No!
who've seen what? And he dies to the molly. What better way to go down than take out an entire team to then say, you know what, I'll give you a point. It's fair.
What was that? Hakatori went radio rental and absolutely demolishes Pot Samulet, who I thought were going to be able to clean that up no problem and take that spot. But Hakatori just decides no? What?
There's a lot that can be broken down. If you haven't already, go in and watch all of Flood's recent analysis videos on YouTube on Korean peaks and the like. A lot of what he talks about will be shown in that clip of Hakatori getting the kills there. Not leaning around the tree, but just regular peeking. It's a lot of mechanical skill went into getting those kills there. What a play.
Clip that right now. I don't care. Just the jump shot into everything else that happened afterwards, because it was all insane. But anyway, let's get back in this game. We've got Bestelos trying to do something against Mad Bulls. I don't think this is going to work out too well for him. Mad Bulls is still pressing up against Win or Die, though, who were stealing some of all the action that was going on in the middle. It's all very uphill from here if this circle shifts south for these teams. It's a little bit of a small incline, but Mad Bulls will look for the kill points here.
If anything, Bestelog has gotten 1 placement point locked in. So there is that, as Twisted Minds takes the herd on to Bumble Squad. In the meantime, Mad Bulls and Win or Die take the fight on elsewhere. Lookarook's able to get the double. They're trying to swing on this smoke here. They know there's one more nearby. Leosh, Groza in hand. Scary as hell gun to go up against. Let's see if Nixie can find in those spots, but taken down instantly.
Groza wins out and all that, but it's going to be an easy trade back there for Mad Bulls. That being said, though, Bestelog sends a nade forwards and goes for the spray as well. Takes down Ibby, and seeing if they can do any more with that is going to be difficult for Bestelog. So he actually retreats home back. Twisted Minds is embroiled in a fight as well with these teams moving up against them. It is going to be Bumble Squad in the smokes, trying to get out of this situation. Madzy unfortunately shoots Eye Deep.
I mean, you can see their example completely blinded, couldn't even see the door. Now he can finally get back inside. They still have one in the smoke. The blue zone nade's now locked out as well. Matsy down to low HP but prone, so he will mitigate some of that damage. I love the way that they have set up those deployable shields inside the building to mitigate extra damage. Oh, does this him there? He might just have the angle. Yes, he does. Lou, with 21 bullets left remaining, is able to fight the final player from Bumble Squad.
And that kind of bullet count shows how much chaos is going on right now. Right? This is what has been going on. Not only is there chaos, but also chaos in the tables as well, because Twisted Minds, for the first time, has taken over Mad Bulls and is in a position where they could potentially get even more from this. Of course, their mind is going to be navigating towards August at the moment, as they're going to be trying to create that kind of edge barrier here for Twisted Minds to try and slowly move towards another position in this circle. But Bestelog is somehow still alive here against Mad Bulls.
A game of patience as Bestelog opts to tank the blue. Again, mechanical skill opts to sit on the little, I guess, concrete blocks instead of on the ground so they can't see his feet. Smart, small play there for him to be able to stay alive and stay unnoticed for a little while longer as Matt was now with the smoke trail being set up, trying to make the run across. Does he get more of them? He might just get the angle on Evie. He knows that there's no way he runs into the circle. Goes for the shot. Quiz, turns around, finds him, but loses his teammate in doing so.
In all the chaos of this game, though, there has been BBL who has been stable as a rock. They've been in these compounds pretty much chilling and just taking the fights as they come to them here. As Lou will go for a spray across their way and try and deal with some damage. But BBL is saying, no, we are so stable in this game. We have such a good position. We can shoot at anybody and have complete free reign over them. It's only August that's going to be able to challenge them.
And the timing for August could not be any worse. They were sat on the east side. They were waiting to see Twisted Minds players fall in the kill feed. The moment they finally leave, they go, you know what? We didn't get a knock. Fair. We'll go back to look towards BBL. That's when they lose 2, and now they might actually just get all of them back up on their feet because of it, or at least one extra. One has been confirmed already. But August's timing on this kind of rotation back towards BBL, so unfortunate for them.
All the focus for August is really kind of on one angle. BBL is going to try and flex out even further. We've talked about in the last chance, especially Toby, how BBL is very good at this tactic. Once they know that they can gain control and better angles on their opponents, they will try and constrict, try and surround, try and usher their opponents into an unwanted spot by, say, August, for example, here.
Well, Oaklist also now knows that they're the team most likely to get third-partied. The other two have their hard cover. They have their, I was going to say compounds, but more like just huts in play that they can maneuver around. So it's up to them to make something happen. It's up to them to isolate. That's why you're also seeing both Smash and Iroh on kind of contained duty. They're the ones playing the anchor positions on the western side. You cannot allow for Oaklist to swing in here, because if they get a knock or two, that's going to completely open up the compound. Same thing with Twisted Minds on the other side. You cannot allow them to get control of the ridge line. You're seeing CC and Honor starting to back off now. I'm not sure if I'm liking this, because you're giving Twisted Minds space, and if there's something you just don't want to do against a team that is so good at bringing home wins in late game, that is allowing Twisted Minds to get out of that compound.
Yeah, August isn't really pressing too much initiative from this, although that being said, Global Army does hit Voldemort. But can they capitalize off it is the question, because that's very far across the circle. And without a move set up to be able to exploit that knock, what can they do?
They're completely... Now, of course, Twisted Minds... I mean, there's a reason Twisted Minds ain't aggressing despite the space that's there, because they're not expecting to be given this for free. All of Oaklist is looking north. No one is looking towards Twisted Minds. Now they are, but Blue and Perfectus have already moved out. This is too late, Oaklist. You might be in trouble here.
Yeah, they may be. They may be opening up as well. MK14 in the distance. Iroh goes big. He gets himself 2. Can he get himself 3 here? CCNX will bow down and get himself in a little bit of cover here. But that opens up so much for BBL to keep putting in the boot.
I think for Twisted Minds, they're going, wait, what? How are we given this space? Now you can see they're starting to run. They think they still don't quite believe that they have this much room to maneuver. And now BBL trying to make their way further forward again. Oaklist had a chance to isolate, to kind of pin these two teams away from themselves. Instead, by not really aggressing on anyone, they allow for both of them to push. They effectively put themselves to be the team that will get sandwiched.
BBL's very clean to actually clean this up completely, and they will do so. But where's Twisted Minds now? Can they exploit the potential position here? They see that knocks have happened on the side of BBL. Going to charge up the nades. That's a little bit too left, unfortunately, unless Bounce is really good. That was off the tree. Careful.
Almost took himself out with it, too. And because he has to run back, I think that alone is actually going to get Iroh not just on his feet, but get him healed up as well. That was a very fortunate branch in the way there in favor of BBL.
That was a jump scare nade. I've never seen a jump scare nade like that, but that was terrifying.
Indeed it was. Of course, as long as Voldemort stays on the roof and stays alive, there's no swing opportunity. Betulans is not in a position from where he can set up a proper flank, because his roof position, Voldemort's that is higher up than Betulans' high ground spot, so he'd be able to see him on the other side. Now they swap. Schiller sat with a Dragon of in hand, of course, makes perfect sense. You want the one-tap headshot potential.
And aside from the edge, look how open the rest of this circle is. So BBL is playing it slow. Still have the roof, as you were mentioning. It's a good vantage point for quite a while here, but it will eventually be forced out, so they will have to concede it. The man advantage is going to be strong. Foldable shield, that currently is in the circle. I don't think there's any risk really of them Interesting setup.
You know, we today it was kind of revealed with the whole terraforming terrain. You can dig in.
Yeah.
We have Batulins. He's doing the opposite. He's building towers out of the deployable shields. I like it.
Well, there's another BR like that, and nobody really likes it. So we've got ourselves. I mean, the thing that I was going to say about these foldable shields is there's not really an opportunity for BBL to really push against that. So he's taking the route of covering that eastern flank push round, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily the push over these hills at the moment.
I think this is BBL knowing the playstyle of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is a proactive team. They like to go out and make plays happen, but right now they're outnumbered, and I'm not sure if BBL is fully aware that it's a 4v3. They should be, but could be them perhaps expecting a snake to be somewhere too. The only thing is, with the terrain here, they have cleared their own side a long time ago, so you have to realize as well that, well, there's nowhere a solo could hide on the other side that wouldn't be seen by a duo. So it has to be a 4v3, and right now, with the utility they've got, with the MK14 in hand of Iroh as well, you're just going to be waiting for Twisted Minds because they have to come to you. Smash is literally on the dot.
Yeah, this push-up, it's strong control in terms of zone, at least.
It's a perfect play here because they got level 3 vests. They're prone down, so even nade damage won't do a whole lot unless if it literally lands on top of you. They're prone on the dot. They're waiting for them to stay twisted. You're the ones. You have to peek over this ridge line. We're prone here, ready to pop hits whenever you do so. Look at the way they're split out, kind of as you said earlier, like a kind of pearls on a string. Just 1-1-1-1 setup, waiting on a line here for Twisted to peek on over.
Move those shields forwards here from Twisted Minds. Yeah, you're right. I mean, as soon as you peek your head over, you're going to see it first as BBL. If you're lying down waiting for that opportunity, as long as you're focused on the right spots, they still have a few nades here and there.
Yep. I mean, they're playing battleships, but the map is getting so much smaller by every single second here with Twisted Minds now trying to make their way on forward. They got to get something going with the utility here. The smokes are there, but they're starting to dissipate. They have to make a play now before it's too late. Sheila over on one side. Voldemort is there too.
Trying to throw everything. The peek over when that nade went across, get a few shots in, was very, very clutch by BBL. They refine Smash here as he will be able to take 2 Perfecticals and Lugo down. Smash as well as Schiller absolutely ripped Twisted Minds apart. And a solid game in what was initially chaos here. BBL pays dividends.
You say solid, I say absolutely clinic. They played it to perfection. 16 kills, no casualties, and yes, they got to sit around the middle for a while, but they went out and claimed all those kills. They took the fight to Oculus in that endgame position as well, and then they waited out. They knew exactly how to play it. They knew where their cards were the best to play, and they did so perfectly in the fight against Twisted Minds.
There it is. There it is. BBL looking to fight on back. We're going to head over to the studio now to break down our last Erangel of the day.
Last Erangel of the day, second game of the day though, as we move through the PEC Spring Grand Finals. And I'm going to flip it on its head a little bit here. Avenger, what could Twisted Minds have done to potentially win this one?
Been one more guy alive and have the circle go a little bit further south. No, it's hard, right? Because they have all the advantage BBL. They have one more guy alive. They have the better terrain to work with. And they have good util. They were able to do it, work it the way that they should, so hardly anything they could have done. The perfect timing would have been to push and third party them once Oculus was losing players and once BBL had one player down. That was the only timing that they really had a huge opportunity. We got to talk about the Hagatory thing as well. That was insane.
I was going to actually bring that up straight afterwards, and then it came up a little bit quicker than I would have liked, but it definitely was insane, Avenger.
Yeah, it was crazy. I like what I'm seeing from them, and overall, our games have been blessed today for sure.
Saga, on the other end though, we need to keep in mind that Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds sitting on top of our leaderboard, finding themselves in the Final Four. That just means they're adding more points to the tally. Should some of the teams start getting worried about seeing these particular two teams always making it to the end game?
Twisted Minds, no one's worried about seeing them make it to the end game and climb the leaderboard. In fact, people want that to happen because then that means they don't need to get top 2 because a global partner has taken that slot and it moves down. The downside is, as you say, Mad Bulls pretty consistently making it late into the game, getting the kills to go along with it. And, I mean, they're starting to piece together an answer to your question of whether or not they can continue that momentum. If they continue getting 10 points per game, it might not be the dominant wins that they were able to get in like yesterday's matches, but it's still more than good enough to keep that gap open at the top.
I'm telling you, you shouldn't sleep on marbles. I foresee big upsets coming. Anyway, there's the leaderboard as it stands right now. Twisted Minds and marbles still sitting in those top 2 spots. BBL, of course, being able to push themselves up into 3rd now. So Pod Samlet falls 1 down. But it really is becoming a fight between some of these big names, the names that we're familiar with, the Foots, the Twisted Minds, the Phases, the BB teams, Avenger. They are sitting here in the top 8, and I think they're going to keep trying to remain there, obviously, all the way through.
Yeah, for sure. And in this case here, like, I love what I'm seeing from them, of course, but as you guys pointed out here with Mad Bulls, even if they have a lower average now, like, they might have a stat padded themselves enough up to the top that they're going to have, you know, their average games, but we're going to see 1 or 2 more today and tomorrow, good games from them where they're going to put in, you know, 20 plus points or around that, where they're going to continue to kind of establish a little bit of a lead there. It doesn't matter if they win or not or get 2nd or 3rd, especially with Twisted Minds with the performance that they have. I got to say, though, I'm super happy to see Twisted Minds consistently pay off like they do. And, you know, even if yesterday we were pointing out, like, their sole focus is globals. Sure, they want to win regionals, but they're right now playing like they would and adapt to the circles and this kind of style, and they're going to be able to apply that to their global games too.
Let's move on now and take a look at the winner of this game, BBL. Saga, how were they able to claim that chicken dinner?
Well, they certainly made it easier for themselves than BBL have done in the past. And, you know, we made it easy for ourselves as well. Fun fact, we choose our team focus at the start of the day. So this was a fun coincidence. And to prove it, the next one's Pod Samlet. So we'll break down their win after our next match. But BBL, there was a slight chance that there was some shenanigans at the start with Gedrox driving by. Iroh was looting separated from the rest of the team. Didn't really come to fruition, and they just simply held a nice 4-way 1-1-1-1 split across that dirt road line, and then they took their opportunities well. They considered making a push in towards Bumble Squad after they made an emergency parachute in. They got the opening knock. There was a few players moving towards them, but they thought, no, we're going to hold ourselves back. But then they chose the correct aggression, Martin. Where they got this opportunity to go and clean up LOLW, they then later cleaned up Entropic in the same place, and they did so with no threats on them from third parties.
Yeah, they were able to first have a very greedy split that paid off, stay 4 guys strong throughout, right? And then make sure that within the center of the circle to kind of flex out. Here they flex out a little bit on the southwestern side. They take out foot, put a little bit of pressure, then go back and kind of reset towards the middle. Here, Iroh goes further out and kind of reinforces some of the angles and areas that they need to make sure that they stay 4 guys strong, to make sure that they take on pressure, and they win so many short distance to close distance, drive up to them and put pressure around everywhere of the circle. That's just beautifully executed, Saga.
Yeah, it's really just a case of BBL. So many times we talk about them in the past as well, where they just get over aggressive. This time they're just tempering that aggression. They're holding it back, and as they go to push forwards, as they've cleaned up Entropic and go to take some peeks over towards the gas station, Iroh's holding the back line, MK14 in hand, denying August the chance of pushing in, and he's been such a huge factor in this team, looking as good as they do when they do.
Thank you so much, gents, for breaking that down for us and giving us insights into what we're seeing. We're obviously now moving away from Erangel, shaking it up a little bit. We're going to be heading to Tego Avenger. Does that change things up for a lot of these teams, or are our leaders just going to continue on with that momentum?
I mean, the confidence and morale stays the same, but right, your mindset and the way that you approach your game changes because it's completely new areas that you're looting, right? And then you have to consider and take all this new terrain map, all this you have to take into consideration. And this is where I have huge respect for our teams at the very top level, right? Because the amount of information and knowledge that you have to have in this game is so high. And some of our team, they excel doing it. And especially Twisted Minds here, they're one of the teams, especially with Batulins at the head of the reins here. He just knows so much about all these maps here, and he's going to steer them and micromanage his team into some of these spots that we rarely have seen being played before.
Let's find out how Tego plays out after this.
Doggy.
Nothing on me. Reactive.
Restart still. I'm healing.
Holding. Low. Second floor.
Oh, yes, coming.
He went
Second
top floor.
floor really low.
I'm healing.
I'm building still.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
He is.
He should be low again. It has to be fucking low.
Yes, he's there.
Outside. One top floor. Dark one. One top floor.
2 active.
Nice.
Last 3 stories. Last 3 story.
Yeah. I'm chilling. I'm going back a little bit. Stable. I don't have any first aids. Blue's on twice.
One's outside shed.
Blue's on twice, guys. No one knocked.
One active.
Nice.
He should be shit.
He should be shed. I think Beamy heard him shed.
Yeah,
He's shed.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice,
Beamy, you're
Beamy.
so good at the... You heard him.
Yeah, he's on me.
Yeah.
Stop.
Okay.
Two guys. Hit once. Pushing it right.
People stopping on my east.
Just take your car and leave. Take your car
People
and
stop
leave.
following me now.
One active is.
Nice, Beamy.
I need to remember.
I don't see anyone outside.
They're all front side. Just nade front
inside.
side. I'm nading inside, man. Outside left. Two or three guys outside left on me. Pushing left.
I'm holding the
On me. I'm blind.
Nice,
One more.
Where's he?
Last one. Edge of the zone. Smoke. Behind the smoke somewhere. Just
Give
throw a
comes,
smoke.
guys.
Just throw a smoke. I'm gonna rest. If he can res. He's squeezing help.
One HP. No. He is dead.
In the blue.
No.
Nice. Go to the tree. Play tree. Play your own life. I'm dead.
Oh no.
You're a poor player.
All right, well, we've got our game number 3 on the way for the day, game 9 of 18, so we're going to be halfway pretty soon, and I've never smoked in my life, but I feel like I need a cigarette after these last 2 games. This is ridiculous. What are we just watching from these individual skill players, from Beanie Hakatori looking awesome to some of these final finishes as well? It's been already a good day, only 2 games in, Toby.
Clear to tell that these guys are coming in very, very warm. They know what's at stake. They know how few slots are up for grabs in order to try and claim the win. And with Matt Bull still up there in and around the top, that's, I mean, unless if they get taken out, already 1 spot of those few away. So good to see the teams coming in very, very well off right from the get-go.
Well, game number 9, time to Tego. We are here for 1. Yesterday, we had ourselves field endings. There's all the room in the world where we could have another one of those, but there's still some very varied terrain. And a playing path like this will give us probably a lean towards that main island, and see if we actually get up a circle there. But there's not out of the realms possibility that we have it up towards the north. And so a lot of teams said that one of the big problems of dealing with this map are the bridges and rotating up to that island, so that could become prevalent here.
Now, the plane path is touching the small island far towards the western side, and if that's foretelling, then you know what? I mean, it took me 6 years to cast a Miramar Island ending. I feel like I'm gonna commit to say that this game is gonna end on that island every game until I get one on Takeo as well. So strap in, boys. You're in for another 6 years of Toby trying to predict circles. That doesn't happen. Having said that, this circle is gonna be pretty damn interesting too.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. We will see how this goes down. I saw Mad Bulls coincidentally win a game from a circle like this, as they were able to take down a South compound pretty quickly in the group stages, I think it was. But yeah, no. We're not doing this island bollocks again for another 6 years on Tego as well as Miramar, all right?
Well, I mean, I got it eventually. At least I'm not saying on one of the ships out in the water by a shipyard. You never know. We'll get the spicy ones down the line.
All right, well, in terms of all of these teams going up against one another, of course, there are teams that sometimes might have a little bit of a harder time against others. Let's check in with them and see who they think they might have the upper hand against on the battlegrounds.
I honestly think we have an upper hand on pretty much every team in EU when we play our best game. I don't think any team can really fight us in a proper fight when we're feeling our best. So, yeah, every team, I think.
Na'Vi. Easy kills for me.
I feel like we've got upper hand on Twiz because we've met them multiple times during scrimmages or some other events and they were wiped all the time. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Is Hello My Bad using some weird budget VR? Because every time he's come up, he's been wearing those glasses and holding them the whole time as well. What's going on?
It's part of his image, you know. Hello My Bad doesn't have the most screen time in like competitive PUBG. So now that he's here, he's making a persona from the very beginning. He's gonna be Hello My Bad Glass Man, and I'm all for it.
I mean, I'm gonna remember it.
We need more personalities, you know. We need more personalities in the players. A few of them have gotten very good at kind of establishing themselves for their own quirks, whatever it may be. But Hello My Bad doing the sunglasses thing, I'm all for it.
And those GPT teams have established themselves very well too here. Those skins are going to be available throughout into the next month, so you can actually check in with those already. Kind of first few coming on in from the likes of 17 as well as FaZe. We get another FaZe gun. You know what? I'm okay with it. I don't get to use my FaZe Scarl too much.
But you might get to use your FaZe UMP whenever the SMG buff comes around.
Maybe.
So who knows? Maybe FaZe, they have 9 billion IQ, the picks of weaponry for their skins. Because again, I mean, who has... Chat, tell me right now, who of you has a cool UMP skin? James, tell me what UMP skin you have.
That's
what I mean.
Question.
That's what I mean, right? But everyone's going to say, I have the FaZe UMP skin. So there you go. You don't necessarily pick the best gun. You pick the gun with the least cool skins.
I'm really curious. I'm curious what UMP skin I've got now. I really want to boot up the game and see what it is because I haven't picked up a UMP in a long time.
But everyone's going to remember that they have the FaZe UMP skin. So it's not about the playtime on the weaponry. It's about the rarity of the skin based on the weapon that you have it for.
Oh, wow. You know, if it was me, if I was a team, I'd pick a DBS skin. Nobody uses the DBS anymore, but unfortunately, I would go for that. I love the DBS. It's great.
You do love the DBS. More than the P90, James? Are you a trader now?
No, but I've got that like water gun P90 skin, and that's the best
Atlantis.
thing ever. It's so good.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. In the meantime, another thing nice happening, as of course it kind of meant to be, is Podsamlet flying in high and making their way down towards the southern shorelines here, just over the top of Oaklist. They should have seen at least the helicopter come in. And, well, Podsamlet are going to chill here for a while, but they've got bumblebees wrapping east to west on that south side as well. So they might just run into trouble soon. At least now we see they have vehicles, so they're good in that regard. Of course, that's one of the big downsides to using e-pickups, but they have already claimed vehicles.
I don't know why, but he's, bumblebees are wrapping in. Instead of hearing cars, you just hear a slight humming as they're slowly coming towards you. I'm like, this is just annoying. Stop.
Yeah. You remember? Okay, this is OG PUBG, but do you guys remember the original buggy sound? That's a really angry wasp to me. But let's put that aside. So maybe they could use those vehicles. House as James, the Nate God himself. Apparently he has too many clips on YouTube of how to do just that because he just got, I think, 100 to 0'd with a single nade from Howl.
Did you just say James got Jamesed? Is that what had just happened?
Yeah, you kind of feel like it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, Howl, they've got a lot of potential to be able to push through here and clean up this, but I mean, that's all they're going to take from it, and that is totally fine as well. Just establish yourself on these hills. The circle's still, I mean, there's all the world where it could actually continue to swing south here, and then there's just have to transition. But a free, cheeky kill to start things off, we'll take it.
Yeah, but it's not the way that FaZe, of course, would want to start this one, as Oaklist now make their way in towards the western side of school. They have found all W here already, so they'll have to take this fight if they want to stick around. They still have the chance to disengage, but seems to me that with the amount of utility they're currently expending in this, that they are fully committing to the fight.
Trying to dislodge the W wherever they can. Blue zone nade does go in, but again, when it comes to only one blue zone nade, either you do the double or you force your opponent into a position where you can hit them with a frag grenade after the fact. Slow Jacket's still alive. That utility kind of been wasted to a degree.
Considering the amount of utility they've spent so far, I mean, and with teams around them having heard it, I'm looking at the map, I'm seeing Bumble Squad potentially in a position from where they could engage in this. We know Bumble Squad to be a team that does not mind fighting in the early game. So the fact that Little W is actually kind of backing off of this, I think makes perfect sense. They don't want a piece of this pie, but they can't really find a way out of this compound right now either.
Are we ever going to stop throwing util for this? I get smoke out his whole room. Maybe he'll suffocate. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, this
Crash
is,
his PC in 2017, maybe. Yeah.
Try anything. I mean, the crazy thing is, though, is that you're expending all this. Okay, now that there's an onus on you actually finishing this fight and taking the utility away from your opponents here. Because, I mean, if you get rocked up on and you've got no utility after this fight concludes, what are you supposed to do?
That is true. That is true. Hopefully the team you kills, or that you kill, you can take some util from. But joke's on you, they don't have a whole lot to work with either. Sloyd does have 2 nades. We don't know about his amount of flashbangs or blue zone nades. But other than that, not a whole lot to work with. You can see now here, again, Global Army and the boys pushing ever so much further forward. Unfortunately for them, no one's really taken the bait for a third-party opportunity.
Need like a quasar cannon here, charge up and be able to hit them with that, because this is very, very slow for August to be able to do anything with this aggression. I mean, I suppose they dislodged them in terms of being able to coexist in this compound with them, so they've been able to at least wrestle away a building or two, which is actually an okay spot. So they could live symbiotically here for a while, but if a push does come along, we will see if they've got anything to deal with that.
Looking at this circle and seeing how much open space is here, it's pretty... I mean, not only do we have all the water on the south and southwestern side, obviously, then we have the unplayable terrain that is very nicely kind of drawn up with the red line on the southeastern side. So if this circle swings anywhere north now, and we normally see these teams wanting to use, you know, like the shorelines to wrap, there's going to be no space for that. Curious to see what a east or northern hard swing here would do to the rotations for the teams on the south.
I really like from Lil W that they've just continued to back off from this engagement. They're peeking, as you can see there over on the wall, but it's all been on August, again, who have expended so much, where Lil W was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter to us. We've watched everything from August's POV, and Lil W has just said, yeah, we'll slowly move away. And I feel like it's been real mature gameplay from Lil W to say, we really don't have to take this fight. There are buildings north of us that we can easily take and be totally happy with in school.
So much more on the line here than one fight in the open. And speaking of in the open, Yanni, a tree for cover, not a whole lot more to work with. As look, they see him. Yes, indeed, they did. But the spin around comes through. We talk about Nixie driving. Ooh. This is him flipping the car, and he is going to go down as well.
Yep, big moves here from Yanni. He's trying to make something happen. He's going to be able to finish him off. No, he will not. Ibig on the drive-by. Very slow drive-by, admittedly, as Yanni will fall.
That is that's an unfortunate casualty now. Nix does get found, actually flushed out as well, even more so now. Casualties on both sides. That is a terrible way to kick off this game, as both of these two teams far out of the circle. I hadn't even noticed the next circle pop. We're going far, far down to the south.
Yeah, this is one of the main problems or issues that you do find yourself on with Tego, is that if you're transitioning over these hills, there's so little cover to work with on a lot of these hills. Some very shallow hills, a few sparse rocks, a few sparse trees, but beyond that, the hills are rolling, and it was difficult to kind of hunker down in some of them. As we now have Pera on the move, they are trying to, again, thread the needle a little bit, trying to find themselves some room down towards the south of this circle.
The more I look at this circle, the more absolutely horrible is it. I mean, there is no way to play the southern side here. And for the teams coming in from the north, yes, you finish your fight, but where the hell do you go from there? I mean, school right now is occupied by Lil W and them alone. But, I mean, they should get pushed up on somewhat soon. In the meantime, now, we saw Twisted Minds get a knock onto face just before. The rest will come through. They should be all right for now as well, over towards Sungam on the east.
Yeah, looks like they're transitioning away here. Just completely disengaging. You should have pushed him in the water.
I should have pushed him in the water. At least he would have survived. But this time around, not to be. Gustav will be toned down by Lou as Twisted. And I believe actually the knock came through onto foot. It wasn't face. But nonetheless, face now down to 2 again. There was a period where I would say that the period of face struggling, oftentimes, like a year and a half ago, came from them taking early game casualties. Because we know what they're capable of mid-game to end-game when they're all 4 up. But there was a time period too long for my liking, where they were pretty known for losing a player within the first 10 minutes. I don't want to see us going back to that, because now we've had a half year where they haven't done that, and they've been playing really, really good PUBG. I want to see them stay smart through the early game. Of course, sometimes it's out of your control, can't do a whole lot about it, but I want to see them keep staying smart, and now it's 2 games in a row where they've lost players early on, and I'm not liking the trend here.
Yeah, it felt like their progression towards the end of 2023 was very much in that direction, being a bit more fortified about not losing people early.
Exactly.
But anyway, here's BBL. Where are we going? Because I feel like as much as they should be able to get down, it's still leaving it a little late in proceedings, considering how many teams have already converged on a circle like this and kind of sped things forwards.
Just swim. I mean, they got another circle before the circle shifts away from the order, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe don't. Maybe don't. Maybe just go dead center on the southern side instead. They're going to be very close to Auckland. Do they just play the field? I guess they do. They have the kind of the cover in that position, which they can utilize, but with no vehicles, with no nothing to really maneuver, this is not a favorable position to be in.
Yeah, they're playing for like a field and a shack right now, which is really kind of tough. Like you can see the shack there just on the right from Einddiep's perspective. So they have limited room that they're going to be working with at the moment. Smash has actually landed himself between that little hay bale and tractor as well as the other lip of the field. So technically he has quite a bit of cover to work with. I suppose this is kind of almost a consolation prize in terms of, okay, well, do we really want all 4 people in that building?
Well, I mean, with this circle shift coming in, they might just want exactly that, because we've swung south once more. Matt Bulls now coming in as well. They're going to be going for the exact same spot. An issue here is, of course, the first thing you do when you're using E-pickups is looking for cars. If there's no car, there shouldn't be a team, unless if said team have come in with E-pickups as well. They will have heard these guys land. They're set inside now, waiting for them. Here's the fight to come. Quickly, nice pre-fire. Not going to really get a whole lot with it as it swings around the corner. Finds one the second try. Finds the third as well, but not enough to deal with BBL as they stand strong.
Didn't even need the trip car to smash, but at the same time, you can see Howl's also driving into this position. Very, very close. Pre-nade on the right-hand side here to try and deal with this as they actually come on through. Smash is playing as that trump card now. Already hits Quetpa. The nade is able to get him. Ruin takes down Iroh. Another nade forwards here from Smash, who's on that off angle and does manage to hit, but BBL goes down regardless. That was an absolute cluster.
Yeah, it sure was. And had Smash found one more knock there, that could have been game over for Howl, but not able to get the second. And now for Ascend, already struggling here in the grand finals. Breaks accidentally, runs over Chris. So from a tough spot to even worse, down to just one on their feet. Now it's just Mika left alive, trying to get something done against the entirety of Na'Vi. Locks the nade around the side, can't quite connect initially. Gets the flush down to Brexco as well. As Takatori 6 bullets in the chamber, can't find him. The ring around the rosy became too much for him.
Shoot everybody in the book going around this rock, and it does look like there that Na'Vi can recover from it. However, this circle reeks of a circle. There is 30% water, and considering the way the teams are playing it, not too surprised. This is rough here for all of these teams, trying to play with very little room. I mean, even down at the south, where all of these teams are finding themselves along the coast, there's not that much cover ultimately. A few rocks here and there, which is why these scrambles are taking place.
Imagine Presenti and Dante pushing up on that fight as well. It'll be 3 games in a row where Podsemler takes out Na'Vi as they're wounded. That would have been absolutely insane. Not to be Para and BB team now in the meantime, trying to fight their way towards this circle. As Schofield, few shots connected, but you need more, my friend. You had the angle, you had him in the open, but couldn't quite find the knock.
In the blue, taking a few ticks here and there. It's not too aggressive, not too oppressive at the moment, but have they completely forgotten about this position? No, it looks like Schofield will take a lot of damage. 69 damage coming in from Phil First from the distance here. And trying to shut down Lazar as well. Not going to be the case, though. He was able to get the trade onto Phil First to start things off. Spiro, though, fighting back, and Perry is gone. BB, though, can you recover fully? Can you get Phil First up and good to go?
Not going to get the rest here. There's simply no way. It's going down way too fast. W coming out to seal that one as well. Nice little flex out from the school itself to get those extra few points in the back. Schenken is still sat out here kind of playing contain, trying to make sure that BP team ain't coming towards them. The circle will shift back towards the land. So at least they got that going for them. But there ain't a whole lot to play. And look at the amount of teams that have to find their way in. All around the circle, teams are having to make moves.
And talking about the butterfly effect of Battle Royale that we normally talk about, I do wonder how much August has in terms of utility, because they've got a great compound now. They retreated away from the position that they were fighting Lil W in for all of that time in the early game to a compound, and it's a great compound, but if you don't have the util to defend it, it might be wrestled away from them a little bit easier than one would suspect. We'll keep an eye on that as the game develops, but Fex is making a developing move on Beamy. and holding his trigger for now.
He does get found up towards the north as well as Win or Die. Start flexing out of their compound. Vard is in a position from where he might be able to get a little bit of revenge, but the ridge line ain't really working in their favor right now. And I think for Foot right now, they're too split. And they know that there's landmines literally everywhere on this hill fix, and Correxa being one of them. They have to wait for Twisted Minds to come out now. They have to deal with Win or Die as well. Yes, high ground is great, but when you have teams all around you, sometimes even a good position can also mean your downfall.
Pod Samulet's on the move, trying to slowly move towards where Na'Vi is and constrict their movement as time goes on. Throwing down some smokes here to see if any approach could actually work on out. This smoke wall is an interesting one here. Might try and cover their approach to try and put on some pressure against them. Sausage hits some banging shots against Dante, who tries to move on forwards against that. I'm not quite convinced by the smoke wall from Dante there, and unfortunately it doesn't really work from him.
I think the main issue here is that Rox was in a position to actually have a pretty good off-angle. Issue is he couldn't quite find set angle, and because they could hold it well enough, well, there wasn't a whole lot of plays to be made. Hagatori connects a few on to Pod Samulet, but Entropic is going to force him back into hiding, as now Grandis finds the knock on one. Rox will get taken down as well, so Pod Samulet down to just a solo player left alive.
Yeah, for Pod Samulet, I mean, obviously you don't know exactly what's going on the hills ahead of you, so you can't really get the good scouting information, but it feels like the place that they stopped was just not deep enough, unfortunately, for them. Again, you can't gain that information, though. Hindsight is 2020, so it's difficult, but Gedrox gonna have to be careful as well. Back off from this. Vard's already taken him down. Another nade actually explodes right in his face. 73 damage here. Vard's gonna be very careful about pushing on forwards, but the rest of the team are gonna be able to cover him here, like Beamy, as well as T-Bone, looking to push on Win or Die, taking down Gedrox finally.
This is an important fight for both these teams, and most of all, it's an important fight to get done with as quickly as can be. Twisted Minds starting to creep in on this. We still have Face in the nearby vicinity too, and I think Foot are starting to realize that the time spent was time spent for too long, and now trying to get back up on the hill. They've heard the footsteps from Twisted Minds. They've heard the vehicles as well, and Vard, you gotta make magic from this angle because your teammates are all out in the open.
Yeah, we called them Beamy the Magician in the previous game, but yeah, you're right. Magic has to occur because Twisted Minds is coming and they know exactly when to hit, and that will be a hit on Vard. And that is going to be difficult here for Foot to be able to really recover from. Twisted Minds is going to spend a lot of resources on this angle because not only are Foot trying to fight that flank, they've also still got Win or Die here on this northern side.
Simply couldn't execute on the push around to the north side fast enough. And again, Twisted Minds, we saw it in the previous games. We know them for being one of the best teams at executing third-party pushes. Having said that now, Beamy still ain't done fighting just yet. Down to 81 HP, but Lou is there with the answer. Finds him instantly in return.
Knowing exactly where he's going to peek here, Lou is able to take that advantage handedly. Beamy down. Now it's all on to T-Bone, as nades will fly forwards against him, but he's still focusing on Win or Die. Leosh will take him. And that will be Foot going down in 12th.
Not a whole lot more they could do there. Pinned in between the teams. And now Lil W starting to creep over in this direction. 2 layers already in trouble. Sat behind us burnt down vehicle with the entirety of Twisted Minds shooting towards him. And while all of this has been going on, Face has not moved an inch.
I was about to say, man, they've been so quiet about this. Really not kind of pressing the issue against this position. I mean, maybe it works out for them. Maybe this lures Twisted Minds into a false sense of security once they've cleaned up Win or Die. What do you think?
I mean, it's a tall order to take down Twisted Minds, even when you catch them by surprise. Perhaps you get the perfect lineup of 2 players you can take down in one spray down. But one thing's for sure, if they want to deal with Twisted Minds in this position, they got to do it very swiftly.
Definitely, and something that can make that happen swiftly in a lot of the players' hands is a P90, as August does have one. This fight has been brewing all game long. Lil W's had to push on down against this, and Hello Senpai will be the first one to go down. P90 against the wall, tries to go for it. Doesn't matter. It's Global Army from the left-hand side with the Aug finishing off. Lil W goes down to Augless.
Rare that we've seen Augless actually come up victorious in some of these fights, but here they do so in full flying colors. As now Twisted Minds, they're on the hunt. They know there's still a Win or Die player to be found in layers.
Nice.
You can run, but you can only run for so long. Twisted Minds will fight you in the end.
Yeah, problem continues to exist because as much as, okay, Twisted Minds might only have 4 kills compared to where they're at right now, I mean, it's still them having so much presence on the map. And in first place, taking that away from Mad Bulls, really piling on the pressure now. The conquerors of EMEA might very well be firmly back here for the next couple of days.
Sure are looking solid. And now, finally, we were waiting for it to happen. They peek over the top. Vex finds one, instantly take it down in return, and now the AWP angles should be too much for Correction to deal with. Yep, and indeed it will be. Batulans with the Groza in hand, swings around the corner, takes him down. FaZe waited for the perfect time to engage, and unluckily for them, while one knock did come their way, they just weren't enough to deal with the entirety of Twisted.
Got room for the res as well. There's nobody now pressuring this angle. FaZe was the last piece of the puzzle that had to be slotted into place for Twisted Minds to control the north. Of course, they might be careful as Ruin's going big in the kill feed here against Bumble, but I'll continue on the Twisted Minds thought for a second. All they have to do is shore up their defenses towards the west.
Yeah.
And then they can play up the north completely.
Yeah, knowing that Howl is sat in the shack on the southern side of them because they heard all that commotion earlier with BBL, they know that no one's going to be able to sweep that side. Foot was the team to come in from the east. They have already cleared that for them effectively. So unless if Na'Vi goes for an extremely daring play and drives all the way up north, which would make absolutely no sense, then then Twisted Mind should be absolutely golden up on the northern side of the circle.
Line it up, bang it out, dragon off.
Oh,
it was a lot of damage.
Sure was. But not a lot enough. Yeah. That's math for you. 30 plus 30 plus 27 does not add up to 100.
Mini 14 doing some damage too. Augulus have really converted very nicely off this. You know, I asked the question, did they have enough utility or will they even need it when it comes to this compound? They didn't need it. And apparently they have a lot of it still. Look at Global Army. He's still got himself 5 frag grenades to his name and is able to farm a lot of damage off the back of this too. 600 currently. Lobby leader. Twisted Minds, though, still establishing themselves in the north of this circle and now looking towards Augulus. So how does Augulus get out of this compound? Because that is going to be the next test on their kind of cards.
Yep, we talked about it yesterday. We talked briefly about it today as well, and how you only get so many chances from the game itself to go out and get good games of circles. Here have been favoring Augulus, and now with 4 players still alive and 7 kills, as I say, that CC does get taken out because that's just what casters do for a living. They want to make more of this. It's a hard approach, though, especially now they've kind of allowed for Na'Vi to get into the perfect position here, and with Twisted Minds, as you said before, James, with full control of the hillside. Maybe that rotation to come was a bit too much. Maybe I expected too much because that was going to be hard regardless of how you put it.
Yeah, it's a power play. It is a power position here for them at the moment. And unless the circle shifts hard south and they have to get off of this. But Augulus here, they have to throw down so many smokes to make this transition occur. You can already see example is just having an absolute field day. Never mind that, they're sandwiched. Na'Vi as well in the south side is able to put in a lot of hurt against Augulus. It's been a good game for Augulus, just not good enough now.
I feel like it's the lack of proactiveness. We saw it with FaZe. This is a perfect comparison. FaZe on the Erangel game where Vex is sent off of Rostock Hill to play the counter position to their spot before a team comes and does it instead. Had they had one player down here before Na'Vi got into this spot exactly, they would have been golden. Na'Vi would have never gotten here to begin with. But because they all sat up there on the top instead, that allows for Na'Vi to get in, take that Achilles heel spot, and deal with them. Double headshots from Example. Yes, Hagatori is great, but Example, well, there's a pedigree to that name.
Yep, there is. There is a... I mean, as much as we've seen Hagatori really pop off in these last 2 games, you're not quite a world champion just yet, Hagatori. And he'll try and find himself some cover and get himself up here alongside Fairest. He can see that. He can see it. Oh, Example. Perfect.
I mean, it's so wild to me that for the longest time we praised Twisted Minds for being as good as they were. And I never even considered what a roster change could be that could make the team better than they already were. Because they seemed so good. They seemed so dialed in, having played together for as long as they were. Maybe they weren't all the best individual mechanical fraggers, but they were all so good together that they were unstoppable. Then you add Example, and you're like, wait, is this even possible? And now, I mean, if they're starting to gel, if they're starting to feel good as we are seeing them being, there's no telling how high this team will go in the history of PUBG because they're about to ride it.
Well, I mean, did anybody expect the Na'Vi breakup by the way it happened here? But anyway, Presenti will take down Example a bit of a break in his gameplay for the moment. And nade goes over the way. He won't be blind for a second here and will be cleaned up fully. They should be able to get example up unless a big push comes out from Howl. But yeah, what you were saying, did anybody expect the Na'Vi breakup to the point where then Example was a free agent all of a sudden? Hello? Example a free agent? Yeah, people are going to take that opportunity.
Oh, yeah. The thing I think about Twisted Minds with this roster in particular that makes them extra dangerous, they've always been good at avoiding making mistakes. Because one thing is sometimes a team beats you in a fight. Sometimes a team is just better than you. It happens for everyone. But it's about avoiding the moments where you should have won. It's about making sure to win those every single time. And for Twisted Minds, adding now this little extra bit of firepower called Example. I think that's going to turn a lot of those probably should be losing this fight into, yeah, we're going to win that.
But I have to say, after Howl crashed that compound and we're able to take this position away from BBL, this has been quite successful. Now, can they continue that success on? There's only a few rocks to be able to play from this. Ruin, though, hits Batulins. They do see Example in the distance. The Cyborg himself. It's difficult to dislodge, but that nade is not going to be good enough.
Short. A little bit too short. Still got plenty of cover. Are they going for the rest here? They just might. We're in a 3 versus 3. Make it a 3v2 depending on whether or not Batulins gets back on his feet here. Example is making his way over in his direction. The thing is, they know exactly where he is, and I'm not sure whether they have util or not to maybe get a knock with it. Ooh, damage coming through. Unfortunately for Howl, it's the player that is the furthest away from this current rescue mission that has all the nades.
A major problem, though, if Twisted Minds are able to take this, because, well, currently they're kitted. Some people have broken vests, but and tries to go for the nades on forwards against this rock. They know exactly where they are. They're just hoping for a bit of a lucky bounce against the other side of that rock. And he does actually connect for quite a bit of damage, but not enough to really put in the killing blow.
Just not enough here, no. There's now Example, no vest barrel. I mean, that's his last smoke grenade as he tries to make a little bit more cover where there wasn't a whole lot to begin with. Code Marco, still 5 nades to work with, just has not been within range to really make use of them just yet. Also, keep in mind, there's a ton of corpses in this building from both BBL and other players dying down here earlier, so there should still be loot to be found.
Managed just to somehow tag Batulins there, but only for 17, and doesn't exactly realize that that's occurred. Still lose off angle is being annoying for these guys. Yeah. They're playing it slow, realizing that that could be a real big threat here. They see where the shots are coming from, so they know exactly where Howl is. They just can't capitalize on it. Code Marco hits him, though, up the high ground.
Finding the nut comes through. That's what they needed. That's the eye in the sky dealt with. The drone taken down, and now they can start flexing out. Now they can start taking control. Ruin expecting the west side push, takes him down instantly. Now it's just Example left alive. We talked the praises of this man, but they know exactly where he is. Example 1v3. Do you have it in you?
Saw him cross over to the rock here, tries to hit the spray, doesn't quite connect it on Code Marco. That's going to be unforgivable considering the 3v1 scenario that he's currently in. He does hit Ruin, though. He knows exactly where he is on the track. He hits the second one. Will he be able to get Code Marco? If he can somehow do this, the cyborg that is Example is off the chain.
There is no world in which he's allowed to get that second double headshot. He has a pixel to connect to with that red dot, and he finds him. Spots the third as well. Marco down to low HP. Example does not have a vest on. He has 36 bullets next to work with, and now he's trying to make the flank play happen. 34 HP. Rabin spots him, sees him. Marco will win it, but what an effort. What a try from Example.
That was too close. That was too close. And that is the kind of play that he's able to show why he is a world champion. But Code Marco, let's give him props. He clutches it out at the end. Clutches it out in a scenario where I didn't think he'd need to clutch, but he does shut down Example. Whew.
They know exactly where he is. They know the rock he's set on, but his ability to isolate fights and make a 3v1 into 3 separate 1v1s, no one does it like him. There's a few global players that can do it, but no one in EMEA, in my opinion, does it just like him.
Not when they know exactly where he is. They all know he's on that rock. Anyway, whatever. We're going to go to the desk here and talk about this Tego. What a finish once again here from EMEA.
I mean, we're going to keep talking about what they were talking about because, example, the Cyborg, as the boys mentioned there, what a performance, world champion with Na'Vi, goes to Twisted Minds. Toby spoke a lot about that roster change, saying no one thought that Twisted Minds could get better. They pick him up, and then you see what he just did there, Avenger. This player is incredible, and he's gelling so well with this team, which is terrifying for every other player in the lobby.
Exactly. This was the worst nightmare of all the other 15 teams in this lobby, that they're going to gel this well with example. They know the mechanical skill in this guy is fantastic, right? But them already coming to this level here and doing what they are doing right now is just super scary for the rest of the lobby for sure. Happy to see Hal step up and do what they did here, able to contest a little bit. Some of the sprays and some of the two like back-to-back headshots and spray transfer we've seen, it's just been insane in this game here.
Hal is a team that yesterday, Saga, we saw them once in a while, sort of getting some good finishes, not quite being able to get the win though. But it feels like their addition of Code Marco, and I know I spoke about this yesterday, saying okay, they've also had a roster change, taking a little bit longer to gel maybe, as opposed to Twisted Minds?
Quite possibly. I think it's also just the play style just makes it a little bit more difficult to be consistent. I mean, Twisted Minds has always been a team that controls their space. Betulins was like the godfather of information gathering within PUBG, whereas Howl's game plan has typically been just get in the cars and see what happens. This time, it did kind of work out for them. It's become almost like a trend in EMEA so far that if a team gets desperate and makes a breach, another team is always going to follow up on the rebreach and clean up whoever's knocked. Whoever survives the initial fight will only survive an extra 30 seconds max before someone else comes in and sweeps them aside. And thankfully, Howl got the driving right, pulled up on the position that both Mad Bulls and BBL emergency parachuted onto and cleaned it up.
Yeah, we have the leaderboard, and we've got the PGC points, the potential PGC points if the tournament had to end right now, coming up for you as well. This is important. We're halfway through day number 2, so we need to start looking at this. Obviously, Twisted Minds making themselves really comfortable there. What are we thinking about this leaderboard, Avenger?
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing, obviously. This is it's great to see Twisted Minds already on 111 points. You know, breaking the triple digits like this. They ended on 109 after 12 games, so you can definitely tell that their current performance is in an upwards trajectory here. So yeah, it's crazy to see. Mad Bulls, of course, with a little bit of a rough game is going to slow them down a little bit, but still a huge gap down to 3rd and below. Again, look how close it is between 9th now because of How's decent game here and all the way up to 3rd. It's only 14 points difference. It is super, super close. A good game with a few kills and you can jump from 9th and up to top 4.
This is where it starts getting a little bit scary, though, because it is so close. You have to consistently have good games. This is not one of those things where you can get a win on day 2 and kind of coast, if you like, Avenger.
No, I mean, this, again, when you have a team that is bunching that many points in the top here, Matt, of course, exaggerated with this, but Twisted Minds, it is just hard because there's just this much fewer points to take away for the rest, right? So, again, all of these teams, they are going to have, you know, 1 or 2 good games within a kind of quick succession, and those teams are going to be putting themselves into that 3rd spot that all those, you know, 6 teams are fighting for currently.
So there is one team that has actually been really consistent. They've even had a win today, and it's Pod Semilat Saga. They've found a way to keep that momentum going, and obviously found themselves in 4th place as well in this last game.
Yes, and painfully so, because it's on a tiebreaker against BBL as well. So thankfully for them, we're not ending the tournament now, or they would really be heartbroken. They were almost heartbroken this game as well, because Na'Vi, I still think, haven't fully forgiven them. They did attempt a bit of a sneaky bridge camp, but Pod Samalet managed to avoid it with a 3-minute emergency parachute all the way down to the south coast. Things did look pretty good for them. They were able to control the south coast area. The zone was somewhat favorable to them. They were able to prevent teams making these send rotations along the coast. It was just the downfall that it was a send that got picked off and not Na'Vi, who already had it out for Pod Samalet after what happened to them on Erangel.
In this case here, Na'Vi, they're, you know, backstabbing them. In this case here, when the circle is this small, you want to make sure that you are the last team on the edge. Otherwise, you're going to have a team backfilling you here, and Na'Vi was just, they're playing it super smart. They're making sure they're holding them out, but Pod, they did play well throughout the day here and managing to get into a little bit of a bush here. Try to get as much out of it as you hope for, right? But what can you do as a solo guy?
What can you do as a solo guy? I don't know. Should we ask example, Avenger?
Yeah, you can. I mean, sometimes you can do great things, but you know, if you're a cyborg compared to just a simple human being, you know, that you can't really compare apples and bananas in this case.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Everyone else is just simple human beings when we stand next to example. We are halfway through day number 2 here at the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring. We are moving to Vikendi, but first we're going to take a little break. And don't go anywhere, though. I know you normally use this to go to the bathroom. There's something a little bit different, but somewhat entertaining on the way.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
But I'm adding a C4 here. And when that explodes, that's your cue.
Wait, are we not gonna die because of it?
Just shoot the fire gun, but it's gonna be better.
Okay, sorry.
I'm ready.
I was muted, what the f.
Welcome to the Squadrathlon. It's a bit of a mouthful, but 4 players from 2 of our most successful teams here at PEC Spring are facing off. You can see the racetrack already. The map is as follows. We're on Erangel. We start in the ruins. You need to run to find your car. Then you need to keep moving around to get to the checkpoint where the boat is. Follow the water around Razok before you paraglide from the outskirts of Yasnaya to the finish line at the school. There are a couple of rules. There's no shooting. They have to use the specific vehicles at each checkpoint and follow the route. And the first to get up the monuments in the schoolyard wins. Ibiza is playing for Mad Bulls alongside his teammate Lukarax, Aduzi and Besalash from BB team. So the question is, will they team up or will they go at each other? Let's find out.
It will.
And we need to blow something up to get this going. That's the plan. Here we go. On foot first. That is most important. And you can see everyone running. Now the question will be, do they team up? Currently, we've got Besalax's view. We move straight to Ibiza. I wonder what he's going to do.
We are not allowed to kill, right?
No.
We are not allowed to kill. That was the first question. I thought this was going to happen because obviously these guys are used to shooting. You're surprised that they're not going to cope without a gun.
Can anyone have actually ammo in the guns?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought like only I have.
Aduzi thought he was the only one with ammo, getting ready to shoot the competition. This is exactly how I would have done this.
How are you faster than me?
Did someone boost?
Because of slippers, I think.
Yo, what car are we taking? You're taking the buggy?
Look at the decisions here. This is where it's really critical thinking. Who is going to be fast? I think the buggy was probably the best decision in terms of speed, right?
I'm driving a TPP.
No. I'm gonna drive in EPP.
Right, so we're down to 2 options. We've got the players on foot. Now they are in the vehicles. They need to cross this river. That buggy is still the best choice. Is it? No, it's not. Ibiza takes the lead. Look at him zooming off. Our very own Max Verstappen here in the game.
Okay.
I like this. Besalash trying to push people off the road. The buggy, Aduzi's failing miserably. Why did Besalash do that? He is BB team. Aduzi is your companion. He's your teammate, and you're forcing him off the road. What? Okay. Ibiza, this is...
Don't hit me,
guys! That was a very
don't.
interesting strategy to go straight into the water. This is full-blown bumper cars now. They're heading into the boats. That's what's important.
No, we'll be way too fast.
Oof! Let's go, Aduzi!
Aduzi had the most perfect opportunity there. We got to see the replay flying over the bridge.
I can revive myself in the water.
Who's behind me on the jet ski? Me. Let's go.
Such a beautiful exit from the vehicle. Failed miserably.
I think I can on the ground. Yeah.
Aduzi's out.
Okay.
He's just gonna hang around there on the floor for a little bit.
Can you wait me a bit, please?
I don't hear Adusi. I don't know what he's saying.
Oh my god.
Ibiza's had a really good time with the jet skis. He seems to be doing a pretty good job. This is 3 modes of transport down, and now the paragliding time begins. Ibiza clearly in the lead. Adusi still recovering, and Bestelash close behind.
I'm the best glider in the game. I'm the best pilot in the game.
Strong words from Ibiza. The best pilot in the game. Better not disappoint. Lucax has been very quiet, but he's sitting around the mark, ready to fight it out.
In the garden, or? Oh my god, I trolled. No!
Best pilot in the game almost killed himself there in the air. Oh, this is beautiful. That was a spectacular little crash.
Ouch.
I trolled.
Lucax, the quiet killer, comes in right at the end, beats Ibiza, his teammates, and now we wait for Adusi to finish this up. Ibiza, the best pilot in the game, you failed miserably. Turns out getting out of the paraglider is the hardest.
Where is he? I don't see him. Oh, I didn't.
Adusi did it again. Apparently, dismounts are not for him.
Sorry.
Compound. Maybe he's under me then? I'm not sure. Yeah, he's under me, nading me. Pushed on me, they pushed me, they ran.
Come back.
You can play all. Yeah. I can still play.
Guy on me, drive by. On the rock, on the tree.
1 HP.
Go,
on the tree. 1 HP.
Wait.
He's 1 HP, guys, please.
I whiffed.
On the rock.
On the rock.
Still 1 HP, guys.
Got him.
Good.
Right behind
Smoke. I just tried.
Yeah. I'm going in.
This guy behind you in green.
There's a whole team here. It's 4 men. There's a whole team here. 4 men.
See. They've landed with him.
Behind the cube one.
He's running left. Hit again. Knocked.
Nice. One on my tree. One on my tree. Green tree.
Was green.
One's west of me. And one's like northwest of me.
In the bush, baby. Oh, he's not.
One's
on the shield. Yellow shield.
Yellow shield, low.
One knock.
He might be knocked. I'm throwing a nade at blue.
Maybe what's where?
Down on yellow.
Down on yellow.
All right, and the relay race of ever-changing maps, we have got ourselves now shifting gears into Vikendi, and a problem for all of these teams that are currently going up against Twisted Minds, because they've just had 2 second places back-to-back and a boatload of kills, Toby. So they're in number 1 quite convincingly.
They sure are. It's starting to look very scary. But on the other hand, is it? Because again, if there's a team you want to see up there in the top, and if it's not going to be you, especially if you're chasing PTS spots, that's one of the partner teams. And at least, yes, you want to get the prize pool. Yes, you want to get the PGC points. But in terms of PTS slots, Twisted Minds don't really matter. So I guess if there's a team to be in the first place, it's best that it's them.
That could be a case. That could be the case. But a lot of people are still looking at Mad Bulls. Also very strongly up there to take. Guarantee one of those spots if they continue on the trajectory they're on. But let's get on with it. It is our Vikendi for the day here for PEC Spring Grand Finals. And we've got quite a northern lean playing path for all of those teams having a bit of a hard time getting towards the south. So it's going to be BB team going up towards Cosmodrome.
Now, Chad, we taught you something yesterday, and I'll see if your memory serves you right. This plane path goes over the best location in all of Vikendi. If you know what emote to start spamming now and for the next 10 minutes straight, you know what to do. That's what I'm saying. Win or die, look at them. If you don't know what to do, then now you do. Can we get some dancing dinosaurs in the chat? That's all I'm asking for. With that said, back to you, Jibs.
You said that in a very interesting way. Like, dancing dinosaurs.
It's because I was going to say dinosaurs dancing, and then I realized it was dancing dinosaurs. So I tried to save it mid-sentence, and instead of being the comrade, teammate caster, you curse the circle and swings away from Dino Land.
Yeah.
And yeah, this one's on you. Thank you, James, for not giving us Dino Land finish.
Yeah, it's on me. I'm so sorry about that. Well, of course, we've had, changes to Vikendi in the past. It has been changed. Personally, I liked Garoka and the old Vikendi, but in new Vikendi, what do these teams like about it? So let's check in with them.
Sürekli yaz ayına denk gelen bu turnuvada Vikendi'nin beyaz karları bizi mutlu ediyor. O yüzden Vikendi'yi seviyoruz.
Güncel turnuvalarda oynadığımız Vikendi'yi çok beğendim. Önceki Vikendi maplerine göre çok daha detaylı ve güzel yaptıklarını düşünüyorum. Yani kısacası e-spor için uygun olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I don't like Vikendi at all. I don't know, I don't like snow maybe.
I think I really like this map since it's the newest map in esports, and it has many high grounds, many interesting sides of the map. So overall, I really like the experience of playing on this map.
So, Matt, with the biggest smile on his face. I don't like Vikendi. Okay.
And he's probably gone. So PUBG has come to Howl and go like, boys, we need someone for an interview. These are the questions. And Matt goes, boys, I got this. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I know how to present this question. I don't like Vikendi.
There must be someone on his team that likes something about this map. Surely.
I thought more people was gonna say bass, at least just for trolling, or tornadoes. Or sandstorms. I suppose they do something. I know they call blizzards, but it's fun with sandstorms and Vikendi anyway. It is.
Yeah. I'll tell you what the teams really don't like about Vikendi, or any map for that matter. The fact that Example has 28 kills. That is insane. If there was ever a way to upgrade your team that we were talking about in the last game, that's insane. What a ratio here. I mean, it's not like the other guys haven't been able to perform as well either. They've been performing great. It's just 28. That must be quite a margin to second place.
Also, just quick FYI, Mad Bull started there in first by a little gap, and now Twisted Minds is 20 points ahead of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. Are we really back to the 2021 PUBG where Twisted Minds just comes out and steals the win? Or not steals, but comes in and just stomps everyone in every tournament. It's starting to look scary.
It's presenting an extreme issue because it's not a case that, okay, yeah, you've taken over Mad Bulls. It's a case that they're almost double the points of third place. That's problematic for these teams who are looking to try and make that catch-up occur. As you say, in terms of those GPT teams going on to PGS 3 and 4, guaranteed, if there was going to be this significant a gap, you would want it to be one of the GPT teams, but that's insane.
Sorry, go.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, also I can tell you that Example coming into that Takeo game had 1,000 damage more than the player with the second most damage, who was also a Twisted Minds player in Perfectix.
Of course.
So, it's starting to get out of hand very quickly. In the meantime, another thing that's not going the way they wanted to is Oculus losing one. I believe it was, Global Army found by the Mad. Oculus struggling here a bit. They have made better late game presence today than we saw yesterday, but still back to these early game kind of shoulders running into one another and taking casualties because of it.
The Mad channeling his unbridled rage at Vikendi into that first kill of the game.
Get me out of here! He should have been the one gone down. That would have made so much more sense.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm out. All right, peace. Back to the lobby with me.
Call me when Miramar is coming up. Who knows? I mean, but that's another thing, right? Because with how many, not only weapons and mortars and Panzerfaust, and then we have e-pickups and everything else that's been added over the last year to PUBG, maps have been part of it too. And you can like it, you can dislike maps, but it's part of the game. It's like in any other sport. I mean, in tennis, sometimes they play on gravel, sometimes they play on something else. That was a bad sport to mention because I don't know a whole lot about tennis. But yeah, I mean, you can say you don't like it, but you're still going to play it. And I think for PUBG right now, they're lucky, I suppose, that there is still a bigger lean in games played to Erangel and Miramar. But I don't imagine it's going to be too long before we're going to have more maps added. And with that, maybe fewer Miramar and Erangel games in percentage over the course of the whole stage of a tournament.
Yeah.
So you got to get used to it.
There was that talk of eventually Deston being in, right? But I feel like no player in this lobby really likes Deston that much. So, maybe that'll be kind of navigate around. But I mean, you're right. Obviously, I cover a lot of RTS, right? In that, we rotate maps very, very quickly. And if it was up to the pros in a lot of scenes, they would never rotate maps. They would have the same map, the same layout over and over again. They would think that's the fairest of fair. But for entertainment's sake, yeah, bring map diversity on. I think it's fantastic.
It's definitely causing trouble for these players. But I honestly, for the most part, I also think, as you say, for entertainment, but also just from because a lot of these viewers, I'm talking about you in third person chat, sorry, a lot of you guys, I imagine, are here to not only get entertained by all the crazy plays coming through from these players, but also to learn, to get better at the game. And what better to see a professional player out of their comfort zone, having to come up with something in a situation they haven't stood in before and make it work, right? That's very comparable to what I imagine most of the newer people to PUBG coming in and experiencing something for the first time, whether it be a way to take a fight or something similar. I think it's good that we get to see these guys out of their comfort zone and not just playing the same few maps over and over.
Yeah, especially for like a Vikendi and a Tego, in terms of like playing this at the pro level. One thing that you would extract as the viewer is, oh, I didn't know you could take that dip. Oh, I didn't know that you could rock up against that field and use that rock as cover from the opposite angle. So there's a lot of of those learning moments when you're watching these kinds of plays, especially on the newer maps compared to an Erangel or a Miramar. But for now, Gedrox is just watching Twisted Minds not only sail past him here in the game, but sail past him in the leaderboards as well. Because Winnow Die is only in 10th place at the moment. It's a bit of a far cry from what we saw from them in Brutality. But, there's still a little bit of time.
Yep, sure is. In the meantime now, from one team straight to another. Kutpa spots one that's Batulin's down instantly. Not only does he not get his high ground, he's also fallen down. Kutpa, with the last few bullets in the chamber, finds example as well. And that is Twisted Minds hurt early on. If there's a way to deal with them, it might just be in the early game here. That's the only way you're going to get him.
The blood fury that has now infected the rest of hell from the mad about this map. I'll stop. But I mean,
I'll get 25 kill win off of this. Just
exactly. They're so angry. They're just so mad. But yeah, that's 3 already. They've been able to find these teams on rotation very nicely. So can't count them down.
I mean, and again, from a team who we know to, Saga said it in the desk as well, Batulin's one of the guys that are the best at gathering info in PUBG as a whole. Even they run into opponents on Vikendi. They have now, it's very rare that you within the first circle see Vikendi drive straight past 3 teams. Oh, are we getting leaks here? Any leaks in the chat? A little bit of info on where teams are located. 4 players. Oh, is anyone else here? Beep, beep, beep, boop, boop. There you go. A lot of info gathered there.
I like these bunkers, but I don't like them when you get pinned in them. It is rough. And, Twisted Minds didn't have many options available to them, so they just took kind of cover as quickly as they could. Nades going down. You can take cover down there from these nades, usually, and not take too much damage, but getting out is the problem.
Now, how much effort is FaZe willing to put in to try and clear this position out? I'm not sure they're fully aware that it's Twisted Minds, but seeing as it's only a duo that pulled up here, they would probably expect that with just 3 players eliminated, it would be them. But again, they're half the amount of points up, actually more than that, to Twisted Minds, and there's that 9th. I feel like it's simply not worth the risk. And this just adds to that speculation. How much do you how much do you dare to take that fight now with this circle popping? I think they're realizing as well, it was fun to be here, but let's just go back to where we were.
Yeah,
they ain't leaving anytime soon.
Exactly. As much as it could potentially be 2 free kills in the long run, it does delay your progression forwards. James is staying there kind of as the potential spoiler to deal with them. But usually when you come down here and try and kind of take the loot that does exist down in these areas, you would want to have a car to then just rock it out if you feel like you've got caught by it. But then usually the nades are the thing that actually catch those cars quite quickly and blow them up swiftly. But this one was on the ramp and not blown up, so that's quite convenient.
I'll be able to keep that safe. It's only half HP, so it would be taken down rather quickly.
Yeah.
But for now, we'll keep tabs on Twisted Minds and see for how long they can stay put in this position, as everyone else around the map will start making their way on in. As you can see, PBL trying to close on in on Shenk, and he's alone. M249 in hand. He's got the ammo, but does he have the aim to take down all of them when he's on his own? I can tell you quickly, no, not gonna happen. Sheila finds him.
Reinforcements were way too late, unfortunately, for LulW. They're going to turn around and leave. There's no point in going for this kind of engagement, especially when Iroh has technically actually been knocked. They did see that in the kill feed here, but there's no way they can exploit that with the potential that BBL has to greet them. So unfortunate for Lil W. They'll tuck their tails and head back up north.
Yeah, nothing really else to be done there. And it's kind of interesting when you look at the edge of the map, because the mountain that Mad Bulls currently find themselves on is on the very edge of the circle. It creates a very weird rotation path for the teams that are coming in from that southeast side. That's why you're seeing Entropic, BBL, Bumble Squad, Mad Bulls, and now Lil W down here as well, all kind of bunched up, because you're very limited really in how much space you can maneuver in from when there's an entire mountain just ahead of you blocking off your entry to the circle.
Lil W almost completely out now. Bumble Squad actually took a big fight with them here. It's only Slowjack down to a slither of health. He goes down. Bumble Squad finishes him off. So very rough stuff here from Lil W.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Voldemort running over a teammate as well. Not a whole lot of, I think, issues will come with that. Should be able to get the rest on up. Ascent now losing Chris as well. A team that's been, I mean, one thing is that they're not in the top, not maybe expecting Ascent to be there right from the, like, midway through the tournament, but down dead last at 21 points. They have been struggling, James, on the edge of the circle to get anything going at all.
Yeah, it's a curious thing, right? I do feel like maybe sometimes it's not like their old play style was figured out. It's that their old play style, I feel, when they had most success, felt a little bit volatile, right? They were playing edge, and a lot of times they would send through to middle locations and somehow get away with it and just be able to, well, we're able to get a lot off of this. But it was a lot of Hail Marys from Ascend sometimes in those scenarios.
James still haven't quite given up this this fight just yet. I mean, he is the only player here, so kind of tasked with Twisted Minds duty, which I suppose is not the worst thing when you're just sat there holding the angle waiting for them. It begs the question, should there be more entrances to these bunkers? Would that make it more fair?
I don't know, because normally you don't end up in these situations.
Yeah, true, but just in case you do, as we now see BBL try and make the way forward, and Tropic will find him. And again, more of these rotations on the eastern side that are with teams just struggling to make their way in, and because of the mountain, because of the landscape around them, and now the circle swinging up in this direction. BBL had the right idea, but they're just going past way too many teams.
Yeah, Voldemort somehow getting out a dodge here. Nope, he will go down. 90 does take him away. So really good edge hold control here from Bumble Squad after dealing with Lil W. Now they deal with BBL, trying to go for a big wide rotation. Lou finally tries to pop his head out of the hole, and James has been waiting here so patiently. The rest of the squad now coming down. They don't know it was exactly two, but I mean, maybe Killfeed watching and Killfeed tracking, they know after knocking a Lou that it is, in fact, Twisted Minds. Panzer Faust. If I'm going, you're going with me.
It's we saw it from example yesterday. They have a go in and YOLO points kind of mentality. Oh no, Gustav goes down and they can't get a flush in time. The fact is the second with the third almost takes out the entirety of FaZe Clan. How in the world did that almost come to be?
That was almost an absolute disaster. Wow. Wow. I got chills just then for a moment because that was crazy. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, what do they have to lose?
I'm at a loss for words here. This is... One thing is the Panzerfaust kill. That is what it is. He comes flying in, finds him. Sure, that's just how that gun works. But the chaos that unfolded as a result of it, that was not what FaZe was expecting to have happen when they pushed up in that position.
No, not quite. And of course, it was Gustav, the first one to go down to the bloody...
Yeah, anyway. I mean, yeah, that's just really unlucky, I suppose.
All right, well, Nate goes forward. CZNX manages to dodge the rest of that. Entropics managed to recover slightly. They did have Renders knocked earlier on, so... they are down towards south playing that kind of edge play right now. Na'Vi still on the edge, realizing that Ascend is reinforcing in front of them. So got to be careful. Nice nade, though. We'll hit on it. Maybe just confirm that completely. Iron wasn't going to stick it, as Mad Bulls is really bringing on the hurt here in what is a pretty important central location for this circle.
And for Mad Bulls too, I mean, they were coming down the hill there, essentially taking the fight to Oakless here. So if they can clean them out, as we're seeing, clean them out fully and then fall back towards the compound once more, great position for them to be in.
We on the roof here? What's going on? I can't really tell.
Top floor.
Okay, top floor. Well, they're going to have to try and fucking worm their way out of this somehow. This is difficult because Ascend is trying to take multiple angles here to put on the hurt, and he Oh, just barely. I don't think he can fully heal this and move at the same time.
Nope.
I think he's totally stuck. Yeah.
Yep. Down he goes with the new circle popping. That is going to be him down. Agatari falls to the blue. Stifex in a kind of awkward position here inside the building as well. The circle is close to them with the new one popping, but not just inside yet. He still has a road to cross. His two teammates have gotten there, but they ain't in just yet. Ferris needs to apply a lot of pressure to get something done here. Is Stifex? No, it hasn't DC'd. He's moving around, listening for footsteps.
Down in the blue, Katori gone. Just as you say, sort of shadow stepping here for the moment and trying to be very, very sneaky about it. As you say, Kilikai and Maker just going to be moving on forwards now, realizing, well, we're not going to continue to hold this here, even though it would be beneficial to us. So we need to clear up our back somehow. But likewise, Navi has kind of this checkpoint spot in the circle as well. I don't know if Diffex doesn't have a vehicle though, right? He can't get out of here.
No, it's gonna be tricky to make this cross, especially with how Ascent is now set up over on the other side. He's running back into the blue. He does have a car. Does have a car, but again, you'd imagine that there's gonna be at least some shots coming through from Ascent, depending, of course, on how far west he swings in this rotation. But a lot of interesting fights about to happen out on the edge. Foot taking the fight to Entropic on the southern side. Put Samuel and BB team up on the north as well. These fights are both important as that will allow for entry for both these teams into the circle.
Dedrix confirms big damage on Foot down in that south position. BB team looking towards Pod Samulet to try and hold them out completely. They do have a positional advantage over them quite considerably. Presenti hit some shots. I was talking about him previously whilst we were in the break. He's not done too badly here for Pod Samulet at all. Hitting some real decent bangers, but another nade goes across, and that is big from Pin. He pulls the pin on Bestalosh.
Right on point. Down. Big target to take out here in the start of this fight as well. You can see he's trying to make his way all the way up to the Richstein, get an angle, get at least some vision over the hillside here to figure out exactly what they're dealing with.
Yeah, not too bad use of utility here at the moment. Taking out potentially one of the big dogs if it can continue on. Molly goes over the ridge as well, taking down Bestalosh. Normally, if BB team can actually find themselves the angles that they require, they would be the ones that were able to usually win out these firefights. However, it's really not gone their way, and now they've got to deal with Pin, who has actually gone for a little bit of a wrap on this. That will open up an extra angle for them, potentially.
Yep, a wrap on one side, a wrap on the other, as well as Adusi tries to sit up down below the opposing team, but not going to work out for him. Took a bit too much damage from the blue there to really stay safe in it, but now the guys on the other side, Jammer Packs being tanked down, so blue will start hurting momentarily.
Bit of a shame for BB team. I thought they were going to be able to wake up a bit more today, but it's really not materialized after those two great games that they had at the tail end of yesterday. They're going to have to repeat that here. Pin does go down to Gedrox, though, who are now rocking up on this third-party potential for Win or Die, who hears all the commotion up towards the top, and they've picked the perfect moment to be able to hit on Pod Samulet.
It's yet another case of fights taking too long in this situation. Win or Die, I should say, I mean, just perfect execution. Realizing there's a third-party opportunity. Yes, it's not inside the circle, but this is an entry point to the next circle. Get control of the high ground and you're golden. Now, a lot of damage being done on them as well. Look, Gedrock's down to low HP, but he's inside the circle, so he's going to be all right, at least for now. They know there's one more player open alive for Pot Samulet, and they want to stick around here to try and find him.
Yeah, the full hold-off here for Win or Die is almost certainly the play. Just get this done. You know then from that point on, you're probably free on the west side of a circle, so you might be able to transition into these later circles unimpeded. There's our P90 over there.
Scary to go up against, no doubt. Presenti, solo player left alive, chasing down the circle. Will be out of distance, I would imagine, for Win or Die to hear him, but he's got a whole other set of trouble as the last pick doesn't come through. Does he find a first hit here? Yes, he does. 3 of them, to be told. So let's see if he can make his way out, or if he's just going to be cannon for Navi on the other side of this hill.
Sneaky Corexi. Can't he do anything? It's he already hears Howlers well moving around. So, well, looks like more shots will come in. Actually, across the way, Navi has somehow managed to get out of the hold that they were in that corner and has found some angles on this fight up in the north.
Oh, Corexi, despite being in his natural habitat on the northern hemisphere, won't be able to stay alive. He will go down. trying to sneak his way on in. And now Winner Die, not so sneakily, try to make their way back towards the southern side again. But again, as I said before, going up in the top, clearing out that entire position, that is what allows them to play the low ground. Had that mountain been in, had there been a team up there suppressing them, they would never have been able to make this rotation. So smart understanding of where they needed to go. A Spear rest, headshot, body shot, takes out Get Drugs.
It looks almost effortless from him, those shots. As they very, very patiently lining it up. Leosh now under a lot of pressure as well. Hollow My Bad's already down. But Winner or Die felt like they had to make this push into the... How did they suddenly see presenting just then? Jeez Louise. But, you know, just turning around, being able to pop him out of nowhere. And Na'Vi in the north side has got a little lip to work with. The problem with the Vikendi, though, is sometimes as you look down that lip, oh my, it's open.
Yep, sure is. Now, Evie trying to make the run for it, trying to come to the rescue of his teammates. Trying to make the run further forward. Leosh should be done for. The flush should come through, but Evie ain't done just yet. Playing with the fruit for a bit, trying to set up a trap, potentially, but has to confirm the kill in the end.
Trying to set up for the flashes. Knows exactly that reinforcements are on the way from him. Extensor goes upstairs, and he's going to wait for the window play here. Try and kind of fake them out a little bit, but no, look, Rooks will clean this up. That's Winner Die going out in 8th here. Mad Bulls looking to get more on the board, trying to make that catch-up happen against Twisted Minds.
A lot cleaner on their side of things as well. It's not been easy fights they've had to take up on the hillside, and now inside this compound too. We'll see what they can make happen with the circle having just shifted further over towards the east of their position.
Madzi makes Dedrix eat most of that grenade. Quite a bit of damage been done. Still 2 down from Entropic, who, technically speaking, if they're able to recover everybody and get them up, deal with some of the angles that they're being able to be suppressed by, they could actually have a decent game, and they will hit back against Madzi, it is Grendis. But this fight here, with all of this utility across the way, as I said before, when Na'Vi came off the hill of here, this is so flat, very difficult to deal with, and it's only smokes that are really causing the slowdown on this fight. Almost hit him there.
They have to continue pushing further forward. Yes, they are inside the circle, but once these smokes dissipate, as you say, James, there's literally nothing for them to play around. This time around, though, Ascent stand their ground, and they stand it strong. 2 players down already, just Diffix now left alive.
This is where Ascend usually finds some of their comfort here, once they've been able to get through to the middle, working with relatively little cover for the most part. They're very well versed at these kind of car fort scenarios, but Nixie is just watching this unfold. As soon as a knock goes down or something like that, he's ready to go for it.
Yep, doesn't want to shoot them early on either. You can see why. He's a solo player right now, holding the fort. One thing is you can take the fight aggressively, but he's feeding info across to his teammate. He's trying to make sure that they stay alive so that he can stay alive too.
Yeah, there's power in what they've got right now, because he is watching all of these teams in the middle, scrapping, also lying down, having a hard time, whereas the other guys from Mad Bulls have been able to push up to this rock and have this hillside. So technically speaking, well, he doesn't have to take the shots. He can just kind of keep his team in the dark a little bit against the other teams and be able to kind of rendezvous with them.
Exactly. Ascent still a fight on their hands. Soset managed to get back on his feet. So we'll see who comes out victorious here. Mika still got plenty of shells left in the smoke grenade launcher. We'll see if they can make some more cover as they try to suppress, if they try to hold out Na'Vi, and really hoping that more damage would be done from the south. But the issue is they don't know it, but the south is burning too, so there's no help coming.
No help, still a little blind there for a moment. I can't believe that there's still utility in this fight, considering how long it's had to be prolonged out with all of these smokes. Entropic's gone down, though. Bumble Squad, they've not had many points go their way throughout all of this, but 8 kills in this game. This might be Bumble Squad's opportunity to start rocketing up these leaderboards. But Mad Balls has something to say about it. Still is 3, still on this side of the hillside, and not too pressure from those teams in the north.
This is kind of what Ascent was hoping for. Now with the team eliminated, Bumble Squad can start flexing out on that eastern side and try and take out Na'Vi alongside Ascent with Circle Shift. It's not going to favor Na'Vi either here. Schofield will fall. That's Pera out in 6th. That's where they make our way into the top 5.
Shoot when it's important. Madzi gets Diffx once again. Bumble Squad is just roaming and just putting in work. I like how they're approaching this game at the moment. Feels like they've got a bit of a swing of confidence about them. As taking these angles has been fantastic stuff. It's a good angle to take because they know that the foliage coverage of all of those trees was covering the angle that Mad Bulls may have on them if they try it. So very, very good understanding of the terrain.
Two players we haven't seen a whole lot of as of late is the two remaining FUT Esports players. We haven't seen them, but Mad Bulls have, and that's going to be them eliminated. 1 nade was all that was needed. 8C T-Bone down and out.
Let's see. I'm sort of, in part, rooting for either Ascend or Bumble Squad because they do need the points. As Crossberg tries to go for the cross shot on a circle like this, but it's Nixie again. Nixie just all over this kill feed at the moment, just trying to hit anything that Ascend can do.
So, I mean, where can you even go with the downfall of FUT Esports? You were thinking maybe they could take their spot, but then you're just running into the exact same kind of death that they were. Nixie finds one more. That's 10 kills for Mad Bulls. They will find Killyak as well. I'm surprised Bumble Squad hasn't done more to try and aggress over the side, because you saw two of them. Two of Mad Bulls peeking the other direction. And Bumble Squad not really biting, not wanting to take a potential 3v1 flank engagement. So instead, Ascent down to just one. That means that Mad Bulls don't really have to worry too much about Mika any longer.
Sure.
Now they can turn their full attention to Bumble Squad. It's one of those, again, where you have a window of literally 2 to 5 seconds to make a play that's going to be in your favor. Now it's reset once more because they didn't take the chance when they had it.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because, I mean, as long as each team commits one person to just keeping an eye on this ridge line and making sure that everything's going on, I think both teams are also quite happy about shutting down the potential of Ascend, trying to move towards that road and maybe at least getting themselves extra placement points as time goes on. Ibby's still looking towards those cars, sees his leg, sees his toes. Not his toes, no! Oh!
Pedicure of death coming through from Iron Deep and Tosta as they find Mika. And I think, Epi said it yesterday in the pre-game interview as well with what he expects from a teammate, and it's confidence. And I think when they say confidence, a lot of it is players who don't hesitate. We need to be able to execute quickly, which is the same here for Bumble Squad. If they heard the opportunity to take that fight before and then started discussing whether or not it should happen or not, that moment has already passed. Now, they still have the numbers, 4 versus 3, but they're going up against a Mad Bulls who might today not have seemed the most warm, but at least in this match in particular, have been playing very, very well.
Yeah, Nyx is on the warpath for them as usual. Crossberg might end up being the spoiler for them, who's taken down what is a cheekier angle against Mad Bulls. And if they slowly try and creep up against them, maybe if they lure them to try and creep up a little bit further, maybe Crossberg could be that extra little thing that they need here. With a man advantage, you've got a lot of extra positions you can work with.
You know what I really like about this particular ending? It's a Vikendi finish with no one having crate guns. When's the last time you've seen that?
It's unusual, considering there's crates right behind them.
Yeah, all over the place, literally, but no one's been in a position to get him. Tosta does have a level 3 vest, though, so at least some high-tier utility and Kevlar is in play, but we'll see what they can make of it.
Well, looks like neither team's going to be super keen about breaching across this. Entering no man's land. We'll just have trench warfare for the second. There's still a few nades here and there, but teams being very, very careful about making sure that they still have a little bit available once crunch time comes in.
And that's exactly it. We're ending literally on the peak of the mountain.
Yeah.
On the very top, on that rock up on the left side of our screens right now. That's where this match is ending. Mad Bulls know they have to make a move, but I think they're smart in being hesitant here. Not only do they know that they don't have the numbers, but they're also saying, let's wait for them to make a mistake. Let's, again, do everything. We know we're the ones who have to move eventually, but maybe they get greedy. Maybe they do something they shouldn't have done, and we can punish it, making a game go in our favor. They're waiting for Bumble Squad to do something, in my opinion, inexperienced, because it is on them to make the first move.
Yeah, when Deep actually moved down here, I think that gave a little bit of a tip-off to what's going on, and that actually gave Lookarooks more information as to how these movements were occurring. So now he's fully aware that Crossberg is down there, so he can keep holding that for a little bit, but the circle is now slowly moving. How are we going to deal with it?
A lot of util, a lot of lethal util as well here. Iron Deep still 2 nades, 2 mollies as well. More nades being lopped on over, but still enough space on the backside of that hill for them to dodge and weave. They need to connect, and now they do. EB peeked around the smoke and gets found.
Lots of smokes down. Lots of angles being covered here from all of this. A double blue zone nade. I mean, it's a nice attempt to try and make something work there, but there's nobody receiving it. as mollies will go down in these smokes as well. Sometimes you can catch people off guard about pushing on through. Nixie starts things off, though. He's always warm, is Nixie, as he's going to be able to take down one. Ein Deep goes down as well, making it a 2v2 for the moment.
They get the peak, or they get the knock over the top of the up to swing around the low ground instead, which now sets them up in trouble. 2 versus 2. They have Matt just on the other side. He hasn't gone for a heal, but Nixie able to see him regardless. And now, what was a 2v4 is a 2v1 in favor of Matt Bulls. Do they see him just down below? Not quite yet.
Crossberg's going to have such a difficult time. He's going to see him straight away, but he actually does manage to catch Nixie, but Lucarux is there for the trade. The perfect peeks over like a bull in a china shop, smashing down all of the plates. He is back to Mad Bulls, getting another win and looking to pursue Twisted Minds at the top.
Was it a mistake? Was it a coin flip that they had to gamble on swinging on the low ground here? I feel like when you get EP over the top, that's where you go. You got to make the swing in that direction. Didn't happen, though. And Mad Bulls played it perfectly there in the end.
All right, well, Studio is ready to break this down once again. Mad Bulls ain't going down without a fight here in day number 2.
Mad Bulls now a 3rd win here in the grand finals. The only team to have 2 wins yesterday, and now they are adding that 3rd to them. Such an impressive performance. It seems that they can just keep on charging. But what was quite exciting for us is we finally got to see Ascend Avenger, a team that everyone had hyped up coming into this, a team that did so well last year, and then a team that just did not show up until now.
Yeah, this is crazy. And this send here through and face throwing it in there, I think that had everyone hands up in the sky. That was crazy to look at it. And I gotta say, huge respect to Mad Bulls coming in, doing this again here. This is just crazy. Such a hard way of doing it. The mechanical skill on Nixie and the boys, like, that is just crazy. To win a 3v4 like that with EB first knock, essentially a 2 versus 4 win here, huge. Also, props to Bumble Squad here. This was a great play from them. They came out of the southern side of Lavani and popped off really nicely.
For sure, but obviously, like I said, the conversation moving towards Ascend Saga, they have just finally been able to find that space. Why do you think it has taken them so long in this lobby to find their footing?
It's a very difficult lobby. I mean, we kind of... Maybe we downplay it a little bit when we look at things from the perspective of those players who are dominant. Like, a lot of the focus that we would give will be from the perspective of players like Example, from players like Nixie who are going out and getting those kills. But if you're against that kind of player, and there's 16 teams full of them, it is very, very tough. And to even find any sort of position is always going to be very difficult, particularly on Vikendi, on a circle like this where there was 3 main points of high ground positioning. And if you're not in one of those, you better be in a compound, because if you're not in a compound, the only other option is to try and wrap the blue zone. And Foot Esports, Ascend, sorry, I got baited because Foot Esports had Ascend's logo on that screen. Never mind. But Ascend continually trying to wrap the blue zone, and it just ends up with them time and time again wrapping face first into Na'Vi, and that's another very threatening team that you don't really want to be fighting with on the edge of blue zones, and it just keeps on happening, and it's really unfortunate.
So here's the thing, it's actually really close between sort of, you know, these teams in the mid-pack, if you like. But at the bottom it was Ascend and Pera, and you can see both of them had far better games now than they've had for most of the grand finals, and even then it just wasn't enough to push them out of those bottom 2 spots. We are past the halfway mark now of the grand finals. Avenger, what do they do? I mean, is it going to be one of these situations where they have to do that glory run and start making their way into the final 4 every single game?
I mean, now that our, you know, the kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th place is kind of up for grabs, since we have Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds pop off like that, and also, you know, Kalaris' Teriyaki and Joyous here taking 1st place. It's huge for them. It's good, but tied 21 points halfway through Pera and Ascend, right? After 9 games out of the 18 here, 21 points is just like so far away from the level that we know that they're capable of, the level that we saw them qualify to PGS last year for, and it is so many points behind our top 2 spots. Of course, one of the teams is the GPT team, so it would go to the, you know, the kind of top 3 teams if it continues to be like this. But it's gonna be rough. Like, we have teams in the middle that are doing extremely well. Foot, FaZe, of course, also kind of popping up a little bit. BBL Pot. Some of these teams are likely gonna be like 60, 70 points ahead of Ascent once we're done with the day. So that's going to be a huge mission for them tomorrow if they have their hopes up for the PGS spots.
Well, obviously, Vikendi was a far better map for them since the start of the Grand Finals. And also for Para, the previous Sticky Gummy saga, they also had a relatively okay experience. Maybe not as good as Ascent, but staying in a little bit longer. And I'm sure that was something that they were very happy about.
And what's depressing about it is the fact that it really could have been a big match for them. They had a 2-2 split with two extremely central compounds, lovely uncontested central drop spot. They had the opportunities. If they held their nerve a little longer and held on to that 2-2 split that you just saw them regroup from, they would have had a much better game, but they just regrouped slightly too early. Mad Bull's more than happy to play down from the hilltops, sees the cars leaving, takes that compound, and goes and wins the game from that position. It's not the first time we've seen something similar to this, but honestly, Para in vehicles making a send, not even looking at the dip that they're sending into, Martin. It's a little bit self-inflicted at this point, some of the losses that they're experiencing.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it, right? Because they had this compound on the western side, and we were like, they could have done so much more. That could have gotten them way more points than trying to kind of survive for as long as you could here. And of course, Nix is going to spot that out quite easily. Foot is it's hard to breach a little bit of a dip like that, and it just becomes, you know, like the dentist's worst nightmare in this case. If you just continue to send it towards middle blindly, I don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
Sticky gummies, you know, dentist's worst nightmare.
Okay, it's kind of awkward when you have to explain the joke.
Yeah, it happens when you're on a single-digit IQ.
Wow. Okay, well, moving on. No one else got the joke, but so be it. Moving on, don't forget, if you hit that follow button on PUBG_Battlegrounds on Twitch, you can unlock some emotes for PEC, so make sure that you do that, because it's just fun, and you can push them all into the chat while we talk about the single-digit IQ that allegedly some of us have. And we are 2 games away from the end of day 2 here in the Grand Finals. We're going to take a break while I try to think of a response to Avenger.
Excited.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
He has a P90 in green.
He's full open.
Knocked him on green, knocked him on green.
In the
one more there.
Running for him.
1 HP.
1 HP. 100 a torrent.
Okay.
360 EB.
I'm good, boys.
Both on the rock.
I have 3 more nades.
People west, like this, on orange. Be careful.
Don't be greedy for it, guys.
Yeah.
One more knock on orange car. Maybe you see him. I'm going back. Orange car. I got it. Go back. Go back. Orange.
Yeah.
It's cold.
2 guys in the car. I beamed knock one. Oh my god. Nice. One of them took yellow, no, or something?
Yeah. He follow. 180. Last guy.
Last guy's on the yellow.
I'm putting the cars in. Yes.
I'm ready
this
to
guy.
park the car.
Last guy, 100.
Behind you as well.
We need 3 men.
We need
2. Nice. Last guy green.
One more neon blue.
One more. Come on, three. Delay if you can.
Inside.
Come next. Come next.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Probably proning. I see the car on blue. Or under you.
Yeah, he's there.
Both of this. It's
Headshot. Dead. Blue.
Nice.
Blue is dead. Blue is dead.
Say thank you for me today.
Need
molly.
together. Nix.
I don't have.
I
Give me nade.
dropped you.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Comes north moving as well. Luca, go right.
Nice, Luca.
Okay.
God, it's a great opportunity to get a listen into all of these teams between these games, of course, and it's a great opportunity to see Mad Balls, and apparently Nix's microphone was like, yeah, he's gone, guys. Like, relax, it's fine. Just, I like his microphone, I guess. It's interesting.
As a Brit who speaks a half language, your ability to very quickly like catch on to impressions of or like making impersonations, James, are very impressive. You do a perfect T-bone. You do like the multiple players that off screen. We need to do a content piece, guys, with Calaris of just we show you a photo of a player and you have to sound like him, because I think you do a pretty good Master Lake too.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but we're not pulling that out. I'm gonna get thrown out of Poland if I do.
Your impressions, man, I love him.
that or all the songs we used to make up at PEL with Avenger and Frost. That was something special as well. But anyway, it's the penultimate game of the day. I'm so sorry to chat for blowing up your headphones, but no, I'm not really sorry because I'm Calaris. Yeah, exactly. Let's get to it, Toby.
Let's get to it indeed. The plane casually hovering over the Eastern Isle. I'll stop. Sorry, I can't. Maybe someday when I don't talk about it, we'll get there. But no, straightforward plane. We don't really have too many teams that are hard committed Southside looters. Anyway, we know Mad Balls tend to get the entirety of Los Leones. So outside of Futgo and Porto Paraíso, it should be pretty straightforward. Ascent, if they want, can swing down to Val del Mar, depending on where we see this first circle go. But outside of that, I mean, everyone sat pretty safely, plenty of space to loot, everyone being given the space they want, BPL with all of Chuma to themselves should they want to, and an island, in case we see it, which we don't.
Yeah, observers. Idiot. No.
Wow, you're really feeling it now, James. It's, yeah. I don't know how to. Guys, I've lost control. I can't contain him any longer.
Too. You're the
he's been unleashed. James is just on a roll now, doing his own thing. With that said, let's take a look at Jesus and listen to a video.
Bu turnuvada ilk 8'e girmeyi hedefliyoruz. Çünkü Global Army şu anda August'ta oynuyor. İlk 8 yapmak PGC yolunda bizim için en ideal sonuç olacaktır.
Our goal on the PEC, for sure, is qualify to PGS too, and also try to win this because I think that it's going to be important for us with a new roster to like win the tournament and see like our potential to win another one in the future.
Our goal as FUT is obviously to try and win. We obviously want to go to PGS 3 and 4, so that means that we need to get top 2 outside of GPT teams. So that's our current goal, and I think we can achieve it.
Well, great insights to get back from them, but also your transition to this was bottom tier. Normally, Toby, I'm like, oh, all these teams are cooking. By the way, let's check in with the teams to see what cake they like. Haha. Meanwhile, you're like, yo, let's look at this video, mate.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I just like to somehow not explain everything they're going to be presented. I like for the viewers to realize that as they're watching it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just all about having amazing surprises for our dear and beloved chat, and here they got themselves one. And wasn't it a great video? I think it was. The content for this event so far has been absolute top tier, and I'm liking every bit of it.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been good to get the players' insights and, pick their brains a little bit. And you know what? As much as I normally don't give you props, the Gustav video was good.
I like that too. It was a good time. Well, it's a good time as we get another Ansvar special with all the varieties of religious depictions on Miramar being shown one after another. Strap in, guys, because this is going to be 10 minutes of random paintings. Oh, never mind. They stopped it right there. In the meantime, look at the map stream. Again, Miramar in particular, I would say more than any other map. Thank you, Ansvar. Miramar, more than any other map, is a map where you want to have the map stream open. Look at the control that W currently have. I'm not expecting them to maintain this four-way split towards the east of the circle for all too long, but they're getting so much info. Even just not seeing anyone is info that this area is completely free if we want to go there come next circle shift. So they're getting a ton of info off of all the high ground positions they currently possess.
And it was successful in the first game of the tournament, right? In the grand finals, they had this kind of control on Miramar on our first battleground of the grand final, and they eventually transitioned together, were able to continue on and play a pretty controlled game for the most part to get a victory. Now, it's slid a little bit since then, admittedly, but maybe Miramar's where they find their comfort, and it could work out again. We'll see.
Could just be. Meantime, we're taking a look at Na'Vi, the team that could potentially come in and disrupt some of that, with Lil W really being their first challenger. Depending on how they opt to aggress further forward, how much they opt to go forward. We know Na'Vi not a team that likes to go full speed depth center in the very first circle, so I'm assuming that once they realize they have more space out here, they'll flex out a little bit further, but outside of that, maintain kind of this distance from the circle center and see what's available.
I didn't mind phase 2-2 during some of the starts of this game as well. They obviously had Crossroads. They sent two up to Cruz de Valle. Now they're going to be rendezvousing a little bit further closer together. They've got themselves a split across what is effectively kind of Crossroads, the entrance over towards El Azahar as time goes on. But here's Lil W that we're on board with, who now got themselves a little bit more together. I think they're a bit more cautious about how these teams are going to be moving in around them here, given this circle. And they need a little bit more kills on the board for sure, though.
As long as they group up before things get too crazy, then I mean, you can do anything you want in the early game in my book as long as you don't lose players doing it. It's all about making sure you don't take casualties. It's such a big loss of what you can potentially gain in the game, being down to 3, potentially even 2, before the second circle pops. So Lil W split right now. We know they like to do it, but also, fortunately, they've been good at making sure not to lose anyone in doing so.
There is a world as well where you've got to be a little cautious of that eastern side as Lil W, with teams like Na'Vi, teams like Foot probably wanting to start slowly moving into that area. Scouting is going to be of a premium set, but at the moment, a team that's not looking as premium, BB team, we were expecting big things, and to be honest, in that previous circle, I thought they were going to be able to do a bit more with the position that they had. Come circle 2, they had a really central spot. Come circle 3, they were looking still pretty nice, but they were trying to get themselves to this compound just ahead of Bumble Squad and maybe shut them down.
Again, when we have these first circles with plenty of real estate available for really all teams to maneuver, it oftentimes results in phase 2 being way more chaotic than it normally is now. As I say that though, and you linked it or alluded to it too, Bumble Squad was driving very close by BB team, but seems like Matzy will get away from there. There should be no reason for them to try and re-engaging on this potential fight. As I say, that Crosspeak is driving straight up to a doozy.
Well, they keep going. I think that this is probably a little bit dangerous. Deuce is going to pull out the gun, try and go for a big spray. Doesn't really connect with too much, though. Gets a little bit of a shot over towards him for his troubles. But no more aggression coming this way. I mean, neither team really wants to be losing anybody here. It will significantly hamper their progress. Out of the car, out for the boosts. Let's go.
Yeah, sitting tight to, again, get ready for the circles to come right now for Madballs as well, knowing they're on the southern but still somewhat center side of this circle. It's about making space. It's about forcing the other teams away, and how trying to flex out. They already have a position up in the mountains, but trying to claim a bit more. Madballs have to instantly shut it down because they know their foot nearby, and they cannot, this early in the game in particular, get pinned in between two teams.
No, definitely not. That would be tragic, considering that their routes, their transitions actually out of the position that they're currently in, just going straight north isn't exactly the best of directions. considering it'll take a while to make that transition up through the mountains, etc. You would much rather go out west or east and then, just be wiggling about via the roads. But there's, threats on either side. So, as you can see, Ascend all grouped up. Maybe they're waiting for an emergency pickup on that west side.
They are.
Yeah.
Unless if they're just casually having a chat about, oh wait, we're not in the circle. Maybe we should get going. Now they're standing practically on top of each other. So I'll be surprised if anything else than them waiting for a helicopter to come pick them up.
Yeah, I don't know what we're having a bad tournament in German is, but maybe they're chatting
Wir
about
haben
that.
ein nicht so gut Turnieren. Turniering. That's now a German word. Yep.
Okay.
Everything up until the last word was pretty good, I think.
No, you could say Meisterschaft. Yeah.
Meisterschaft, there you go.
Yeah.
Wir haben ein nicht so guten Meisterschaft. There's other word I could use as well, but I'm not going to say that. That's the only word for bad that I know. But it also means something else.
Oh, yes.
In any case, Mad Bulls trying to flex out, trying to get against some more control. EP has been playing kind of the over-the-shoulder protector for the rest of the team from that southern position, but now with them wanting to venture further north, he just doesn't have the angle to look over their shoulders as they push further up anymore. So forced to go up and regroup with the team as Ascent. The German parachute squad tries to figure out where they want to go off of Circle 2 popping.
Yeah, they're looking for a Lecker Meisterschaft here to get them back and good to go.
James?
What?
No, we're just starting to wheel you back in, under control.
That's a tasty championship. What's wrong with that?
I know what it meant. It didn't make it sound any better, though, as now how they, again, Matt, they knew they were around. They wanted to take the fight to them, but how? Showing them they ain't just there to be pushed around. As I say that, though, Quizzy instantly there with a response. Cut by Flush, Ruin knocked now as well, as FaZe realized they have got neighbors as well. There are rats on the roof, and those rats are Ascent.
Oh, they can see them everywhere. This is the cinematic running across the beams, trying to shut them down. But James Yao is down currently. Unfortunately, Brexco is able to take him down. Oh, Corexi 1 health! Manages to get Brexco, but Kiliakai finds Fex. This is all sorts of crazy right now. It's been technically a good assault coming out from Ascend.
Has not been bad at all, no. And it's a very, very important compound to maintain control of issues with how important it is. This should have other teams looking in that direction. Lil W is starting to come in as Corexi shoots once again, able to do a ton of damage, but can't quite find the knock up above.
They definitely don't want their Meisterschaft to go kaput here, because this is still more blue zone nades, trying to connect as much as possible. Micah gonna throw the molly forwards against all of this, even blows up the gas can, trying to limit the amount of room that FaZe has to be able to push on against him.
Realizing there are more players to be found, but Gustav solid off angle there, able to get Chris down. That's more damage alleviated as he, unfortunately, with that blue zone nade, takes out James as well. The flush, yep, those come through in the end. Chris will fall, so Ascent down 1.
I don't mind the play that they've tried to go for here, Ascend, but again, it's all kind of falling apart a little bit, losing people here and there. Yeah, you're getting a few kill points, but as time goes on, there are teams that are sniffing this out. And if you're on roofs and they can get an angle on you, you could fall very quickly.
And that's the main issue, right? Not only are you taking an extended fight, you're taking an extended fight, as I said before, in a very prime real estate area. And Lil W, they have got this fully read like an open book. They have players on 2 sides. They got the duo stacked on just on the southeastern side, now starting to creep their way on in. If they can keep them all within this area, that's a very good third-party opportunity for them to set up.
Trying to Schengen, finding an angle. I mean, the one thing that Ascent has been doing is taking the roof that is actually most covered, right? Because if you're taking the inside of these 2 warehouses, that does provide most coverage from the outside teams that are trying to look on in. But still, it's kind of slowed down now to the point where this third party is on the way.
Yeah, creeping ever so much closer. They do have Hello Senpai further towards the east, not really in position to assist a whole lot. But we'll see if Lil W opts to fully engage on this, or if they just like to kind of look at a distance and see if they can find some knocks.
Slow, too slow. Back up. Lurex has found you.
Stuff. They can't do a whole lot but holding these angles, especially now that they know there's a third team looking their way. They just have to sit tight and wait for Ascent to try and make a play, really. And there they are, making the play. Gustav finds one, goes down straight in return. Now in a 2v1, Correxy all alone trying to fend off against him. Finds the flush and kill Yakai, but haven't really been able to isolate his opponents. They should be able to take out Gustav should they want to.
I mean, regardless of what goes on here, I feel like Lil W is just going to spring the trap as soon as they see one of these teams completely eliminated. Lurk's getting more shots in from the distance here in these warehouses the long way around with all of this. But here comes more reinforcements. Lil W is gearing up for a 3-man push against this as soon as they want to see one team done.
Yep, it makes perfect sense for them to do so. So with the circle shifting, they know that their priorities are gonna lie elsewhere. More teams are gonna be coming from the north. Ascent will come out on top in this fight, but can Brexco and Mika reset fast enough to stand strong against Lil W?
I'm gonna have to move away from all of this, get out of dodge as fast as possible, and they realize exactly where Lil W were coming in from. Try to get into the longhouse here. Slow Jacket though finds Brexco. Mika, the last one alive, is gonna have to sing very high pitched to try and deal with all of this and somehow get away.
Considering that Ascent got 4v2'd by Lil W yesterday on Miramar, it would be the most... Nah, never mind. I'm going to stop my sentence there. It would have been great to see them win a 1v4, but Molly did me dirty.
Perfect timing by Lil W, right? Perfectly good on the rock up. Didn't take any casualties, even any knocks on it. Barely expended any of their resources to just have free kill points go their way. Really like that.
Can't ask for a whole lot more, that is for sure. In a great position on this northern side of the circle too. And because of the commotion and because they were able to finish the fight as fast as they were, Na'Vi now with a chance to potentially take the fight to them earlier, opts to go for Bumble Squad instead, who offer that fight too to set up shop inside the compound here.
Bam, Hakatori's on Bumble Squad. Just being able to hit him from the distance. Probably won't be able to follow up on the knock, though, because they do have a little bit of cover to work with. So the pickup on Madzi is there. Diffex driving, kind of in the open on this Murado, trying to find himself a little bit of an approach against this. They realize that they're on the edge of the circle. I don't mind it. Here comes a preemptive nade, though, dealing with whatever could come along. Maybe hoping that they were going to crash through there, but not to be the case.
No, could just be they're able to fend off against this one. Fairest doesn't want to fully commit to the push up here. They know that that's an awkward off angle should they try and make the run on up. So they want to take this fight on the northern side of the compound. Makes perfect sense too because they know there's no one set up here waiting for them. Madzi goes down. That's once again Hakatori finding headshots.
Normally give... Ooh, be careful. Normally I would give kind of sway to Na'Vi in a fight like this, but Bumble Squad has been on a little bit of a tear lately in these past couple of games, so that's good for them here as they're holding the angles quite strongly. Although that being said, this is quite nadeable, is this position. Madzi's now done. Hakatori sees his legs on the angle there. You can't be holding that spot.
Up on the very, very edge of the building as Crossberg tries to see if he can get himself an off angle too. It's just, again, an awkward area to fight up here. Northern side, yes, plenty of space, but again, once they peek out, they instantly get forced back in.
I think Bumble Squad's in kind of a bit of desperation mode now. I think they realize they've been rumbled and bumbling up towards the top of some of these buildings to find maybe a cheeky angle on how Na'Vi's approaching this, but Ferris is going for a way further off angle potentially here.
Oh, shit, no, this is not an off angle. This is Na'Vi seeing the circle and going, guys, this compound is completely pointless to fight for. Let's get the hell down to south. With this hardship being as hard as it is, they know there's real estate to be had. They know not many teams are going to be down here, and they're sending Fairest out early saying, are we taking this fight, or are you spotting something amazing for us, Fairest?
Yeah, at least got to scout across the way, right? Like across the road, try and see exactly if there's anybody encroaching or at least impeding their rotation. And now they actually do see Lil W. Favors gets ahead of it during all of that and takes down Slow Jacket very quickly. But at the same time, the rest of them are trying to move on against this. IND goes down to Hakatori. Na'Vi's still holding them here whilst trying to set up for the transitions. You pointed out perfectly, this could be a big brain play by Na'Vi in the long run.
Yep, very smart decision making here. Oh, Schenken, you're caught in a terrible position. Vard with an angle there too will find the transition. As Na'Vi gonna be able to continue further forward. They still have to cross this valley though, and as your soldiers then foot in a perfect position down below to take out anyone trying to make the cross happen.
And the problem is when you have to go up the other side of the hills against this road, right? You can go down very fast, but getting up that hill on the other side, unless you've got extreme momentum from the car on your way, you are potentially open to some of those shots. But it looks like two of the members have already got across from it, and the other one's going to be coming along now in Fairest.
Fighting in the blue is fine as long as your jammer pack is keeping you up, but they're all running out of them now with phase 4 hitting where it hurts. Hallkeep, solo player left alive trying to stay put, but even he is having to heal through it, and it's not gonna happen.
Still in the blue. And meanwhile, Twisted Minds in a situation where there's going to be quite a few teams looking their way soon. Not only Auglis, who, to be fair, Auglis isn't really looking their way. They're just terrified for their lives, considering the position that they're in. Maybe eventually BBL's going to have to move up that way as well. Honestly, Para's really not done much this tournament. It's been lackluster for them. They've got a lot of long-range capabilities here, but trying to make the crosses that they're going to have to make, hopefully they've got some vehicles.
I do want to give a shout out to the social media manager though, because they tagged Descent in a tweet not too long ago after they had themselves a decent game and was like, we meet again when they had the same amount of points in 15th, 16th. So,
nice.
You know what? Being able to smile when facing defeat, I think, is important because regardless of your result, every match you play is a lesson learned one way or another. The question is how much you're going to learn from that game. And I'm sure that Para, regardless of whether they manage to climb the way up the leaderboard or finish in 16th after tomorrow is over, will have a ton they can go back and look on and hopefully improve for the tournaments to come.
And a team that's looking to extrapolate a bit more information is BB in the distance, who somehow are facing down some of the barrels of BBL once again. But BB's just not been able to hit home what they want to throughout day number 2, considering that they'd all of a sudden rocketed up the leaderboards and found themselves in 3rd place yesterday from what was 16th in 2 games, which is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, today it's been rough, and it looks like it's going to be a rough transition again in this game.
Sure will be. Have to come down this hillside, and they're getting to see Bumble Squad try to do exactly that. But not only are they having a hard time avoiding the bullets, they also opted to flip their vehicle into a cactus to then kind of stall out in the middle of the street. And Vart says, 3 points. Yeah, sure, I'll take those.
Shots going on BB team. They're trying to make this big transition against it. They're going to have to crash into BBL at this rate. And Shilla's already got himself 2. He was going to get himself 3 here. Will there be any more? Smash finishes it off. BB team, honestly, in shambles today. It has not been a good day for them.
Struggling to get anything going whatsoever. Circles haven't really gone their way either, but that's no excuse, not when you're a team that wants to qualify for global tournaments. You have to find ways to avoid getting yourself into bad positions.
BBL now is gearing up for a potential push up this hill. Oh, an MG3 in hand, okay. But they've got themselves still vehicles, so they will be able to find like small plateaus up on these hills and be able to find themselves some cover with this all. Still pretty playable on that west side. Hakatori, though, finds Vard. Foot, unfortunately taking a loss there. Vard did quite a bit, though, earlier on. So, against Bumble Team, I think he took out the entire team, so...
I like the idea that Foot tries to flex up. Sniffix now peeks on over, gets a headshot connected as well. I think T-Bone and Vart now starting to second guess their decisioning coming up here to begin with. But I like the idea of getting to this position initially. Ooh. Dante can't quite connect. Baron gets to live with the scare. Nice 180. Didn't have to do much damage, but finds the kill regardless.
Yeah, if we go into tomorrow with the same standings like it is, there's basically going to be one PGS spot up for grabs because Mad Bulls is so far ahead at this point. And look how close it is between... I mean, the desk alluded to it earlier, right? The fact that it's so close between those teams, between 3rd all the way down to, I would say, 9th even. So any one of these teams getting a big win could quite easily propel themselves meteorically into a great spot.
Definitely could. Hakatori finds one more as T-Bone finally falls. Was on low HP just before, but will be taken down in the end. Peeks on over now. They should have a pretty good inkling of where the remaining players from Foot Esports are, but as you can see, Affairs is an awkward angle to try and peek down because there's a big chance you start sliding down there as well. And getting caught mid-air like that would probably spell you death.
I mean, and this play from Na'Vi was just very forward-thinking earlier on, right? When they were on the other side of the road, doing well for themselves. That being said, the fight continues on. Win or die is absolutely smashing BBL here, as Smash does fall to Perra, in fact, who have been able to get up this hill quite well and kind of sandwich their position.
Very uncharacteristic whiff coming through there from BBL. Just could not connect the shots, especially to Smash there when he absolutely needed to. Had he found that knock would have allowed them to potentially creep over the side. Diffix going all in on this, but now hearing the vehicle, and that's a freebie. As free as they come, Ferris takes one, Hakatori takes the other. 6 kills for Na'Vi, who are still trying to climb their way back up towards the top, but Foot going down. Currently sat in that 3rd place spot. They're keeping things close, that's for sure.
Yeah, forward thinking from Na'Vi is paying royalties on everything they've been able to set up here throughout this game. As for now, they still have, well, the Mad Bulls problem that may come to light for them in a little bit's time unless they completely navigate around the north side and push around against the teams in the west. But there's not much incentive for them to do that. Nixie finds Global Army already. I'm impressed August has been able to survive as long as they have done over there. I thought they were going to be nade bait for a long time.
Yeah, not exactly the best position for them. Does Matulin spot Sheila? No, he does. Then when he finally does realize where he is, it's too little, too late. Sheila still has yet to take damage. Might be good for a second knock here as well. But remember, it is Example he's up against. Doesn't have helmet, though. Doesn't matter, though. Example peeks over, takes him down, takes him out. They get the shield back on their feet. And Twisted Mind should be good.
And Defex as well. Big on Para! Never mind, I thought that they were going to be able to properly transition Para onto this side of the road, but Na'Vi has other ideas. That pushes them into third place here, where it is, as we said before, it is so close, but 10 kills already. Wow.
Instant shutdown on that one, not allowing for Mad Bulls to even think about setting up a third-party push. This fight was over practically before it started. And again, Twisted Mind's able to get Patulins back on his feet. Example continues to do what he does best. Finding knocks, finding kills, Gedrock's taken down, but they can't quite get the confirm.
It's been almost quiet for Twisted Minds to a degree in terms of like the ability to get kills on this game. Only one on Example here, but now they're going to have to transition into these positions. They knew that August was kind of wounded during all of this, but Lyron gets 2 on that spray. Jeez, that is big for them, and Na'Vi is able to follow up and steal both of them. I can't believe it.
I like the idea of Lyron just instantly jumping out the window to try and get the confirms, but as you see there, Na'Vi, perfect angles to take him away from them. 12 kills now as Hagatori, 1100 damage, looking to increase it even further.
Huge stuff here. Na'Vi being able to get a lot on the board. The problem, again, for all of these teams is that the Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds are still alive. Hello, my bad. Finally finished off Lyron. Again, I'm kind of impressed that August survived as long as they did. They didn't really get themselves many kills, or any, in fact, during all of this, but at least a placement point or two goes their way after scrapping it out.
Circle send us up once more. And, well, my bat is still alive and kicking. He has the entirety of his team still alive. But this rotation is going to be very difficult for Gedrox and Extends. Where do they go? If they even go anywhere, Extends falls out of the car. He's going to fall to his knees as Stifix continues to do damage. But it's Mad Bulls right now finding the damage needed to get the knocks.
Strong spot as Patulins looks over towards Na'Vi there. They're still so hunkered down. Ferris against Nixie as a start. Defex. Na'Vi's just absolutely going mad in this game. This is tough stuff from them. It feels like every piece has come together perfectly, be it the transitions, be it each fight as goes on, the 2-2 split that they've currently got going on, to have a kind of a checkpoint in the middle of this circle.
I mean, we're reaching a point in the game now where they have pretty much 100% intel on rather exactly where everyone is. They saw the knock on the, they got the knock on the Twisted player on the bottom side, saw the guy coming down from the rest. They know pretty much exactly where they have Mad Bulls in the compound too, which is allowing them to spread out and take full control. You can see a Diffix once again. A lot of damage done towards Perfectix, but can't quite take him down.
Just endless shots, but not being able to hit with too much. A 32 there on Batulins. There's still Na'Vi on the warpath here for all of this. I'm somehow, Win or Dies, excuse me, Win or Dies lodged themselves in the middle of all of this conflict.
Global Army, chilling. Or trying to, at least. Probably shaking his pants quite a bit. Trying to stay put. I think Twisted Minds realizing, yeah, they're hitting all the shots. We're not going to want to give them any more points here. Let's just go down and out as Nixie now finally can swing out, can peek on over with one team down. And Tori comes in, finds the second as well. This guy is completely unstoppable.
Absolutely blasting at the moment. Nixie and Quizzy can finally shut down Win or Die, though, as now more shots will come in from Na'Vi. Na'Vi's feeling it here. They are taking full control. They're trying to corral them into this position. Again, all the flashes going across here. Finding Lucarux. Fairest is on a mad roll as well, as Mad Bulls are going to have to roll over against this power that we're seeing coming out from Na'Vi.
One guy is being forgotten about, though. Global Army, he might not have much in terms of firepower left remaining, but he is an off angle that might be handy for Mad Bulls to take advantage of. Issue is right now he's being completely suppressed by Soset.
This is a powerful win, This felt like almost destiny from Na'Vi. Looking at the way that they played this out, it looked picture perfect. They've barely even taken knocks themselves. They've been able to shut everybody down. It's up to Quizzy, and Global Army somehow makes some magic occur. But Na'Vi, this is fate.
1,300 damage on Hagatori, almost 700 on Diffix, over 700, almost 800 on Diffix. 2 players with over 2,000 damage as the game comes to a close, and Na'Vi brings home a 16-kill win. Wow.
In such a impressive way as well.
Yeah.
You said it as soon as they had Faris kind of start transitioning, making sure that he was going to deal with. Yeah, you get that. Make sure I was going to transition with those circles, right? It was just every little step, picture perfect. So well done by Na'Vi.
It was really impressive. Impressive from the start, the fight against Bumble, right to the end. They knew exactly where to go, when to be there, came out victorious.
All right, well, back to the desk now, as you can be saved from my amazing German speaking language techniques, and we'll head over to the desk for the breakdown as Na'Vi looked fantastic.
Dankeschön? Is that how you say thank? I'm not even going to try.
Dankeschön? Yeah,
Good job. That's how I say thank. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I learned from Kale. I am so excited about the fact that in the final 5 teams of this game, we have such big names in the mix. You had Mad Bulls, you had Na'Vi, you had Twisted Minds in there as well. Win or Die, which is a team that we've been keeping our eye on when they came in into PEC, obviously on that wild card. Just so exciting. But then when you see Na'Vi come in here, Saga, and do what they just did, I mean, this is what we want in a grand finals, right?
I think this is the Na'Vi team full of nasty video gamers that everyone was expecting to see when they signed a roster like this. And the question has always been, with this team, will they be able to have these performances on LAN? Because everyone kind of knew that they're capable of doing disgusting things online to the teams in the lobbies alongside them, and this was definitely one of them. It's the presence of mind earlier on to disengage from a fight that they said it's not worth it. They backed away, they took a better position, and the fight kind of ended up winning itself, and the game from that point on was just insanely played from Na'Vi.
Spectacular from Na'Vi, but also Mad Bulls. I mean, we kept speaking about this, the trajectory, if they were able to continue what they did yesterday. Right. Avenger, this team, it's incredible what they've been doing, and I feel like they are so close to that. We can say they are in contention to
we can almost taste it, right? It's like open your mouth.
I want to.
It's like opening your mouth when you're out on the beach. You can taste the salt, and I would say
medium rare.
Once we're done with the last game, we almost kind of mathematically just apply. Okay, say how possible would it be? Sure, if you go out like Na'Vi goes here, 26 points in one game and do it multiple times, then potentially could catch up. But looking at the overall leaderboard here, 128 points, and the 2 closest contenders are 2 GPT teams that you don't have to worry about. Your next closest contender is Foot and BBL and Pot, which is obviously the kind of 3 next teams that we're going to be looking at. Who of those teams are going to be able to maybe take the last spot to PGS? And it is so far for Mad Bulls. It's just crazy, like 50 plus points. It's just insane.
It is insane. What's also a little bit insane is how much we were hyping up BB team coming into this, because they actually beat Mad Bulls in the group stages. They had an even more insane run. And just nothing coming from them. What is going on, Avenger?
Yeah, it's a little bit sad to see. I was hoping for, more clever third partying. There's a lot of, I feel like, passiveness and a little bit hesitation compared to the confidence plays that we've seen from them in the group stage. And we talked about it in the opening stages here of the grand finals, and we're like, yeah, it's going to be more teams alive. You're going to have more third partying, and they're definitely one of the fallen teams going out to this, because they feel like probably they would have a little bit more time, and then they kind of finish a fight fast, and that's just another team third partying pulling up with 3 or 4 guys, and they see an opportunity to take out a BB team, which is a strong contender if they have time, but they just don't have the time in their hands with the current playstyle. And also some circles are actually going quite a lot away from them multiple maps.
It's unfortunate, because I think a lot of people had their hopes and dreams on BB team. But talking about hopes and dreams, Win or Die comes in here on a wild card, Saga, and I was super impressed when they made it through the group stages, more so though when I see them holding their own in this lobby.
Yeah, they've actually done a really good job of kind of what we maybe criticized Pera in the previous Team Focus for not doing, which is just holding their nerve. So they got slightly disrupted as they were trying to make their initial move out of San Martin by August sprinting their way out of Picado and forcing them to take a wide 2-2 split that, if, you know, they were a little too early on their regroup in phase 2, could easily have lost a player or two on rotation, but they took their time, they flexed their way out, up to the hilltop where there was free space to take, and they were rewarded with a good phase 4 shift. And from here on out, they actually made a very sensible play, Martin, pushing down this western side to third party, but crucially disengaging at the perfect moment before Twisted Minds made their push.
Yeah, I enjoyed what I see from this game. This is some of the stuff that we expected from them after what we've seen doing them in our kind of earlier stages and also prior to PEC Spring, of course, fourth in the last chance. We know what they're capable of, and some of their clever plays is coming through here. Of course, when you go up against some of these teams here, it is a Mad Bulls with this confidence. Is you're gonna get punished, you're gonna get destroyed, especially with a FAMAS from the hands of Nixie. It's gonna be rough. But hello, my bad, and the boys. I don't know if those sunglasses, maybe you can see a little bit into the future sometimes.
What is with those sunglasses, though? Can we talk about what is he thinking, Avenger? I think this is one of these things where a player's going to be like, I thought it was cool, and in a couple of years' time, he looks back and goes, oh, that was a bit weird.
I think it's some new invention for a blue light filter, maybe.
Those don't work. We've seen enough of those Twitch streamers selling that snake oil. Okay. But there you go. We have one game left here at day 2 of PEC Spring. One game left for these teams to get points on the board before we move to tomorrow and that final day. Miramar is on the way after this.
My brand new helmet, which looks like Reaper mask, but it's not because I'm too poor to buy it. This is the best skin in the game, the M4, which you cannot buy, but still the best.
So I'm using the best skin for M4 and Solar in this game. I put tons of money of it. Next price from the tournament, I will buy one more, more skins. My skins is awesome.
I'm in a really bad spot.
So hard, bro.
I'm trying to deal it.
Down? No, I do.
Ace.
Not one, bro.
Two hard.
There comes.
Not roof. Nice.
Close north, one step. One still on roof.
Taking
a shot.
Got my flash.
You're not good on the roof, by the way, when people are north.
Healing.
New team. Well played, Ascent. They were in the next compound, right?
Javin? His teammates are west of them. Above the car.
Oh my god, I fucking on.
I stopped. Pull open behind the car.
Nice. One more green.
On the car.
I got knocked as well, I fucked up.
Two nades in green, please, Kuzi.
On the car.
He's still there.
Two guys.
He's nading.
And
No, he's not. Good nade. He's gonna get knocked. Nice.
Last orange.
Javin from orange. Bailing. No,
they're
he's
coming. Can nade. Can you hold? I'm holding. I'm nading the fucking, you know, the outside.
Cubby. He naded Cubby.
Nice. Drive to me, please. I'm gonna hold.
Yeah. Let's go above him. Oh, well.
All right, it's game 6, so we're in my evil lair with Floof here, as she seems quite tired, but ready to go for the final game of the day. It's going to be Miramar once again. Toby, are you ready like Floof is?
I hope I'm more ready than the yawning floof that's currently sat on your lap. I hope we're going to be in for a good one. Even though we tend to go, game 6 of scrims, you know, la-di-di-la-di-da. This is 7 games away from finding the champion of this tournament. I really do hope that teams will be able to keep their composure through the end of the day here.
I feel like production's left us on longer because they're like, oh, a dog.
I could just leave. I mean, if we can do like a solo shot of just Floof, then yeah, it's fine by me. I could have brought in the mosquito, but I can't find it anymore. That's the only
your
only pet. That's the only pet I have nearby right now, and I didn't manage to kill it before. So well, there you have it. It's somewhere here. I'll name him Brian.
That you tried to eliminate. That's grim, that is, Toby. But anyway, all right, let's get to it. It's the final game of the day as we head over to Miramar. Game 12 here in the grand final of PEC Spring.
Yep, and it's easy playing once more. I mean, again, we talked in the previous game, not a whole lot of teams hard committed southern side of Miramar looters. But even then, a lot of the transition routes from one side to the other do go very vertical on Miramar. So even if you want to go back up north, it should be very easy, even with a southern plane. So they're good. Everyone's good. Should be absolutely no issues for anyone here in the final game of the day.
Unless we see a scrap for a winner die versus BB in a car off. But we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, I would be very surprised. I mean, don't count it out, but I would be very surprised if they're actually going to fully commit to it. Again, 2 teams with absolutely everything to lose by dying, trying to conquer a vehicle in the early game, especially there in an area of the map where there are plenty of vehicles elsewhere to be found.
Yeah, completely agree. It's too risky. It's not worth. And it looks like winner die is just dropping a little bit earlier than BB. And found themselves a vehicle already. No real hard commits during all of that. Meanwhile, Besto's going all the way to the west looking for that compound that's up against the ridgeline. Make sure I got some weapons.
Oh, Smash, I'm seeing you with the car. I'm seeing the circle go full east. And Smash is driving in circles in the open, while I think both Matsy and I can't see who it is from BP team is trying to find guns to shoot at him. But somehow he's managed to make his way away from there. And yeah, Eastern Circle going to cause for some interesting rotations down the line.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. Now, of course, when a lot of us are playing Miramar, a lot of us go to, not the islands, they go to Picado, you cheeky guys. Let's check in with some of these players to what their favorite loot spots are on Miramar.
Miramar'da en güzel loot spotu Picado olduğunu düşünüyorum. Çünkü her alana karşı bir savunma alabiliyorsunuz. Çünkü her yere oynayabiliyorsunuz mantıken.
Miramar'da Pecado'yu tercih ediyoruz. Daha çok middle olduğu için ve oyun tarzımıza daha çok yatkın olduğu için ve Baron'un da geçen sene aynı şekilde bu spot üzerinden çok fazla oyun kurduğundan dolayı.
En sevdiğim ganimet noktası Pecado.
Мій улюблений лутспот на Мірамарі це Пекадо.
Wait a minute.
James, what's your favorite loot spot on Picado? Oh wait, no, I mean Miramar.
I guess I'm contractually obliged to also pick Picado. I'm not sure. Is that in the contract? Where's my papers?
Tell me when you found them and we can continue the broadcast.
Okay, 1 second. I'm looking through the papers.
Oh, Picado.
It says Picado.
I found it. Found it. Picado is the ultimate loot spot on Miramar. And if that's the case, then why oh why are Orclis not faring better? I'm not sure. But even with that said, let's take a look at this rotation opportunity for many teams once more. Plenty of space up towards the north for teams to maneuver their way on in. But again, unless if we see a northern hard shift off this next circle, you really want to be south of El Azhar, coming in from the north even, because there's a whole mountain down towards, truck stop really, where if you don't have info on anything south of that, you're just set up there hoping that the circle swings north.
I thought you said drug stop for a second. Then I was like, what?
That's not a location.
No, truck stop.
Truck
It was also amusing to me in my head how when I had to like reach for a pile of papers to try and ruffle in my microphone, I could only find a giant pile of money, so made the ruffling noise of that. It's hard life living in Poland, honestly.
That is the weirdest brag I've heard from you in a very long time.
I'm just a rich man. What's wrong?
And yet you drive a BMW. Okay, never mind.
It's a good car. What are you talking about? It's them two competition. Anyway, never mind.
Stop getting me away from the game, James. I'm trying to focus here. Iro, alongside BBL, have a rotation to make, but plenty of opportunities to do so. BBL, a team we know like to claim center real estate rather early on. This time around, not a whole lot of center real estate will be available, but I mean, of course, the minivan ain't really the best vehicle for scouting forward. But even for that BBL, I mean, they're in a position now from where, depending on how daring they go, there really is a whole lot of space up available for them. They could be one of the first teams to come in from that southwestern side because of how center Mad Bulls have opted to go, and with Foot not obviously wanting to go anywhere near west side of Impala, BBL could claim some really good real estate if they dare to push it that far center.
Yeah, and let's be real. Nobody should have to drive that bus. It's the poor man's choice.
It's good cover. That's what it is.
It's a tank. That's what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Apart from there's a lot of windows, but it does have a lot of HP. That's what it's got going for it.
I do remember when the BRDM first got added, and they changed it so that it had different HP based on whether you played solo squads or whatever. And the minivan had more HP than the BRDM when you were playing solos. I think that was pretty interesting.
Is that true? That's amazing.
Yep. So it really was a tank back then. In the meantime, now 8C trying to send it full speed up towards the north, was cut off by Chrissy and EB and forced back south. Fortunately, able to get back down and regroup with his team, because I think he was shot at by 3 or 4 players. So good for him that he's able to turn around, realize now that Mad Bulls had set up shop on the far eastern coastline that early on.
Yeah, all those Western teams slowly coming on in here as the Bumble squad's also going to be making their way over the hills. It's funny because you watch these kinds of rotations later in the first phase transitions and see them going across all the hills when, in actual fact, so many teams actually want to center up in a circle like this very rapidly that actually so many of the roads are actually available to them anyway. So they're making life a little harder on themselves, but of course you're playing cautious. Of course you're playing at the very highest level in EMEA, so you want to play cautious regardless.
And you viewers might wonder, to the exact point that James just made, in that there are a lot of teams that have yet to really, even consider, the circle, right, we have to get there at some point too. BP team only now starting their rotations, win or die, practically doing the same thing. The main reason, the way I see it here, for teams to take it this slow, the ones that the ones that know that they won't get center anyway, is that there really ain't a whole lot of centers to claim in this circle. It's up on that roadside that kind of cuts from Minas over towards the east coast. And since there's no proper center real estate to play, that means that we ain't going to have a whole lot of teams bunched up in the middle like we normally would see. That means the teams that are coming in that little bit later, kind of in the second row of rotations, they have to center more on the edge of this current phase 1 circle, meaning if you're super late, where normally you could take the tier 2 spots, now there's tier nothing spots available for you because teams have already been forced to settle because the center is so, limited in terms of how many teams are there. It's much easier to draw than it is to tell, but I hope you get the point, saying that teams are coming in late because they know we're not fighting for a spot. We're literally just going to sit in the circle, take limited blue damage, and wait for phase 2, because phase 2 is where it's going to matter.
No, especially when so many teams are so keen to do the 1-1-2 splits, across a big swath of area in that center position, like your LOL Ws, like your Na'Vis, your 2-2s from Mad Bulls, etc. So it just limits it even more, right? So why not just be paced?
Yeah, exactly. When you have a center of the circle that's literally 1 square kilometer of pretty much just little W and Na'Vi. Normally you had 2, maybe even 3 teams in there had it been on a somewhat center compound heavy area of Irangle or something like that. But here, teams are just forced to play that much more out on the edge, which is also what I was alluding to with BBL having a chance to actually grab some pretty good real estate because there was so much space on the southwestern side of the circle. But now, of course, teams will get close to one another eventually in foot. Well, they were up here before with 8C getting shot, and yet despite that, still opting to go back in this direction.
And Lyran here, P90, save the P90. Don't save yourself, just the P90. He gets into a building, manages to find some cover. This is Lul W still finding another opportunity to put in some damage. But again, it's all to try and save Schengen, who has got himself in a bit of a rough spot. Nade goes forwards, trying to finish off Global Army here, or anybody potentially trying to get him for the res. But FaZe is rocking up to the BBL position.
They sure are. Full speed forward, smash down already. That's a big casualty to have eliminated this early on in the game. Iroh is coming up trying to help out, and while they haven't gotten the rest, or because they haven't gotten the rest on him just yet, he might actually be able to get him back on his feet. Shilla, single-handedly tasked with having to fend off here against the entirety of FaZe. That might be a bit much to ask for.
Definitely. I have Curexy finishing him off. Looking now for opportunities to hit at the reinforcements was James, hearing those vehicles moving on up. BBL trying to move into a position to assault this location. I feel like deja vu all of a sudden, looking at how this fight is playing out. But FaZe this time around is actually going to be winning the situation out here. And unfortunately, there's Ascend's looking at them as well. So this is catastrophic for BBL.
Ascent backfilling FaZe the same way that PPL were trying to get in here, and both caught up. I feel like there was definitely some time where Iroh could have gotten smashed into the vehicle and driven off, but Ascent maybe just in position a little bit too quick for them to get out of there alive, and unluckily for BBL, that is them taking 2 casualties very early on in this game as Phase 2 pops. And where are we going? Full East Coast. This is probably the most center I've ever seen Foot be in Phase 2.
Yeah, it's a full Game 6 feel as well, though, with a circle like this, right? It just limits so much room to play. I mean, Lul W is probably going to try and take the hills kind of to the east side of them and after rendezvousing together, but already August is trying to move in that direction as well. BB team finally has a decent compound towards the center that they could potentially try and play from, but I say finally, Vikendi, I felt like they had a good position and didn't really materialize with much, but we'll see.
Now, this is going to be chaos in the making because obviously you cannot be wrapping into the circle from the east unless if you have a boat or a glider, I suppose. But without that, you're not getting anywhere with it. So teams are going to be running shoulder to shoulder trying to claim what little real estate is available. When half the circle is either water or unplayable terrain and the rest is open hillsides, chaos will ensue. Baron Peak runs over Judges of God, just kind of underlining the chaos we're seeing. They don't even have time to strap their seatbelts here. They're just going full speed forward towards these few compounds that are available.
Yeah, all safety out the window at this point. You need to get there as fast as possible. Map ball's now being crashed on towards by FaZe here. James actually runs on past, but Quizzy is able to hit him very quickly with the Orcs, so probably looking for the finish off there as well. James actually caught completely down and out as Vex and Gustav have also fallen. It's all up to Corexia here to really make something happen.
FaZe full speed collapsed on this building. No proper scouting done prior. And Mad Bulls, not only do they get all the kills, but they do so without taking a single casualty. What a great hold. FaZe usually pretty good on these pull-up fights, but this time around, not working whatsoever.
Like Floof devouring a stray beef jerky on the floor. Mad Bulls absolutely eviscerated them on entry. That was swift.
Definitely was. You saw Foot trying to come over and claim a few points off it too. I believe they got just 1 off of it. Able to now regroup, go back further north and say, well, that's one less team to have to concern yourself with in the mid to late game. Ascent still have to make their way in. Batulans, well, it'll get there eventually. And then you have Win or Die and Bumble up towards the Sahar that also have to figure out how the hell do we get our way inside this next circle.
Blue zone nade down. Janny actually were able to feel. Okay, well.
You know what? And they're gone.
Yeah, that might have been my worst commentary of all time because I didn't even get to say any words before they were dead.
You said something about a blue zone, Nate, which I really enjoyed. But outside of that, they were definitely eliminated. When you have an entire team sat inside one shack and utility like that is of abundance, then Entropic able to stay alive easily through that when I say that. But they did lose 1 player, I believe. So a few casualties coming their way, but other than that, they're good. Bumble up towards the northern side, trying to make their way on in. Look at how Pot Samuel now is set up to try and prevent that from happening. A full fence has effectively been set up on the northern side of the circle. They need to deny Bumble Squad entry here, but instead, looks like they're going for the compound. That might be a valid play here as well.
It would be good for maybe some free elimination points, some free kill points as time goes on. The one thing that's weird about this circle is that, yes, okay, there's a lot of water, but also that field on the far east side as well is kind of rubbish too. So nobody really wants to have to commit to it if they really are not forced to. meaning that there's even less room to play on a second circle like this. It's a very dire circle.
Keep in mind, we don't have to shift away from water just yet. Where are we going? How brutal are we? We saw that on the minimap there. It's going to swing south by quite a margin, too. We're excluding practically all compounds here. Na'Vi and Mad Balls have really what little real estate is left here. Entropic and Twisted Minds out in the west have some, too. But there ain't a whole lot to work with in a very barren area of the map with a hill that just continues all the way up from Hello Senpai's position down towards the ocean.
Yeah, BB team have set up a brutal potential kind of stopping point for those teams in the north to try and get past. But we'll see if that does go down. Meanwhile, Ascend in the south side here, their stopping point is going to end up being teams like Mad Bulls ahead of them. And well, I mean, this is sort of a desperation play here by Pod Samulet as they're going all the way to the coast. They know it's difficult to get into this circle without something pretty egregious.
Yeah, seeing Dante try and get an off-angle position to allow for his team to push further forward, but now in the same way that they try to set up against Bumble Squad, Foot has also set themselves up on a line here, a full line of defense to try and prevent them from getting in. They know that there's a big open center to try and play for, and Foot needs to maintain full control of it in order to stay alive in this area. It's going to be a tall order, but if there's a team to be able to do it, we know Foot, they're pretty good when it comes to these up-close fights.
Yeah, you'd have expected them to really have garnered this information quickly, but at the same time, Bumble Squad is taking the more direct approach onto where BB is, and Bestalosh will be running away pretty swiftly here. Does not want this 2-2 fight, because as you can see with that little hill in the way, reinforcing from the high ground position that Spiro's in, you can't really get lines of sight on these buildings, so there's no point in BB team taking the 2v4.
Absolutely perfect breakdown there, true. Smart to disengage, smart to get safety on the other side. Now, sit in what few compounds that's left remaining inside this circle.
Win or die. Up in the north side here, we're somehow once again finding fights with Lil W. Lil W playing it slow up on this side. I did think maybe that they would play a little bit more east than this, a bit more aggressively, a bit more quickly, but not to be the case.
Ooh, extends. And win or die. How aggressive are you willing to take this? Because if they can deal with Lil W on this hillside, I mean, that hill is overlooking practically the entire circle. I mean, maybe not entirely, but close there too. We'll see. We'll see how aggro Win or Die opts to go. Again, a lot of the line here currently set down in 9th place. They would need a hell of a finish to the day, to not mention all the games would have to get going tomorrow in order to get anywhere near PGS qualification. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe this is the first of many stepping stones to get your way to heaven.
Maybe. That's... I had a very bleak picture in my head just then, but anyway, we've got ourselves Pad Samulet trying to deal with Bumble Squad. I mean, Bumble Squad feels like, yeah, okay, we took control of this compound, but now we know that BB team is, well, or we know that our team is ahead of us in the high ground. Can we flex out further? Dante's sending some information their way. He's very deep in the blue right now.
Sure is. Circle swings back on land. Na'Vi favored with a shift. I mean, limited really where it could go. I think for the northern teams, I'd hope that a bit more of the hillside would be in. But Ascent, I mean, full speed forward. They go. They were down on the southern side. Not sure if they could scout this properly, but they've made landfall. It's not much. But again, in an area of the map like this, you're taking whatever you're given.
Yeah, this is classic Ascend, right? I mean, they found themselves a spot after that big send through. So why on earth not work out, I suppose?
Would you argue that they made Ascent?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. It crossed my mind, and I wasn't going to say it, but you've done it, so I'm going to agree.
I always do it. I'll take the scraps from bad jokes. Yep, that's my thing. Whatever you give me, whatever you leave behind, I'll take it. Yep.
Desperate times. It's 2024, mate. I understand.
Tis I. In the meantime, now Na'Vi having to figure, do we really want to have these neighbors there? I'll at least lob a couple of nades over. Nades that might be pretty important later down the line to try and deal with them. I think the answer comes through. It's not going to be them nading. It's going to be the other way around. Ascent trying to maintain some space here.
Bam, Hakatori almost blew up, unfortunately for him, but he does manage to get out with his life. As shots coming in from Madzi against Phil first here, as they're on the rotate past. Again, it feels like a pretty desperate send for them through. They're not willing to fight on through. 80 finds Madzi very, very quickly. Good spray by him. Will there be any more off of this?
Also should be able to, get the flush as well. Some easy points afoot here. The circle has swung in. They want to do as much damage to these teams as they can. They know they have to run into them themselves later down the line. So the more you can do here, headshot, body shot from Mard connected there too. This is absolutely perfect. 4 foot. They like to take these edge fights later in the game. So if they know now already that the first fight they're going to have to take is a 4v2, that couldn't be any better.
A lot of confidence about their split as well. They knew for a long time that eventually Quad Samalet will be rocking up to this, and they're going to be able to take this fight. At the same time now, Pin will go down. Another barreling across here. T-Bone gets one. Will he get another? Already Rox is down, but no, Dante finishes him off.
Where's the cavalry? Can you get there in time before Teambo gets flushed on down? No, not going to happen. Dante will find the flush. More points given over towards Pot. And again, I mean, Pot and Pot right now, they're two teams fighting for these spots for potential qualification. As Bestalok comes through, fine spot. 80 now goes down as well. What looked so good for Foot just a moment ago is now just BB left alive.
Yeah, BB was willing to take this. Some stable drive-by shooting here from BB. Was able to completely shut down what Foot has got available to them. It's only Beamy left up and good to go on the very edge of this. Meanwhile, BB is going to be careful and cautious about taking this fight. That's a great volley, though. He actually caught Phil first during all of it and not aware of where he was shooting him from. Tried to go for the heel. Not going to be the case. Beamy's cleaning things up. Can he take Bestalosh?
Trying to claim extra points here of a game that went against them. I said it earlier, in this position in particular, they have to maintain space. And once one team came through, more came to join. And that, because of it, is now Foot out in 15th place, 14th, make that BB out immediately to follow in 13th.
I mean, it's not enough for BB, is it? It's just not enough, considering that they had a decent compound. I mean, the circle shift away from them, and they're not able to capitalize on any of it. But Pod Samalet also gone Mad Bulls. Of course it's Mad Bulls.
Yep.
133 points in, let's say, 11 and a half games. Hello?
Pretty decent. Pretty decent, if you ask me. Lyron, in the meantime, using the Caleris favorite gun, P90, to get a couple of kills, but can't quite stand strong against Schofield in that off angle. Great positioning here for Pero to rock over the hilltop and find two quickly.
Oh, not bad at all. The full shutdown now. Those Pero is under a little bit of an assault themselves, as Twisted Minds and Lil W have caught them in a bit of a trap here for the moment. The transitions are going to be difficult for Para, as it's going to be car forts galore, as well as smokes to try and buy a little bit of time for them, but Patulin hits Laza.
There's a road yet to cross, and either you take the fight to Twisted or you take the fight to Navi. Pick your poison, boys. You have to go somewhere with two players down already, though. That might be a thought they're not even getting to at this point. They just have to get back on their feet.
Leo shitting more. Win or die. Still only in 10th place at the moment. Perfectix finishing off what Para has got available to them. Only Schofield left for them to get themselves out of a 16th place. Nothing's gone Para's way, really. When they've had compounds, it's not gone their way. When they've played Edge, it's not gone their way. It's just not been there 2 days.
Hard times indeed. Players we've seen at the top echelon of Turkish PUBG struggling to get things going here. Schofield, I mean, again, they have the service looking for you, mate. You might as well just stay down here. I'm not sure how you're planning on getting out of there alive.
Twisted Minds with Patulin is looking forwards into this circle as well, looking for more information. And actually, there's a few crevices alongside this cliffside that can house quite a few teams. It's just a bit of a downhill towards where Tropics currently sat.
Twisted Minds might get a golden opportunity here if Voldemort opts to shoot towards Lil W. He doesn't. They will drive further off. So he'll remain a surprise, at least for now. But if a knock comes through, that should be them instantly trying to get over on that plateau and take that position for themselves. They know they have traffic on the southern side, which is why they're not overcommitting down there. Voldemort spotted one. Did he see him? Is he trying to get an off-angle off of this? I'm not sure. What was that, Lawrence? I think he read something, and yes, indeed, he did. Now they peek together. Swings on over. Voldemort gets one, though. That's crucial. This should be Twisted coming in to punish.
Yeah, how much time can that completely buy for them? And Pero now will be completely eliminated. And Perfectix is able to pick up another one. They are on the hunt. They know that on the opposite side of this circle, we have, well, Mortars for one, but we also have Mad Bulls still alive, still racking up points, still getting themselves kills. So the two top leaders of this lobby on opposite sides of this circle needing to kill everything in sight and try and battle off against one another maybe at the end.
We talked about the open cliff face. Look at the map right now. Everyone just pinned in on the northern side of this circle. Perfectix looks for one, swings down, finds the second target, and that's going to be Lil W eliminated. Gets a little more. Yep, extra smokes. You know what? That makes perfect sense. Found another 4 on that corpse right there. They're going to need them because, again, these teams are really just bundled up on top of each other here in the north. They need to make space, and Smokes usually does that for them.
Get rid of Leosh here as Mad Bulls. The little turnaround to be able to avoid that flash. Very well done by Nixie. Run on back. That's 8 now on the board. Nixie with 4. It's been a big game once again for them. But they do know that there's threat still laying in wait in the middle of the circle. Finally, Ascent has an opportunity to get some points on the board here. Na'Vi still up in the north.
And while they've been farming on the northern side, EP is still on defense duty down towards the south. He's the tallest guy on the team, maybe even the tallest guy on the server, so it makes perfect sense that they're having him be the guy that looks over the shoulders of his teammates to try and protect them from afar and feed all the info across. Lookarooks, prone will mitigate some of that nade damage. Flash, not going to do a whole lot, maybe just deny him a peek on over for a second or two.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, in the German clubhouse, Ascent here is still chilling out in this small garage. There was no reason for them to leave it. Just make sure you can be shooting at everything and making sure that nobody's going to be pushing up on against you. But across from the circle, Twisted Minds. I mean, as time goes on here, the terrain that they're going to have to cross becomes a little bit more suspect.
It does. Sure does. A lot of open cliff face on the southern side still having to be kind of transitioned across if they want to continue to play here. Mad Balls has opted to prioritize the low ground, which I'm actually not fully against. They know they have Entropic down here too. Again, pick your fights. You know that the top side is kind of pinned in between one another. So if you can take the fight on the southern side while they're busy elsewhere and then claim the entire southern side to yourself, that might be a great play. Issue is, first knock did come through. That was from up high. Quizzy down on his knees. Or Nixie make that, sorry, down on his knees. We'll see if they can get him back up.
Entropic trying to take out the lobby leaders here, as for the most part, there's more knocks coming through. Their transition up this hill is going to be rough as well. And more smokes will go down as Lou will take down Hawkey from the distance. It's getting to the point now where our top three in this last game are going to be the top three on the standings. And honestly, if Na'Vi is able to get even more points off of this, the top three is going to be so hard to reach for the rest of this lobby.
Really is. Again, though, the only kind of consolation for all the teams in the hunt is that 2 of the 3 are to be in the globals regardless. So it's not the worst case scenario. It would have been even worse, obviously, had it been 2 unpartnered teams that were up there with them, because then the tournament might as well be over already. But not to be. 4th place right now would still make it to PGS, and right now that's Foot.
And they got so many kills as well in this game. Despite having gone out pretty early, 8 is nothing to sniff at.
No. I mean, even in games where you go, oh, at Foot, no, they died in phase 3. Whenever they die early, they get something with it.
Yeah,
I think that's what always keeps them in the race. That's what always keeps them on that. When they then finally get their things together on the final day, they really make a run for first place, right? Because even on their quote-unquote bad days, they still average like 3 to 4, maybe even 5 points per game, because even with mediocre performances, they get the kills to boot.
A potential big fight brewing up in the north, of course, as Na'Vi will have to eventually move. And I think Twisted Minds realizes that they've been able to just leapfrog ahead of them slightly. So maybe this corrals Na'Vi into the ascend position if they keep flexing enough of a position. But, I mean, Na'Vi knows that there's somebody in that garage as well. So it is a bit dicey here. Na'Vi's just going to have to get out of here with gun skill alone by the looks of things.
And for Mad Bulls losing control of the high ground position there earlier to then now just exactly have their rich inside this next circle, the entire north being shifted off of, they could not ask for a better circle shift here, really. Maybe a couple of centimeters further towards the southeast, but overall, I mean, this is exactly where they want to be with the circle that they were really hoping for.
Still the slow roll of this fight. Spray comes in, as Lou's going to have to move on away from it. Perfectix cooking up another nade. Can they hit with this one? Ferris was quite close to that, but it's not going to be able to do too much.
See, Twisted Minds now again trying to suppress. I think they don't really want to. They don't want to have to fight into Na'Vi. They just want to say, Na'Vi, go fight Ascent. We want the third party. You can use utility to try and force them the other direction, and it's actually kind of happening now. Tagatori looking the other way, lopping nades on over. Has a Panzerfaust to use as well. Hasn't opted to use it quite yet, though. But here comes the push. Spread out Ascent. The firepower is here.
Yeah, this is scary. Very scary. I'm surprised the nade didn't go through the roof during all of this. But if he's able to hit a big Panzerfaust play on this, this could be absolute Armageddon for Ascent. Nades are coming through. Ferris actually deals with the entirety of Twisted Minds on the other side. He dies to the blue. Here comes Panzerfaust Hakatori. They're taking fights on both sides. How has Na'Vi done this?
They just 3v8'd Ascent and Twisted Minds.
I thought the Hakatori play from earlier was insane, but what was that? We needed like a 10 observers to be able to spot what on earth was going on. What was that?
They were the ones pinned in, and they said, "Nah, we're fine, guys. You're the ones in trouble here."
I'm in shock.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Sometimes you hit them. Sometimes you hit those shots, and today, well, Na'Vi did just that. And as impressive as it was, as good as they're feeling right now, unfortunately for them, the journey still ain't quite over just yet. They have a 4-man strong Mad Bulls to push into, and they still have Entropic's last 2 lingering around the western side of this circle. Coming off this hill, even for Na'Vi, even off what they just pulled off there, is still going to be nigh on impossible.
Mate, I almost swore. Like, I am in shock. That was... What on earth? Like, okay, say what you want about this roster, but if that's the potential that this roster can pull out in a flash, it wasn't a slow roll of a fight, it was an instant. What on earth?
That was like 3 seconds, 8 players eliminated. Something along those lines. And Ferris got 3 against Twisted. That's the angle I'm the most curious about potentially finding in a replay or something later down the line, or maybe after this all is over. How the hell did Ferris get 3 from Twisted Minds there?
That was insane. That was just insane. But we still have a game to unfold out here at the moment as Entropic's still firing off against Na'Vi. Mad Bulls is caught in the middle of all of this, but there's still 4 alive. Ibby finds him Diffex with a nade here, so that has really opened things up. Nick's just absolutely beaming through some of that smoke here to try and finish them off. They know that Na'Vi's in a rough spot, so they need to capitalize on it.
They're pushing up on towards them too. Look at Rooks and Ibby were up here in this direction earlier, but now they're really stepping forward, trying to put the foot down, saying Na'Vi is not getting a foot in issues. They're already here. Entropic, for good reason, kind of laying low here as Fairest falls once more. Look at Rooks, good off ankle, and these smokes are really all that's keeping Na'Vi alive right now.
I just can't believe what we watched.
Nah, I'm still confused about it too. I'm very confused.
But, I mean, looking at how this is all unfolding, it looks like not only do we witness absolute insanity from before, but also we're witnessing absolute insanity from now Mad Bulls, who has 10 kills on the board, is already miles ahead of the majority of this lobby, but is looking for yet another win. How much do you have to feed this team?
Yeah, well, I mean, they ain't done yet. That's for sure. As he finds one more, Diffix gone down. Hagatora down to just over 20 HP. The boosters are going to keep him up at least for a little while, but it's all on Soset now to try and stay put here. Look at Rooks, tasked with trying to fend off against Entropic. They're expecting them to potentially flank underneath, and it's a great read because that looks to be what they're trying to set up here, but there is one more. Soset seen. Hekatori tries to heal on through, but he's not done just yet either. Remember, this is the guy that took down 4 in a previous game. Can he find something here? No, not gonna happen. Lugarux finds yet another.
Entropic, if you want to do anything, it's got to be now, because as soon as Mad Bulls actually gets up and running and good to go, look what they've been able to do these last 2 days. They are putting that fresh meat out to dry here on Miramar. The heat is blistering, and Mad Bulls is looking to set Entropic on fire.
Yep, Lugarux going up against this former Orc here, trying to really claim this one for the Mad Bulls. 13 kills, all of them on the board as well. 700 damage almost for Lugarux. I'm not even sure Quizzy should be up there as well. As Janny, again, I mean, the walls on their back. The blue is closing in. Janny can't even find the first. Nixie peeks on forward. Level 3 gear, but just 15 HP now for Grennies, and he concedes it, runs into the blue. Wow, what a game.
I get it. I get it. Best of luck, you know, trying to deal with someone like Mad Bulls here in the final moments. But Mad Bulls looks phenomenal. Never mind the fact that we got to see whatever happened for Na'Vi in this game. I'm so confused.
The Mad Bulls' proactiveness throughout the entirety of the game, pushing up on the foot position whenever they got forward, and like they always set themselves up so perfectly for the next circle. They're like 2 steps ahead on every single play they make, and it's just amazing to watch them play right now.
What a day, what another day here for PEC Spring. Let's head over to the desk to break everything down, and if they have any answer to what we just witnessed.
We'll find out if the analysts have an answer. I just want to point out that Mad Bulls, the only team to get multiple wins so far in the grand finals, and not just 2 or 3, now 4. 4 wins. So there you go. What an incredible performance. We spoke about it when they came out of the group stages. Could they continue moving forward at the pace that they were in the group stages? We asked yesterday. At the end of the day, the answer is yes. Mad Bulls are here to win, and I'm so glad that I called that yesterday. I said it was going to happen. But now, do you have an answer to what just happened, Avenger?
Some questions about what happened with Foot there, but let's not focus on that. Let's focus on how crazy of a game this was for Mad Bulls. Like, when you roll with the punches, when you run with the confidence, and you keep your moral high, like these guys done, you can guarantee yourself a spot to PGS, and that's what I think they've done. It's going to be almost mathematically impossible for them not to be one of the top 2 teams outside our GPT teams once this tournament is done.
Saga, it's an impressive performance from them, but also from Na'Vi, who seem to have woken up today, because they were a little bit quiet yesterday.
Very much so, and it's really great to see. I mean, this is the Na'Vi that everyone wanted to see. Everyone had their sort of doubts when Na'Vi kept that global partner team spot despite dropping the World Championship winning roster, but still coming out and showing that, look, while we may not have that accolade under our belt just yet, we are still a team that is more than deserving of the position that they're in within the PUBG esports scene. And it's great to see that there is still the talent out there that can be found, put together, and just work maybe even beyond the sum of its parts, as good as those parts are.
What is amazing for me, Mad Bulls, 14 kills in this game, and they take the lion's share of the placement points, Avenger. This team is on fire.
Yeah, and if you were asking Kale, he would probably say they're lit. And to be honest, that's what they are. The teriyaki spice is at an all-time high once we look at these guys. And I would say at this point here, it is going to be impossible for 2 teams to pass them and take that PGS spot away from them. They are going to be going to PGS 3 and 4 as one of the representatives that is not our GPT teams in EMEA. So that's amazing. What an amazing run for them. And yeah, 152 points in just 12 games. That is insane. I'm not going to do quick math on air like Toby did yesterday and mess it up. So I'll just say that's a crazy high. And more than double-digit per game. That's insane.
I think what I love the most about all of this is we started the show quoting the world's best coach, and I think that Scoom can say that he is in fact the world's best coach. Let's talk about some of the teams that are a little bit lower down. So your Howls, your Pod Simulates, that's very close in the mid-pack saga. There is a fight on here and still opportunities to push yourself up. Obviously PGC points are up for grabs, so you want to finish as high as possible.
We knew the pressure would be on all of these teams coming into this event saying, okay, global partner teams, they're going to the PGS events. There's only 2 slots left to play for. Well, Mad Bulls have now ensured that there is now only 1 spot to play for. So for all of those teams that are in contention, there can be no friends, there can be no alliances. It's just a cutthroat world out there. You have to be the team that takes that spot. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very slow year. And it's such tough competition as well. Foot Esports, particularly last year, like they came so close every single time and just barely missed out. Simply cannot afford for that to happen this time around.
Let's focus on that mid-pack a little bit, and towards the lower end of the leaderboard actually was Entropic, which I was quite surprised because I kind of liked this new roster that they had picked up. But in this last game, we saw them push themselves up, Saga, making it into the Final Four. What did they get right?
It was an interesting game. Let's be fair from a lot of perspectives. This Phase 1 shift, it teased heavily over to the east, and Entropic was one of few teams that kept themselves far back enough to make a very slow rotation. It was sort of between themselves and BB team. And then it went even further east, and BB team somehow ended up being one of the most eastern teams, despite starting off as one of the most western, whereas Entropic, instead of taking that rap, they just took a more direct approach straight across the field. This was a crucial fight for them to have won. It was their first and practically only engagement of the game, Martin, as once they cleaned up Howl, they just had to keep their heads down and play slow in the field and allow Twisted Minds to push up onto the teams above on the hill.
Yeah, and that was a great circle for them, taking control of that southwestern side, making sure that they can push themselves in there. This is what we'd like to see from them, and a lot of their engagements are actually pretty good. They hit some good shots, they get in some good points. I gotta say though, they are only a third of the amount of total points that Mad Bulls have, just to put in kind of to consideration of how far Mad Bulls are, right? It's going to be a tough road ahead for them if they want to make it into currently the top 8, but still, they want to push themselves as deep as they can into as many PGC points as they can to have a hope of maybe going to PGC at the end of the year. Overall, for this game, though, they held on, obviously with a Pharmacy in Grandy's hands, tried to make the most of it, but yeah, it's hard to kind of to hold your hand against what Gustav would have called the mad dogs. These guys are coming with frothing mouths around just to get the points, get the kills, to get the most kills and damage throughout the game. That's what these guys are competing against, and you just gotta deny it sometimes.
So obviously we've seen Mad Bulls kind of run right ahead, but for the most part I've found the last 2 days we've seen a lot of these top teams, and when I say top teams, they're the names that we're very familiar with, that everyone kind of puts a lot of hopes and dreams behind. They've been fighting it out. We've seen them come into these final fours. We've seen the likes of FaZe, we've seen Foot, and I know Foot and BBL not such a great play in the last game, but we've seen all of them fighting for contention there. Do you think it speaks to just the quality of PUBG that we're seeing in EMEA now, Avenger?
I think so. Like, honestly, in this case here, what we were so surprised with last year with how deep the talent pool is, right? And it just continues. You come in and with a few changes, with the BZ and Nix is still, playing together at this level here and adding a little bit of new mixes, a new spice, if you want to, into the mix. And you have a new team that just pops off. And of course, any team that has high mechanical skill, it can have a little bit of, high morale, high confidence, and have a few good games with it. They can continue to do so, right? Because you will have games where Circle is not with you, but you're just continuing to winning fights, and you will just roll with that. And yeah, it's crazy how deep our talent pool is still, and continues to evolve through here with the 7th year of PUBG.
It's a deep talent pool, and one of those talents that's been swimming in that pool is Batulins. We all talk about his big brain. He's with us now because Twisted Minds has had a fantastic run. Hello, how are you doing tonight?
Hello everyone, nice to see you again. I would say I'm not super happy, but I'm fine.
Okay, not happy. So let's dive into that. It's like a little psychologist hour for you and I, Batulins. Why are you not happy with what happened today?
We're playing like shit, so that's the reason why I'm not happy. We should play much better. We should win the game on Taego. We should be, let's say, just better than we are. I know, like, we have a lot of points, but you can see that Matt has more points, and we have to play 10 times better tomorrow, or them should play like super bad. Otherwise, it's not gonna be the first place. So yeah, that's why I'm not happy.
Fair enough. I'm sure Avenger has a question for you now.
For sure. Good to see you here, buddy, and congrats on what you would consider a mediocre performance so far, but what 14 other teams would be way happier to be on. And I just want to ask a little bit about that, because I know you always you strive for perfection, right? How far do you feel you guys are in building this team, like in terms of what you know that your potential is? Because I know you have one thing on your mind, and it's to win global events and PGCs.
Yeah. Well, so we're playing in this roster for like more than 3 months right now, and all of these 3 months were scrims, which of course not the best thing, because people don't care about the results. They don't care about like how they play the game, so it's hard for us to see how good we are at this moment, as a team. And only now on this tournament we can finally see that our, let's say, strategies, our team speak between players is pretty good. The quality, let's say from 0 to 10, I would say around 6.5, 7.
Nice.
Because I'm not talking about like a European level, right? I'm only talking about the world level. Yeah, and for now it's only around 7. So we should work on it more. I would say the best moment to see the full potential will be in Riyadh in the middle of this year, because it's the biggest tournament with the biggest prize pool before PGC. Yeah, so that's gonna be the moment when we're gonna show the best performance possible. Yep.
Nice. Good to hear.
So you definitely do strive for perfection. We understand that. And sometimes you've sort of brought up in the past that you almost take regional qualifiers like EMEA as a practice ground for the global stage. It almost sounds like you're planning on using the global stage as a practice for the really big tournaments where you get the most glory. Is that kind of the end goal for yourself and Twisted Minds, or is that just another step in the process?
You mean the end goal, like the PGC, or what do you mean? Like, what's the question?
Yeah, so is it kind of the case that when you come into a tournament like this, you just see it as a stepping stone to getting that global championship at the end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like playing EMEA tournaments is just a very, very small goal compared to what we really need. And we have basically two biggest goals. The first goal is to win PGC and Riyadh, because it's like super high tier tournaments with a huge prize pool, and the pressure is like 2,000 times bigger than anything. And the second thing we want is to be the most dominant team of all time. Like, we just want to win a tournament with 60 points lead or something. So that's two of our goals. And if we can win PGC with 60-point goal with the 60-point lead, then it's gonna be 2-1. So something like that. Yeah. I mean, of course, it sounds like something very high, but you know, we are kind of monsters of PUBG. We want everything. We wanna kill everything, and this year we kinda, as you can see, we kinda playing more aggressive, more kills, and we know it's more risky sometimes, but we are working on exactly on our communication with a new player, and we'll see what results we're gonna show this year. Not gonna say anything more right now.
Amazing, thank you so much.
But students, it sounds like lofty goals, but to be honest, I think that all of EMEA wants to see you lift a trophy. We all want to be there for that big global win. So I like that you have the big dreams. Well done on your subpar performance today, according to you. Hopefully it goes a little bit better tomorrow. Thank you so much for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you very much for this interview, and see you tomorrow, I hope, if we win. We'll see. Yeah, have a good, nice custom.
Good luck. See you tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
Good luck. Thank you.
You.
Bye. I love it. I am a huge fan of when players step up and say, you know what, actually, this is what we want. And it might sound ridiculous to anyone when you say we want this big 60-point global win. But if you don't set those sort of goals,
right,
you will never be able to compete at the top level. You've got to put that sort of pressure on you. And I think that this is a team that it's been so long that they've been knocking at that door. Is 2024 the time that they finally get to open it and walk through, Avenger?
Yeah, for sure. I love the ambition level of these guys, especially Betulins, and being so honest about it, right? And he knows that they're capable of doing so. And now he's piecing it together and, you know, saying if you're second with quite a good lead, like we're 26 points ahead of third place, which is Na'Vi, and you're saying we're only at 6.5 to 7, then you know what your potential is as a team. And also, as you said, 3 months only, old roster here. There's a lot to work with still. Timings, communication, everything. It takes years to build something like this, right? And I definitely think that that we're going to see great things from them. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of PGS points being gathered by Twisted Minds and the boys. And I hope they're able to grab one of those juicy PGS spots home for the EMEA crowd here. Because there's so many people that are going to be cheering for them, of course. And yeah, I hope they achieve great things. And let's see if they can make it interesting and spice it up with some teriyaki spice mixture tomorrow.
On that note, we will be back tomorrow for the final day of the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring. 6 games, and we will have a winner for the grand finals. Make sure you're here, same time, same place. We'll see you then. Good night.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.